Be open. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de...
I have the honor, pursuant to Section 66 of the Official Languages Act, to lay upon the table the annual report of the Commissioner of Official Languages, covering the period from April 1st, 2018 to March 31st, 2019. Pursuant to Standing Order 108-3F, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Excellent.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon. Pursuant to the mandate given to it under Standing Order 114, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 93rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning changes to membership of standing joint committees. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move the adoption of the 93rd report later today.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for the Yukon. Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 93rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, tabled to the House today, be now adopted. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes. Adopt.
Carried.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present on behalf of Elizabeth Fry Society activists across the country a petition with several hundred names from New Brunswick. These petitioners, joining thousands of other Canadians, request the Government of Canada to recognize the barriers that exist within their own direct payment system. The federal government currently discriminates against children who are in regular family situations, irregular, meaning their parents may be homeless or incarcerated. They may be being raised by broader members of the family. And what these petitioners from the Elizabeth Fry Society request, and Elizabeth Fry is celebrating its 80th anniversary this week, Mr. Speaker, is that that discrimination end when it comes to the Canada Child Benefit and all special allowances for all children. Elizabeth Fry Society does good work across the country, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to present this petition that would end discrimination against children in all its forms in federal government services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this morning with a petition signed by residents throughout Saanich Gulf Islands calling on the Government of Canada to halt any plans to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline. I know we don't speak to the substance, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, this is a petition that speaks to an issue that has been resolved, but I can imagine the petitioners would hope we don't proceed with any expansion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to present a petition today outlining that Iranian authorities have been condemned for the arbitrary arrest, detention, torture, and murder of Iranian Canadians, including imprisoning web developer Saeed Melipour, in violation of international human rights law, which expressly prohibits arbitrary arrest and detention as mandated by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to jointly with the Prime Minister personally and publicly call for the release of Saeed Melipour, permanent resident of Canada, in his 10th year of unjust imprisonment, for his courage and determination to make technology more accessible and promote freedom of expression and democratic values. Thank you, Mr. Prime Speaker.
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I have today a petition, Save Our Sea, Petitioners are calling upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to freely save, reuse, select, and exchange and sell seeds. In addition, they call upon the Government of Canada to refrain from making any regulations under the Plant Breeders' Rights Act that would further erode farmers' rights and or add to farmers' costs by restricting or eliminating the farmers' privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising today with a petition, another of the petitions from the Elizabeth Fry Society. Through their good efforts then these petitioners they call on the Government of Canada to end discrimination in the supports that the federal government provides to children so that no child is discriminated against for the situation that they're being raised in, so that ensure that all children would have access to the Canada Child Benefit and the Child Special Allowances and any other programs such as that. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Brome.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Vermont Agency of Natural Resources has authorized the emission of a certificate concerning enlarging the New England Waste Services of Vermont landfill. And next to it, there are over 150,000 Canadian residents who drink water from Lake Memphremagog. And so the residents of my riding are calling on the government to mandate the joint U.S.-Canada committee to study the environmental impacts of expanding this landfill in Vermont. Now, the second petition, again, constituents of my riding here are asking the Minister of Global Affairs to undertake steps to change the Border Waters Treaty. This is a treaty from 1909, signed by Canada and the U.S., and the idea would be to modify it. In fact, I tabled a bill to that effect last week, but we want to modify it to incorporate new environmental standards that would protect waters in both countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and introduce a petition initiated by the Elizabeth Fry Society of Canada, who does fantastic work on behalf of women and children across this country. And they point out that many children are excluded from receipt of the Canada Child Benefit and Child Special Allowances as they are in informal care arrangements wherein their caregivers are ineligible to claim the tax deduction for a child and therefore can't establish entitlement. And therefore, many children whose parents are incarcerated or homeless or suffering from addiction are not receiving the funds that they ought to. And in many cases, ironically, these are some of the most needy children in Canada. So they call on this government to ensure that all children receive all benefits that they're entitled to from all government programs without discrimination based on their family arrangement.
Député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to table a petition from the Elizabeth Fry Society concerning the rights of children in Canada. Canada has signed the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which bans any form of discrimination against children, regardless of their family situation. Unfortunately, that's not being respected in Canada now. The CCB and other federal government benefits don't always get to those children who are very needy and very vulnerable because of their family situation. And the Elizabeth Fry Society is calling on the government to fix that situation.
Rudy Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition from the Elizabeth Fry Society advocates who support the call to ensure that all children benefit from special protection measures and assistance ensuring the rights of highly mobile children, recognizing Canada's obligation as a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Many children are excluded from receipt of Canada Child Benefit and Child Special Allowances, and the petitioners call on the government to ensure that all children receive without discrimination in any form benefit from special protection measures and assistance. And they want to, I want to thank the Elizabeth Fry Society for the good work and for drawing the attention of the House this excellent petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. I believe the Honourable Member for Lakeland is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a point of order related to my private member's motion M167. As you'll recall, this motion instructed the Public Safety Committee to conduct a thorough assessment into all the factors of the rising rates of rural crime in Canada so that action could be taken expeditiously to address and combat this public safety emergency. The House of Commons passed this motion unanimously with 287 yes votes and 0 no votes on May 30th, 2018. So clearly this motion has the strong support from this whole House and from rural Canadians who are increasingly concerned about their personal safety. The final line of motion 167 reads, quote, that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. And sadly, I rise today because 6 months from the adoption of motion 167 would have been November 30th, 2018. So it's now 5 months past the deadline. The committee, from what I understand, considered a draft report on December 4th, 2018. And according to the committee's minutes, the next meeting to consider a draft report was March 20th. No report was approved at that time. The committee did approve their agenda for the next several weeks on Monday, April 29th, with no mention of motion 167. And in Chapter 20 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, under the heading of Procedural Framework for Committees' Activities, it states, quote, committees are free to organize their proceedings as they see fit, provided that their studies and the motions and reports they adopt comply with the orders of reference and instructions issued by this House. Second, committees may adopt procedural rules to govern their proceedings, but only to the extent the House does not prescribe anything specific. At all times, directives from procedural sources higher than parliamentary committees, that is the Constitution, statutes, orders of reference, and instructions of the House, standing orders of the House of Commons, and rulings by the Speaker, take precedence over any rules a committee may adopt, end quote. So I would just submit that the House did direct the committee to conduct that assessment within 6 months. It hasn't happened, in which that they've provided that report within that timeline. And this order originating from the House takes precedence over the other matters before the committee. The committee has conducted 17 meetings that happened between December 4th and April 5th, 11 of those meetings being the committee's current study on cybersecurity. So I just mentioned this to highlight that the committee has not been focused on items such as legislation that traditionally could take precedence for committee consideration. And only the last 2 meetings have dealt with Bill C-93. Just further in Chapter 20th, under the heading of Studies Conducted by Committees, Subject Matter Studies, it states, quote, from time to time the House refers to its committees the consideration of specific matters for more in-depth study. These orders of reference may include an obligation to report and the imposition of time limits within which the committees must complete the study or report. So I would submit that the House providing a 6-month deadline for the committee to report is a limit established by this House, and that this committee has failed to uphold the instruction of this House. And I just will close now by quickly noting 17 MPs did jointly second this motion. Over 200 towns, municipalities, and communities endorsed this motion, including thousands of Canadians across at least 7 provinces. Statistics Canada reported last week that the rural crime rate was 23% higher than in urban Canada, and this remains a growing epidemic and crisis for rural families, businesses, and communities across the country. So therefore, I would request your consideration as Speaker to consider following up with this committee, and I hope that you will undertake to ensure that the very clear instruction of this House through motion 167 is carried out by this committee as soon as possible. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Lakeland for raising her point of order, and I will take it under advisement and come back to the House in due course. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
Third reading of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act.
Debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Hello, my friends, my relations. It is good to see you today. Let us start with a hard truth. We have had our languages taken from us. Canadians must be generous people and allow these languages not to die. We have been walking along pathway, and the pathway can lead to the Canada of great hope and promise. This law is about hope. Hope for the future. Hope for the present. Hope for our children. In this great structure of Parliament, you have power and resources. In the beginning, it was told my work was for all Canadians. We must all work collectively together. Since Canada has written the promises and how processes unfold, we made a covenant agreement together. We are related. If things have not happened right, we will change things. Help me, help to the respect one another.
Into winter, as it was too cold and not good to move children and women and aged populations from their homes to different locations at this time. If one tribe made war, they sought out the other chief and explained the reason they were making war. Quite often, it was that the young warriors had too much energy and they were bothering the whole camp. The old people knew that the best way to do things was send them off to war against the enemy they knew. The two chiefs would talk, and one would be given time to move the women and children and old people, and it worked for them. And later in peacetime, they would talk about it. The creation stories tell about Wesekechek, who are about treating. These world treaties are about water, earth, air, fire, and of course, the Great Spirit. For instance, when a child is born, the mother's water breaks, and this signals that the child is to be born. He then gets his first breath of precious spiritual air, and he is a living human being. He is then wrapped in the warm hide and fur of an animal and enjoys the warmth of the fire and the life-giving milk of his mother. Soon he is playing with the other children outside on their own land, which happens to be Canada. When the Creator finished creating the land, sea, and air creatures, he called everyone forward and told them to ask for gifts they wanted to have for themselves. And thus he made treaties with all life on earth. Many of them asked to serve mankind, and they were warned about mankind and what he would be like as the best and worst of all of creation. And they accepted and understood his warnings. For their understanding and sacrifices, they were granted a place in thereafter. They would and should be honored by men and women and children in ceremony, which Indigenous people still do to this day. It is for these teachings that we respect air, fire, and water in a spiritual way. They are included in all our prayers and ceremonies. It is a good way to live.
We all have our own languages, understandings, and ceremonies. As Indigenous people, we respect the earth and all the children of the feathered, furred, scaled, two-legged, four-legged, and the winged citizens. We know mankind is the only creation that breaks treaties continuously. The others have never broken their sacred treaty with us. By our own common sense, we must pray for the earth and all who dwell here. For over 100 years, we have signed treaties between our different peoples and countries. The original idea was not about subservience, but rather respect. Languages must be used to be useful. They must be used by our children in schools, in the homes, in the rest of society. Our languages must be on TV so they can see and understand why, where, and when, and see what is happening in our parliament, it is important to have our languages. It's important to have our languages.
Winston Watney asked me to talk about how our language is important and related to our beliefs and structure. There are 4 elements: water, air, land, and fire. Language is related to these 4 elements. When you take a word and Cree and break it down, there are additional meanings within that word. Let us take water as an example. Water is women, life, connection to all of creation. It is beauty itself. Let us look at air. There is fresh air and dirty air. It all has an impact on how healthy we are. It is life, breath. Animals fly in air. We need good air to be healthy. Let us look at land. We live and we die. When we die, we become the land, and the land becomes our relatives. It feeds the grasses, it feeds the bison, and it feeds us. It is us. Think upon fire. Fire is also life. It keeps us warm, to cook, to survive. It cleans the land. It is also man. It works best with water. Let us take one word from the Cree language. Nikamun.
Singing.
To sing. Nika means in front, and mun means to eat.
To sing.
Song, as it is. If you break it down further, it could mean to be fed food by the one in front. This could also be the creator. To take it a bit further, it means whoever is in front is feeding us. This is where the greed for money becomes our subsistence. This has quickly become a starvation diet for us all, nature and mankind too. Do we have the responsibility and ability to respond, to learn, and save ourselves, our children, our mankind, and our world?
Without language, who are we as individuals? We become without a past, unable to understand the thoughts of the past, unable to understand our ancestors in ceremony. They, in turn, are unable to understand us when we can't communicate in our language. Our modern parliament has a role to play in helping Indigenous peoples. You can add to the scale of justice, ensuring that our Canadian languages, our Indigenous languages, do not become museum pieces relegated to the back of anthropological shelves on linguistics, but are living, alive, and adapted to a modern world. Yet they must always remain spiritually connected to the past. I dream of this moment when the Canadian state, which has far too long tried to ignore and terminate these languages, is part of the process in Parliament of breathing life into our common languages. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the House Leader. Thank you to the Canadians. Thank you to our ancestors who never stopped living. Thank you to the unborn who will soon carry the spirit bundle of language into the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Orkney.
Mr. Speaker, as a mother of two non-status Métis daughters, I am proud to ask the first question in the House of Commons in the Cree language. What benefit will this bill have for the Cree and Métis nations?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Iko Sane.
Thank you. Suicide has taken too many lives. It destroys whole communities. Language and culture are a part of their identity. To grow our children right.
Kona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend both members for speaking Indigenous languages. I hope one day very soon, on my retirement from this place, I too can pursue those languages in my homeland. It's a great privilege to learn those languages. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member, I have a specific question. Does he support, and is he willing to speak to his fellows on that side of the House to support amendments that have been brought forward by a number of members in this place on behalf of witnesses that appeared before committee and Indigenous peoples who have written to the government? And those would include making sure, requiring the Indigenous Language Commissioner be Indigenous, enshrining the United Nations Declaration as a legally binding provision of the bill, adding specific reference to the 60 scoop, and take specific measures to respect the language rights of the Inuit.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
That's a very long question, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot in there to unpackage. Obviously, I believe this bill actually does reflect the will of the House when we put forward our ideals and our values in the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples at the United Nations, and where the federal government went to the United Nations in 2016 and 2017 and 2018 to highlight once again Canada's support for the absolute acceptance of UNDRIP. I think this is actually, we're now at third reading. I think we've heard from a number of witnesses already on this bill. It is time to move forward, though. It is time to make sure that this legislation passes, because the languages, if we continue to debate and debate and debate, these languages will die. And they are dying. I was speaking with people from New Zealand, and the Maori language, only 10% of Maori are actually speaking the Maori language in New Zealand. And that was an absolute disaster, but they started rebuilding the language, working together as a society, Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, and trying to come up with a path forward. And today the language is even spoken in Parliament, and even non-Maori people speak the language and can do introductions. So I hope one day all MPs will be able to at least do an introduction in the Cree language. Tansei, Nimakoma.
Hello, I greet you. I am glad to see you all.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I want to know this bill about the youth. If the youth are affected,
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Igo Sane.
That's good. There's a lot of suicide, and it affects our communities. And if the youth know their identity, it helps with their character.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for not only talking about Indigenous languages, but showing us in practice how certain ideas can be conveyed in Indigenous languages that he knows. And I know many of us are involved in learning other languages, whether that's being French or English or other languages. I wonder if the member could share a little bit about just this reality that certain ideas maybe are easier to convey in some languages than others, that there's certain knowledge or experience that's inherently embedded in the way you might express yourself in one language that's different in another, and therefore that the preservation of Indigenous languages is a way of, through those languages, preserving certain ideas, certain values, certain experiences that maybe don't come across as clearly in other languages.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Monsieur Président, quand j'ai eu la chance à 22 ans,
Mr. Speaker, when I had the opportunity at 22 years of age to go to the military base, Valcartier, I didn't speak one word of French. I came from Alberta and I had an attitude, rather a very sad attitude towards the language of Molière. And it took a certain amount of time until I launched into learning French with the 22nd Regiment, whom I salute here today. I now consider them my comrades. After 4 months, I was completely bilingual because I didn't speak one word of English. This was for me a form of conciliation between the two solitudes. Here was another people in Canada, but there is the Indigenous peoples. I think people should be able to speak any language, English or French. That's very important to me. I think that the people in Quebec think differently than those in Alberta, Yes, we're Canadians, we're human beings, but they sometimes approach things in a different way. They work together, whereas in Alberta we're more individualist. Now, for me, language may have an influence on our thinking. And I think it's so important for culture and for Indigenous peoples to have a way to communicate with their ancestors, to communicate in ceremonies. And maybe people will have the opportunity to have someone who speaks Cree in the Royal Bank or the Caisse des Jardins. But at least people will be able to speak these languages at home and to build Canada as a place that all humanity can look at with admiration, because no other country has done this. We certainly have problems. There are things we can improve, but at the same time, there's no country as marvelous as Canada.
We have time for one brief question.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of brevity, I'll only say this. I agree with most of what the honourable member just said, but as a footnote, I think we should note that that New Zealand has very strong policies in place for preserving Maori language, and they have reserved places in the House of Commons for Maori representatives, and thanks to proportional representation, they now have an equivalent number of Maori representatives in their parliament to the population of Maori in the general population.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, it's quite an incredible thing. For me, this bill, though, really provides a sense of hope for many of my constituents, and it is going to be building onto the future. This is really about reconciliation for me. I'd also like to say I understand that there are seats that are reserved for Maori in certain parliaments, also in the Parliament of Taiwan. They also have seats reserved for Indigenous peoples. But at the same time, I know that I was elected simply based on my own merits. And that is a large debate within our society, whether we reserve seats within what we call the liberal democracies, whether people should have certain rights or different rights, or how those rights all work together. Canada, we seem to have come to a consensus surrounding the place of Indigenous peoples, but also people who have arrived here in the last 400 years, whether they're French or English. And so it's, for me, it's, you know, we can all work together. So, Tapwe.
Again, thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-91, and in that context as well, to make some broader comments about the federal government's relationship with Indigenous peoples. During his 1981 inaugural address, U.S. President Ronald Reagan said the following: "In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem." Now, looking at the history of Crown-Indigenous relations and the challenges Indigenous peoples face in Canada today, it is quite clear that so many of the particular challenges faced by Indigenous peoples in our time as well stem from government intervention. The intervention of government in their lives in a way that does not respect their rights as individuals, and by extension does not respect their identity and culture. Big government interventions that deny the primacy of culture, that reject parental authority and familial autonomy, and that believe that governments and special interests, as opposed to property owners and local people, should control resource development. These types of interventions have caused significant challenges for many Indigenous communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, while some would seek to construct a false antagonism between Conservatives and Indigenous communities, we recognize that it is the fundamentally conservative principle that families and communities are more important than the state, which could have and could still pave the path to meaningful reconciliation. On the terrible history of residential schools, these schools were rooted in the idea that government should control the education system and use it to impose values and practices which are contrary to the teachings of parents and communities. That idea was wrong. It was deeply wrong of various non-state actors to collaborate in the implementation of this policy, and all of those collaborators have apologized along with the government. But we should not forget that the root of this evil policy was that the state thought that it should and could interfere in the familial lives of Indigenous peoples to impose an education system which was contrary to their beliefs and values. Approaches that deny the necessary involvement of parents in education of children, advanced out of paternalistic notions that government functionaries can raise children better than parents, are always wrong and always deeply damaging. We should certainly endeavor to never repeat the mistake of cutting parents out of decision-making on their children's education. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're discussing in particular today the issue of Indigenous languages. As I said, I and the rest of our Conservative caucus are very much in support of this legislation. We are very supportive of the preservation and revitalization of Indigenous languages, and we recognize the need for governments to play a constructive role to undo damage, often damage done by governments in the past. Now, it should be clear to anyone who has learned a second language that language is more than a neutral medium for exchanging information. Languages have certain assumptions embedded in their structure about what is true and important, which makes certain ideas easier to convey in some languages than in others. People who speak a particular language also understand the cultural logic embedded in that language and can access different information and traditions through that language. So the preservation and revitalization of Indigenous languages helps Indigenous people and all Canadians benefit from a deeper understanding and appreciation of the ideas, history, culture, and values of different Indigenous nations. The preservation and revitalization of Indigenous languages helps to preserve and revitalize Indigenous traditional knowledge, knowledge that benefits Indigenous people and benefits all Canadians. Now, I wanted to make a few comments here about traditional knowledge because it's a very important concept, frequently invoked, but I think rarely explored. We can think of two distinct ways of knowing about things: empirical ways of knowing and traditional ways of knowing. Empirical ways of knowing involve testing and comparison. For example, if someone wants to find out if eating a certain compound reduces the risk of cancer, they might conduct a study whereby they have a group of people consume the compound on a regular basis and another comparable group not eat the compound. They would then eventually compare the outcomes for the groups and see if one group contracted, let's say, cancer at a higher rate than the other. This would be an empirical test, and it will provide good and clear information as long as the comparator groups were large enough and the researchers were careful to control for other factors. Empirical tests are great, although they can be costly and time-consuming. Assessing impacts over time in an empirical way obviously takes a lot of time. Traditional ways of knowing are also driven by data, but the data used is the experience of generations past. A particular culture might teach that, say, certain practices are good for one's health. This is because perhaps over thousands of years of tradition, that culture has observed how people do much better or worse in certain circumstances. Traditional knowledge and wisdom generally comes from observation over time and over generations, but without clearly defined or, well, at least well-remembered research design. Of course, traditional knowledge can, in certain cases, be wrong if people develop that knowledge by drawing the wrong conclusions from their observations. But it is also the case that empirical researchers can err by drawing the wrong conclusions from their observations. Empirical research is sometimes contradicted by subsequent empirical research, just as traditional knowledge may in certain instances be contradicted by empirical research, and traditional knowledge may be contradicted by other traditional knowledge. But it would be foolish to, as some might propose, discard or ignore traditional knowledge. It is valid and reasonable to draw at least tentative conclusions based on the experience and observation of others, including of one's ancestors. Indigenous communities in Canada have traditional knowledge about this land, about culture, about family and values, about life and dignity, and about many other things. Language is often the mechanism by which that traditional knowledge is passed on. But I think it is also worth observing that it is not just Indigenous communities here in Canada, but all cultures and traditions which bring with them elements of traditional knowledge. The majority culture in the West has, unfortunately, become deeply skeptical of its own traditional knowledge. Edmund Burke, the great English philosopher and politician, spoke of how we receive the goods of civilization from our parents and we pass them on to our progeny. And we should thus be cautious in the innovations we undertake to ensure that we are not unknowingly taking apart the substructure which holds together our prosperity and happiness. Burke talks, in different words, about the importance of considering traditional knowledge in the decisions that we make. If you bought a new house, Mr. Speaker, and saw that it had a pillar in a place which you did not find aesthetically pleasing, Would you immediately knock down the pillar, or would you first ascertain whether or not the pillar was necessary for preserving the structure of the house? I would say do not knock down the pillar unless and until you can be certain that it is no longer needed. If you are certain that it is not necessary, then you may remove it. But if you are not certain, then you are better off leaving it in place, assuming that the pillar reflects the best intentions of the previous owner and knowledge that they had about the house which you no longer possess. Your empirical knowledge might eventually supersede your deference to the status quo, but in the absence of clear empirical evidence, you would probably be wise to defer to the status quo in the meantime. Now, there are many different policy areas where we look at issues around empirical knowledge and traditional knowledge. One such area, for example, is discussions about the regulation of complementary or natural health products. Many are concerned that the government may seek to regulate these products in the same way that they regulate pharmaceutical products, even requiring the same types and levels of testing. But this policy ignores the possible benefit of traditional knowledge, the fact that people have been successfully using certain products for thousands of years to treat certain ailments, and that this can be a valid basis for people to make choices themselves about the self-care products they choose to use. If someone doesn't like that, then they're free to only consume things which have been demonstrated to be health improving through double-blind studies. But most Canadians would be open to trying complementary health products alongside conventional treatments if the benefits of those products had some traditional knowledge pointing in their favor. And people trying such products is precisely a way in which more data can be gathered about the impacts of certain products. Traditional knowledge and science develop through continuing experimentation and observation. I've written to the chair of the Health Committee to ask the committee to undertake a study on the health impacts of uninsured self-care products and services, because I think this is an area that requires greater engagement and study from Parliament. But this is just one area among many where we should take the idea of traditional knowledge seriously and recognize that it is complementary to, not antagonistic to, empirical knowledge. Coming back to the issue of Crown-Indigenous relations, the horror of Canada's experience with residential schools is precisely an example of where traditional knowledge about the critical nature of the bond between parents and children was ignored in favor of radical and capricious schemes to remake the world in a different way. The architects of the residential school experience, we should note, did not just ignore the value of Indigenous traditional knowledge, but they also ignored the traditional knowledge of our own society, traditional knowledge about the vital importance of the link between parents and children. I wrote the following recently in a column for the Post-Millennial. The idea that parents are the primary educators of their children, that human dignity is universal and immutable, that good societies are characterized by order and liberty, rooted in a shared concept of the common good, that people ought to live in accordance with the cardinal virtues, prudence, justice, courage, and temperance, that productive work is essential for well-being, that human rights are universal and stem from natural law. All of these and much more are part of the traditional knowledge of our civilization. Unlike traditional knowledge in the scientific domain, traditional knowledge in the domain of politics and morality cannot be put under a microscope, but perhaps that makes the contributions of traditional knowledge in these areas that much more important. Now, this legislation, C-91, through its work on language, seeks to preserve, through language, Indigenous traditional knowledge. So I hope we will also bring to our subsequent debates in this place a greater understanding and appreciation for traditional knowledge in general, and for the need to include it and reference it in our conversations. Mr. Speaker, also in the area of Crown-Indigenous relations, I'd like to make a few remarks about the impact of natural resource development on Indigenous communities. The ability of Indigenous communities to preserve and revitalize their languages, their traditions, their communities in general, requires some degree of opportunity. Natural resource development is not an end in and of itself, but it can provide the capital for Indigenous communities to make greater investments in the things that matter more, things like family, community, culture, and language. So many Indigenous communities believe in resource development because it allows them to get ahead and to achieve the objectives that they identify for themselves. It allows them to do so without leaving their communities and moving to the city. Our legal frameworks are supposed to recognize the importance of affected Indigenous communities having a meaningful say in decisions about resource development. But unfortunately, this government has a track record of imposing anti-development policies on Indigenous communities in clear contravention of their legal obligations. This hurts these communities economically, and therefore it weakens their ability to preserve their culture and language. This is yet another example of how inappropriate government intervention in the lives of Indigenous peoples undermines their ability to preserve their identity and culture. Now, I can show the House clearly how the Prime Minister is failing to meet his legal obligations in this respect to Indigenous peoples. The Natural Resource Committee was conducting a study on best practices for Indigenous consultation. On January 31st of this year, I had an opportunity to question public servants about our obligations and our actions when it comes to that consultation. So here's what I asked. Quote, is there a duty to consult Indigenous communities when those communities have put time, resources, and money into projects going forward, and then a government policy stops that progress from going forward? Is there a duty to consult if Indigenous communities are trying to move forward the development of a project and the government puts in place policies to stop that progress? Is there a duty to consult in that case? Now, Terence Hubbard, Director General at NRCan, replied with the following. The Crown's duty to consult is triggered any time it's taking a decision that could impact an Aboriginal community's rights and interests. So I followed up with this. Okay, it seems pretty obvious then that the policies like the offshore drilling moratorium in the Arctic, like Bill C-69, like Bill C-48, like the tanker exclusion zone, could have a significant impact on Indigenous communities and on their ability to provide for their own communities through economic development, which they may well have planned, and in many cases did plan, in advance of the introduction of those policies. Let me drill down on a few of those examples. What consultation happened by the government before the imposition of the tanker exclusion zone? I'm talking about before Bill C-48 was actually proposed, when the Prime Minister first came into office and introduced the tanker exclusion zone. Mr. Speaker, in response to my questions, it became clear that none of the departments represented in that hearing, none of the leading public servants that were involved in overseeing how the federal government consults with Indigenous peoples, knew about anything to do with Indigenous consultations around the tanker exclusion zone. Almost certainly, those consultations did not happen. While I was in the Arctic with the Foreign Affairs Committee last fall, we spoke to many different Indigenous communities about issues around cultural preservation, traditional knowledge, and natural resource development. And we were told on a number of occasions about concerns about anti-development policies coming from this government and their impact on the capacity of Indigenous communities to prosper and to use their resources to protect their culture in other ways that they see fit. We were told in particular that the government's approach to consulting northern communities before imposing an offshore drilling ban in the Arctic was to phone local premiers 45 minutes before the announcement. There was no meaningful consultation on an offshore drilling ban, and instead the announcement was made by the Prime Minister along with Barack Obama. This showed flagrant disrespect for Indigenous communities and for the way in which their ability to prosper and develop impacts their ability to preserve their culture. These facts, these conversations we had in the Arctic and other places, made clear that the Prime Minister has absolutely no interest in consulting with Indigenous communities before imposing anti-energy policies which affect their recognized right to pursue growth and opportunity within their communities. Of course, some Indigenous people, some Indigenous leaders, and some Indigenous nations oppose certain resource development projects, and their perspectives should be incorporated into meaningful consultation processes which do not give any one community a veto over projects that impact multiple communities. But the Crown duty to consult does not just exist for pro-energy policy. It also exists for anti-energy policy. Policies which deny Indigenous communities the opportunity to proceed with plans to build up their own self-sufficiency and fund projects which relate to cultural revitalization. The government, it is clear, does not actually care about consulting Indigenous communities, given their record. They simply want to use consultation as an excuse to hold up resource development in certain cases, while completely ignoring Indigenous communities when they want to pursue an agenda that is different from what those communities want. For the government, consultation means deciding what they want first, and then finding people who agree with them to help legitimize a decision that has already been made. This is not in keeping with the spirit of reconciliation or even with the law around duty to consult. And Mr. Speaker, a Conservative government led by our leader would show real respect for Indigenous people by ensuring meaningful engagement in communities, even in cases where there are differences of opinions. We will support the economic as well as the linguistic, cultural, and social aspirations of Indigenous communities, because we understand that culture is more important than politics. We will reflect our conservative values in our approach to this critical area, recognizing that for too long, big interfering government has held Indigenous people back. Government must indeed be a constructive partner, but above all else, government must always ensure that they are not getting in the way. That getting in the way has happened far too often in the past, and it continues, but it must come to an end. We desire in all of Canada to see strong communities, strong families, and strong, resilient individuals. I'm very pleased to be supporting Bill C-91, and I look forward to work that can be done to build on it in future, through government working in partnership with Indigenous communities, through government getting out of the way of Indigenous communities, and supporting their own efforts to thrive, to preserve and revitalize their culture, to strengthen their economies and their communities in so many other ways. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Umamasi.
This bill is important to my constituents. This is very important to our constituents.
That it provides a great deal of hope to many of my constituents, this legislation. It is a very important aspect to reconciliation. And I would ask my colleague across the way, when he thinks of reconciliation specifically with C-91, would he not agree that this is a significant step forward on reconciliation?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for the question. I'll just repeat some of what I said, which is that that our caucus are very supportive of this legislation. We understand the importance of language as more than just a neutral medium of exchange, but rather as something that entails within it cultural experiences, values that are best understood and conveyed within the context of those languages. So the work of preserving language is important as an end in and of itself, but it also is important for preserving knowledge and experience that benefits the next generation of Indigenous Canadians, but also that benefits all of us, that gives all of us an opportunity to learn from the knowledge that comes through these languages.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and I was happy to hear that he understands the importance of language to communities, to Indigenous communities across the country, as the core of their culture and at the core of reconciliation. We have 70-some Indigenous languages across Canada. Most of them are in British Columbia, where it's very diverse. In the Okanagan, where I live, the Seal people speak a language in Sealtian. There's only 50 fluent speakers of Sealtian left. It's at risk of extinction, as are 3/4 of Indigenous languages in Canada. And to reverse that trend, and this is, I think, at the heart of reconciliation, to reverse that trend takes money. The NDP is very much in favor of legislation to benefit Indigenous language knowledge across Canada, but we see one big flaw in this legislation. There's no long-term funding. The SEAL people have a fluency training program. It's one of only 3 in Canada where they're desperately trying to teach young people fluency in the language. And this takes time and money, and yet there's no funding at all in this legislation for that kind of work. And that is work at the heart of this whole idea of retaining these languages, retaining Indigenous cultures across Canada.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. It might sound like a little bit of a quibble, but I'm not convinced that language is, in his words, the core of culture. I think I think often values are the core of culture, but language is an important mechanism by which those things are passed on. I think it is an important distinction I wanted to make. To his comment about funding, cost obviously has to be considered, and it's important for government to be engaged in supporting with these processes. I think we can look at two different ways in which these types of important programs and activities can be supported, though. One is the engagement of government, which is definitely an element, and another is the way in which we can allow and support economic development to take place within these communities, which gives them the resources to invest in projects around language and other areas. So I'm not saying it's one or the other, but I think it's both. I think supporting economic development is a key part of the picture, and there are certainly many Indigenous communities in my province that have been able to benefit from natural resource development, and that has given them greater resources, greater capacity to undertake cultural preservation activities.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I appreciated his, as ever, thoughtful approach to this issue. We may disagree around some of the aspects of his speech, but I want to ask him, since he's clearly very thoughtful about issues of reconciliation, when his leader was before the Assembly of First Nations and was asked, what's it going to look like in the Conservative platform? What does your party think about reconciliation? As I recall, the answer was, you'll have to wait. We haven't finished figuring that out yet. And I wonder if my honourable colleague can shed any light on how the Conservative Party thinks we advance the essential quest for justice and reconciliation.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can just clarify the aspect in terms of our leaders' interactions with Indigenous leaders. First of all, I'm very pleased that our leader is very actively engaged, meeting with Indigenous leaders across the country, listening to them, sharing aspects of his vision for the country. I think the leader of the Green Party knows that there is a process by which political parties will communicate their general values, their inclinations, principles, and certain policy issues, and there's a certain timing in which specific aspects of those programs are laid out, and one doesn't necessarily publish the details of one's platform 6 or 12 months out from the time in which people will be making a choice on that. So, in terms of the specifics, in terms of the strokes of conservative values with respect to reconciliation, I mean, I talked about many of those in my speech today. We strongly believe in the importance of partnering with Indigenous communities, supporting reconciliation. We see in conservative values this idea of the importance of culture, of family having primacy over politics, the need for governments to be a partner, but also to get out of the way of communities. And I think that's perhaps the kind of discussion that you're more likely to hear from conservative parties in general. And I think it's the right approach when we see how historically the problem for many Indigenous communities has been that they have been held back by government policy that has been overly interventionist, overly paternalistic. So I think those values will be a good guide for us as we move forward with greater detail and greater specifics.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful speech. It was an honor for me to rise earlier and ask a question and be responded to in the Cree language. And I think we obviously are supporting this bill on Indigenous languages, but it's not enough to have the language. The language needs to be heard and understood. And I sometimes feel like the government opposite is not always hearing and understanding. And in my colleague's speech, he mentioned 1 or 2 examples. I wonder if you could expand on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and her excellent work in this area and so many others in this place. On the issue of the government listening to Canadians in general, and particularly in the context of this listening to Indigenous communities, I spoke about the issue of resource development and how the government does not want to listen to the voices of many Indigenous leaders who have been sounding the alarm about, for instance, Bill C-48 and Bill C-69. These are legislation that will make it virtually impossible for certain kinds of resource development projects to go forward in the future, which will undermine this incredible opportunity for prosperity, for opportunity for many Indigenous nations. And the government and many on the far left want to elevate the voices of some people in the Indigenous community while ignoring the voices of others. Now, I think our consultation approach needs to listen to everybody. We need to make sure that those who maybe don't share my particular views on resource development are still very much heard and listened to as part of a meaningful consultation process in which the outcome isn't predetermined. But I also think that process cannot give any one actor within it a veto over moving forward, and it must listen to all of those voices, including those who are in favor of development. So this is one of many areas, in particular that relates to the conversation around Crown-Indigenous relations, where the government is unfortunately failing to listen.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the government and the government House Leader for allowing me some time to speak to this legislation, even though they know that I'm not speaking for it, so I appreciate the opportunity. I think it's important that my voice be heard. I'm the only Inuk in this House who can speak freely and vote my conscience. And I cannot, in all good conscience, support this bill because it excludes the Inuit language. When I voted against it at second reading, I said I would bring forward an amendment to Bill C-91, and I did. The minister said in this House that he was open to amendments and was hoping to find one that would work. And I spoke with him personally about the intent of my amendment, and he seemed disposed of it. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it was a pretty innocuous amendment. In fact, ITK, who has spoken out and come out strongly against this legislation, they wouldn't have supported my amendment because they felt that it didn't go far enough. It wasn't strong enough, and they worked with my colleagues in the NDP to bring forward other amendments at the committee. Mr. Speaker, I know in my discussions with the minister, he had indicated to me that part of the problem with the amendments and what ITK was looking for with the legislation is that it didn't fit the mandate and the scope that he had with the legislation. And I was very, very, very careful to draft my amendment to make sure that it fit within the scope and the mandate of the legislation. Because I understand, having sat on the other side, that you are limited to what you can do and can't do given the mandate that you have. So I was very cognizant of that in bringing forward that amendment. My amendment simply left the door open for the minister to have the ability to work with Inuit for the inclusion of our language. Now, we have often heard the Prime Minister and ministers in this House claim that when it comes to committees, members are independent. They are not told how to vote at committee, is what we hear. I know now that that is not the case. And at this committee, we got the same old, same old. All the Liberal members voted my amendment down as they were told. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they voted down every single opposition amendment. Mr. Speaker, I may be a little naive, but I am of the belief that committees of the House are when all members, regardless of party affiliation, can work together to make improvements to legislation. And believe me, this bill needs improving. To vote down amendments without regard or consideration simply because you're a Liberal and others aren't is childish politics, and it has no place in our democracy. In Nunavut, Mr. Speaker, we govern by consensus. We have no political divisions. All members work together for the good of the people. We could use more of that in this place, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-91 would be a better piece of legislation for it. Mr. Speaker, last week I asked the Prime Minister why in the budget he was funding ITK directly and bypassing the government of Nunavut to deal with our housing and healthcare crises, even though that the government of Nunavut is a service provider. He got pretty hot under the collar. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he was very agitated when he said, and I'll quote, "I will make no apologies for taking a distinctions-based approach." Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the approach that ITK thought was being used when developing this legislation. But it's become very clear that the government never had any intention of using it. And this is one of the major problems that ITK has with it. The Prime Minister in those comments seemed to be saying for the budget he was taking a nation-to-nation approach with Inuit. Well, you can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. Nation building with Inuit on one bill and excluding us on another. This is a very important piece of legislation and long overdue. The preservation of languages is important to all cultures. And now, for the first time, we are recognizing Indigenous languages, ensuring that they are protected from extinction, just not all of them. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, because Inuit languages are not included in this legislation, I cannot support it. And I look forward to any comments or questions from members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his testimony here. I mean, it was a speech, but in a sense it was also testimony of what he himself experienced by sitting on that committee. And to see all of the amendments rejected, to see the paternalistic approach of this government, I mean, I just think it's unfortunate that a member of Parliament would have to say, look, I don't know if I'm being naive, but I would hope that in a committee that the members would take independent decisions and not be guided only by the government. So I want to ask him, did the government maybe realize that they had been waiting for 4 years on this very, very important issue that, then they decided they had to rush at the last minute because, even if it wasn't perfect, that they would just ram it through anyway? What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I mean, I can't speak for the government as well the timing of the legislation, but, I have heard that there was other pieces of legislation that they were trying to bring forward that got derailed, and they felt that they needed to bring something forward, so this piece of legislation was brought forward. I've heard from ITK and NTI that they feel that this was rushed and that more time could have been taken to make sure that it was done appropriately and better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's recognition that it's important that we hear a diversity of voices in this place. And as I've always said, that we will ensure that members do have the opportunity to raise their comments and concerns so that we can actually do better as we move forward. And my question, and I see the member for Kitchener-Conestoga using unparliamentary terminology. I would appreciate if he would not put words in my mouth and tell me what I think or what I believe. But I would like just to remind the honourable member that he gave such an eloquent speech that there were amendments that were accepted at committee from the opposition. And I would encourage him to know that the legislation is being debated today that has been amended from its original form. I would like some acknowledgement that the legislation does put in financial obligation on the government of the day. That means a new government would have to change the legislation because there's an obligation on the government of the day to now have to fund languages. I agree that languages have been taken away for far too long. We need to make sure we strengthen them. I'm proud of my first first language and I would not be who I am today. I think we've done a disservice when it comes to our relationship with Indigenous peoples. This is not the end-all be-all, but it definitely is a step in the right direction. We have a lot more work to do. Would that member agree that we need to work better together, that this is a step, and that we could find a path in finding a better way forward for communities so that we strengthen those relationships? Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for her question. I think, I do agree, as I said before, that I agree with the principle of the legislation. But I think, in fact, as she's saying, that we need to work together, we need to work to continually improve things, that I provided them with an opportunity to do that. And then they chose to defeat the amendment. To me, that's not showing, like I said, I had spoken with the minister. I was very cognizant to bring forward an amendment that fit within the scope and the mandate of what he had to work with, that would just give him the ability to open that door to work with Inuit. And they chose to defeat that, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's a lost opportunity, and I wish that they would have taken that opportunity. The C91 would have been better for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague a question, but in preface to that, I want to comment on the comment that was made about my comments to the member from Waterloo. I was simply saying that.
Do you know this guy at all? He's never cut
I was simply saying that when the input is requested, they listen with their ears, but then they shut it down. That's all I said. They shut it down. So I just want to ask my colleague if, in fact, my understanding is true, that in the committee there were amendments made, but all of them were shut down by the majority Liberal members of that committee. I simply want to confirm that that is what I heard and that is factual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to my recollection, that is the case. But as the Government House Leader pointed out, that there were some that were accepted. So, I would have to go back. All the ones that were brought forward by opposition at the committee when I was in attendance were defeated. But I'm not sure 100% if that's an exhaustive limit of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend from Nunavut for his intervention. Just to set the record straight, during the deliberations at committee, a number of amendments were accepted, amendments from the different parties. At every stage, the member from Nunavut was invited to take part, and as a government, we made every accommodation for that participation to take place. But he wasn't at all of the proceedings, and therefore may not be privy to some of the amendments that did pass. It's on the record. The bill that we passed on second reading and what's come today is different. It's amended, and we're debating this as amended, so I just want to set the record straight on that. But I want to ask the member, how is Inuktitut excluded from this legislation? Because I'm a little perplexed when he claimed that the language is currently excluded, and it is there in terms of the framework. It's there. Every Indigenous language is included in the legislation, and it directly addresses the issues of every Indigenous language that's currently spoken. And how does Article 8 and 9 allow the government to work with the province and territories? I want to get his comments on those two, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And as I pointed out, all the amendments that were brought forward when I was at committee were defeated. And I, as I did with the minister, take his word that he was looking for a solution, to come up with an amendment that would keep everybody happy. It would be a compromise. I'll take his word for that. That didn't seem to be the case with my amendment. The amendment that, like I said, I brought forward, he says we're dealing with an amended bill, but it does not, none of the amendments deal with any of the issues that were raised by ITK or NTI that have stated publicly that, this piece of legislation was in no way co-developed with Inuit. And so, as the member for Nunavut representing the largest population of Inuit in Canada, I have to not support this piece of legislation because of the concerns that they raised and seemingly or apparently ignored by this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just time for one more short question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my honourable colleague for I think, a very principled position. I think all of us in this House really want to see Indigenous languages preserved, protected, enhanced across the whole country. But we in this party share those concerns that this legislation mystifyingly leaves out Inuit languages in a bill that is supposed to deal with Indigenous languages, does not require the Indigenous Languages Commissioner to even be Indigenous, makes no references to UNDRIP, and has some significant, serious flaws. So we will join with him in opposing this bill quite reluctantly because, of course, we'd like to see Indigenous language legislation passed. My question to him is, how is it possible that a federal government can bring forward legislation in this place dealing with Indigenous languages and exclude the Inuit languages?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I thank my colleague for the question, but as I pointed out, I think the president of ITK and the president of NTI spoke publicly against this legislation because of that exclusion. And I think that, as I mentioned, that at the onset of the development of C91, they were led to believe that it would be based on a distinctions-based approach to developing the legislation. And it seems like now that we have it, it isn't. And I think one of the things that I tried to bring forward with my amendment, which was a soft amendment, and I believe it would have been a very friendly, easy amendment to accept, that would allow the minister to have the door open to work with Inuit if he chose to do so. It wasn't a shall, it wasn't a must, it was a may. And there's no, it's still, Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of baffled why that amendment was defeated. It in no way committed the government or any government, this government or any government in the future, to any type of direction or commitment, which I know is something that you can't do. So I was very careful to put forward that amendment in a way that allowed the government to move forward and have the ability to recognize the wishes of Inuit in this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to be constructive and positive, and I have to say that this really, really bothers me when we see the government trying to play, I don't know, this kind of divine sanctity card. But they know what's going on. It's really, really annoying. Now, I saw the Conservatives. I was in Parliament with the Conservatives. But this we know best attitude, it is so annoying. When you look at all these amendments, well, I was there. I was at the Heritage Committee as well. So we have the NDP's dissenting amendments, 17 of them. Now, the amendment my colleague talked about earlier was a constructive one, which opened doors to other things. But it's the Liberals who are always right. They just know this. Now, let's talk about Bill C-91. I want to talk to you about my experience as a member here. I represent Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, and my first interest is to defend my constituents, to defend the aerospatial industry, and try to find solutions to deal with problems, and to deal especially with the problem that a third of people, of the children in my riding, live under the poverty line. So there was a citizen from Longueuil who was interested in the issues of First Nations. So I'm here to defend my riding in Quebec and to fight climate change. But I want to thank my colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, with whom I'll be sharing my time. In 2011, I didn't even know there was an Edmonton Strathcona. I was just a normal citizen, and I didn't know very much about issues dear to First Nations people. So there was a leadership race after the death of Jack Layton, and my colleague, the member for Abitibi, James Bay, talked to me a great deal, and we found that we had an ambassador for the Cree Nation, and he is now among those people who's scratching his head saying, is this bill really, does it really answer, does it respond to the needs of our people? With this member for Nunavut, Bay James, anyway, I'm getting it mixed up, but you know who I'm talking about. But let's look at what happened in Quebec with the Peace of the Brave. And let's look at UNDRIP. I saw the depth of issues that had to be dealt with. This is not a theoretical thing. It's something you feel. And this man, who's a friend, taught me that legislative change and this privileged relationship that the Liberals, above all, talk about, something that has to be really nurtured. And this really was brought home to me when we began talking about First Nations languages. There was overwhelming testimony. It was really moving. We heard from people who were really suffering to see their past erased, their origins erased, their culture just bleached with JAVEX by the federal government. And it is in this framework and from this perspective that, as member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I really was shocked to see that there were so many open wounds that the TRC tried to deal with and give us a path forward toward reconciliation. So it was from that perspective that we came to the committee with a fraternal attitude. But today, and I go back to my colleague for Abitibi Nunavut, because he talked about whether or not our legislation is in compliance with UNDRIP. But things were just left there. Legislation that important that would have redefined our relationship with Indigenous peoples, with the very roots of this country. But it was just sort of put aside for partisan reasons. There were games in the Senate, but really, this was shameful, and things have to move. We might need a baseball bat to get things moving a bit so that Indigenous people's rights are respected and that they are enshrined in legislation. C-91 is a bill that quite obviously is fundamental and very important in the reconciliation process. Now, I can tell you that I can understand perfectly well how a language is your first lived experience of a culture. Everything goes through language. And we can see how endangered it is. When I was in Kahnawake, Mr. Norton explained to me that the language was imperiled. They were trying to support it and encourage people who were interested to learn it, to commit to it. There were people who were taking years to relearn this language. So I understand how important this issue is. And further, I was very happy to have, as a colleague, in respect to this bill, my colleague from Nunavut, James Bay. This isn't something you can improvise. It's far too delicate a thing. This isn't standard legislation. This is one that will have an emotional, a deep impact. It's something that will sculpt our relationship and that makes sure that this culture thrives into the future. Now, it's obvious that we've heard about how important it is. We know that there are officials who are trying to design a legislative text that will respond to needs, but really, I'm trying not to use words that would provoke reactions. They're saying, oh no, we're saints. We do everything perfectly. I won't say that, but I'll try to put things perhaps a bit more tactfully. If this bill was so important for the Liberal government, how is it that we're talking about it 5 weeks before Parliament will rise? Come on, give me a valid reason why they pushed this off to the very end of the parliamentary sitting. The Heritage Committee dealt with it. We always look at issues of cultural resilience, be it Quebec, be it First Nations, be it for the Inuit. Now, the process and the metaphor I use is, oh, hey, look, we're really busy. Parliament's going to close soon. We really don't have time. It might be fun to do something. Maybe we can get something through so people can't say we didn't do anything in 4 years. Now, as my colleague put it so well, one of the major players has not satisfied, has not been thoroughly enough consulted, and it's pathetic to see how the saintly Liberal government has shown that it does not understand how fundamental this is, how precious this legislation is, and I think it's such a pity to see just how they decided to get this passed quickly and then maybe look at it again later.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the member opposite's observation about the extraordinary privilege that one has as a member of Parliament, and perhaps the shame one has as a Canadian that our approach to First Nations communities and Indigenous peoples across this country is made better by our presence in the House of Commons as opposed to being a qualification to get here to begin with. This is, in fact, truth and reconciliation in action, as you can see here today with the various languages being spoken on the floor. And on this bill in particular, and on the reference to our member from Iqaluit, One of the challenges we have with the horrid colonial past that this country has unfortunately emerged from, and hopefully is changing, is that even inside of things like UNDRIP, there are competing interests which have been driven by colonialism. For example, in some regions of this country, the Inuit will claim land and territorial right, but other communities, perhaps the Dene in some circumstances that I can think of specifically, will say, actually, we have a claim there too. And the challenge with linking language and geography, in particular around Indigenous communities, is that those claims are equal, competing, and not necessarily easy or quickly resolvable. And the challenge with the ITK position was that they sought to establish language rights on a geographic basis as opposed to a human basis, and that was the challenge we're dealing with. And I'm curious to have the member opposite look at it from that perspective and reflect on his comments, that we have to improve this situation, but we also have to come back to it almost immediately to start fixing it once again, because when you link language to geography, you may exclude the more harmed person within the colonial experience.
The honourable member. Well, I thank my colleague for his understanding of the magnitude of the issue of Indigenous languages and also of the issues for Innu and Métis. And I don't want to give the impression that I'm neglecting the complexity of this work, but quite frankly, one has to admit it's frustrating to sit on a committee, the Heritage Committee, which is told, well, this is a government priority, but they're so late that we're still the pre-study. And then we come with the most open possible attitude. But I understand it's a very complex issue, except people have to pull together and work as much as possible with everyone involved. Questions and comments?
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Lim lim, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say lim lim to my colleague from Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Lim lim is words for thank you in the language in Sealshin, the language of the Seal people, where I come from in the Okanagan Valley. And there's plenty of people who know more in Sealshin words than I do, but there's only 50 people on the planet that can speak in Sealshin in a fluent manner, and the Seal people are working hard to raise that level of fluency, but it takes time and money and effort. They have a fluency program. It's one of only 3 in Canada that I believe are aimed at bringing up fluency in languages that are near extinction. He mentioned Kahnawake, the Mohawk language is one, Squamish near Vancouver is another, and they need funding. They need ongoing funding. We can't wait for the Conservatives mentioned, we just have to raise the economic works that go on in these communities so they can afford it. We need funding now. We need funding on an ongoing basis, and that's one of the things the NDP finds completely lacking in this bill.
Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I really admire that he's able to speak in the language of some of his constituents. You know, some of these languages are disappearing. And actually, I should have spoken about this in my remarks. There is no money set aside. Many people challenge or question the fact that the commissioner doesn't necessarily come from the Indigenous communities. My colleague has said that this is so important, and there are only 50 speakers of the language. That's scandalous. There are so many institutes dealing with archaeology, but we don't want our Indigenous languages to fall into that area of archaeology.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, at the start, I'd like to acknowledge that this House rests on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, it just occurred to me in listening to the discussion on here that not only do we have the tragedy of the disappearing of our languages, my ancestors came to Newfoundland in around 1610 and then had friendly relations. My family particularly had friendly relations with the Beothuk. So not only have we lost the languages of the Beothuk are gone. So, you know, as a nation, we have to get serious about this, and we have to make sure going forward in laws that this place is enacting to actually deliver on the United Nations Declaration and delivering on the calls for action by the TRC, that we're really getting it, and that we're getting it because we have directly consulted with the Indigenous peoples of Canada. So it's a great honor to speak to C91. And not only is it an act respecting Indigenous language, we should be more precisely put the language rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Although the Inuit are expressing concerns, it doesn't quite get it from their perspective. And as some renowned scholars in Indigenous matters have said, we shouldn't even talk about Indigenous languages. We should be naming all of the languages and all of the peoples because they themselves are distinct. So the preamble to this bill specifies that recognizing and implementing the rights related to Indigenous languages is at the core of reconciliation. And reference is made to the calls to action by the TRC on language and culture, as well as adoption and implementation of the UNDRIP. And Mr. Speaker, if we actually go to the calls to action, it's actually titled Language and Culture. It's not language, it's language and culture. And the TRC calls on the federal government to acknowledge Aboriginal rights, include Aboriginal language rights, but then they go on to say that legislation that is to be enacted in this bill we're speaking to right now, that is fundamental to the valued element of Canadian culture and urgency to preserve them, that the language rights are reinforced in the treaties, that the government has a responsibility to provide sufficient funds. It's right there in the calls to action. And that the preservation, revitalization, strengthening of those languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities themselves, and that the funding must reflect the diversity of Aboriginal languages. They then call on the federal government to appoint a Commissioner of Aboriginal Languages, which the bill does, but it's to be noted that the calls for action also specifically call for this government to fully adopt and implement the UNDRIP, and to implement national action plans, strategies, and concrete measures. So in reading the actual call, we have to recognize that, yes, it is language and culture. They are tied together. And it's important to recognize that the calls for action on language and culture must be considered in the context of the bundle of rights in the Truth and Reconciliation and in the UNDRIP. You can't just handpick one or the other. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, here that I have repeatedly tried to get this government to actually make the UNDRIP binding in bills that come forward, in particular in decisions by this government that impact the lands and the resources of Indigenous peoples. Sadly, all rejected. So why was this call to revitalize Aboriginal languages issued? So as shared so clearly in the TRC report, the very intent of the residential school program was to take the Indian out of the Indian. And this was done by wrenching wee children from their families and communities and traditions and forbidding their languages and cultural practices. And as Commissioner Sinclair has said so clearly, it amounted to cultural genocide. So for far too many Indigenous peoples today, they have lost not only their language, but connection to their cultures and their traditional communities. And as my colleague, the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, has shared, the vast majority of Indigenous languages in this country are endangered, and there's a critical need to address this challenge. There's an urgent need at this moment as we speak to address that language. The languages are important. If the legislation fails to reflect the intent of the bill, we're not doing our Indigenous brothers and sisters in this country any favors. To the credit of Indigenous peoples and other supportive groups, great efforts continue to be made to revitalize their languages and cultures. And one example of an Indigenous community investing in this objective is the initiative led by the Cayuga and Mohawk Immersion Program at Six Nations. And Mr. Speaker, I had the honor a number of years ago to visit that community and to visit this school. It is absolutely inspiring to see what is done there without government support, even though they desperately need it. The sad thing, Mr. Speaker, is for this particular school where they are working on teaching people the Goaino language, they have to hold their school above the curling rink. They can't even get the support of the government to actually build a proper school so that they can teach their children these languages. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, as I was leaving this facility, the children came out of the classrooms and they go into a round house and they sing the traditional songs. And I witnessed firsthand the tears of the elders that once again, their community is learning to speak their language and to understand the culture. It was phenomenal. Now, there are other examples of non-Indigenous entities supporting the development and the preservation, revitalization of Indigenous languages. One such entity is the Canadian Indigenous Languages and Literacy Development Institute, or CILDI, at my alma mater, the University of Alberta. And they bring together Indigenous Canadians from across the country to work on learning their languages and how they can promote and how they can revitalize the language. And they get university credit for this. And I think that this government actually invests in advanced education. This is an area where we should be providing similar programs right across this country. Mr. Speaker, some members have commented on the irony that while this place is debating a language about Indigenous languages, some of the members of this place who are Indigenous were not accorded the opportunity to speak in their language. One of my colleagues, the member for Desnethé Mississippi Churchill River, was not able to speak in Dene because she had to give 48 hours notice. So I'm looking forward to the time in this place where we have the interpreters available. As the government moves forward and keeps changing what bills come forward, it isn't necessarily possible to give advance notice to be able to speak in your language. I have attended Dene gatherings in Northwest Territories where there will be 10, 12 interpreters available. It's not that we don't have those skills in this country. We have to get serious about providing it in this place at the federal level. So we have witnessed a number in this place to speak. I think the priority has to be to ensure the opportunity for those who are Indigenous to speak. Of course, it's great to hear those of us non-Indigenous trying to speak those languages, and that's admirable. I want to thank the member for Nunavut for raising the concerns raised by the Inuit at committee. They are deeply, deeply troubled by this bill, and it's very concerning that the government is not considering and didn't properly consult on this. So we have called for a number of amendments. My understanding is everyone rejected. And those ones that are critical include the requirement the Indigenous Language Commissioner be Indigenous. I think that's pretty obvious. To enshrine the UNDRIP as a legally binding provision of this bill. And to add specific reference to the discriminatory policy of the 60s scoop that led to the erosion of Indigenous languages, and finally, include specific measures to respect the language rights of the Inuit. Miigwech.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Edmonton Strathcona for her remarks. I know she's a lawyer, so I would like to essentially ask her the legality with respect to the Charter as well as our Human Rights Code in putting a provision in a bill where we prescribe particular background of an individual, whether putting a clause that says Indigenous Languages Commissioner, which we all agree ought to be an Indigenous person, whether putting that in legislation would violate the Charter, or how she would hope to frame that so that it can sustain a challenge on the Charter front.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm understanding from the honourable member that this is the reason why the government does not want to specify that in the bill. somebody may decide to come forward and to challenge that. But this is a bill specifically about honoring, developing, preserving Indigenous languages. To me, it would be absurd that somebody would come forward and challenge that person who is leading that program. If this is supposed to be a nation-to-nation relationship, I think it's a perfectly reasonable request that First Nations have brought forward, that Indigenous peoples have brought forward, that person should be an Indigenous person. In law after law, this government is changing the legislation to actually specify that a lot of advisory bodies also include Indigenous people. So why not specify here?
And comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, I was not actually aware that the people of Nunavut and their language was not protected underneath that. That was news to me when I heard the member from Nunavut get up and speak. And so I think that is definitely a miss by this government. And I would ask the member, could she elaborate on the amendments that their party brought that were rejected so we could understand what they were? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member. Always a pleasure to hear her speak in this place. I don't know if the member is asking about all of the amendments. I don't think it's appropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to speak specifically to the call of amendments by the head of the ITK or by the member from Nunavut. I think that they've expressed that need specifically very well themselves. My understanding is the deep concern is that the Inuit people felt, and the people of Nunavut, and the government of Nunavut, that they weren't sufficiently consulted in advance in development of this bill. And surely that should be one of the most important aspects as we move forward under the UNDRIP and under the calls for action by the TRC, that every legislation that comes forward in this place that may impact the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples must be developed hand in glove with those people.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for Edmonton Strathcona. I did present more than a dozen amendments at committee, and like other members was disappointed that there were no amendments accepted at clause by clause as the bill was reviewed. I was very taken with the remarks from the honourable member from Nunavut to be the only Inuktitut speaker in this place who's allowed to also speak his mind because he sits as an independent is a powerful position to be in. I've struggled with how to vote on this bill, but Indigenous groups within my riding have asked me to support it. I will vote for it, but I do so with a sense of deep regret that the amendments to incorporate the Inuit peoples and Inuktitut as a language were not heeded. We also will need substantial funding. So in that struggle that I think I share a lot of what the member for Edmonton Strathcona just said. I hope that both of us have come down where we're confident we're doing the right thing for an issue that matters so very much, which is to preserve and protect Indigenous languages from coast to coast to coast. I just want to invite my friend from Edmonton Strathcona to share where she's landed in that struggle. Even though we know this bill isn't perfect, I think it must pass.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague. We have worked together in many bills where almost all, hundreds of our amendments have been rejected, even though we're supposed to be open to, this government is open to amendments. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have been very clear. We will oppose this bill, and I'm doing that out of respect for my two Indigenous colleagues who made very reasonable proposals for amendments, and those have been rejected. But as I mentioned earlier, the TRC itself is very specific, and it calls on this government to provide the funds. And so there must be at least some kind of provision in this legislation. We keep seeing this time after time in bills that are coming forward to begin to recognize the rights and interests of Indigenous people, and yet there is no commitment to funding. Another clear example is the safe drinking water legislation the Conservatives put in place, where they simply transferred liability to the First Nations. So no, with regret, I don't think for something as significant as this, that is supposed to be implementing this country's commitment to the UNDRIP and to the Truth and Reconciliation calls for action, a step forward is enough. How soon again are we going to get a bill before this place again to actually correct the parts of this bill that should have been there to begin with?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sanjay Trinkwisi Shilikat. And I'd like to congratulate all the members from all parties that spoke in some Indigenous languages at the beginning of this historic day, this historic legislation, and this very exciting debate, which is taking place on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. I want to just set the scene for a bit of the background for this bill before I get into the bill itself, and that is the fact that these people could speak, that the first speech today was in Cree, and that it was with simultaneous translation. It was the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that I chaired did a study earlier this year about having Aboriginal languages in the House, and it was they brought recommendations to the House. The House agreed to it. I think everyone agreed to it, which is very exciting. So for the first time in history, those MPs that could speak an Aboriginal language have the right to speak that in the House and in the committee and have simultaneous translation. And you can imagine that Indigenous youth sitting at home in an urban area or in a village or on a reserve, and they can see that they can actually use their language in the highest democratic institution of the land, how much strength it gives them, how much hope it gives them, how much support it gives them for their languages. And that's a very exciting happening in this particular parliament, a very exciting achievement in this particular parliament that was initiated by the actions of the member that spoke at the very first of this debate today, and he spoke totally in Cree, as did some other members. I just want to tell a story about, and that was the member for Winnipeg Centre. We put a lot of emphasis on youth, and as you know, the Prime Minister has a youth council. Many MPs have youth council, and I was at a youth meeting. I think it was convened by the Minister of Indigenous and Crown Relations, and this young Indigenous woman, who I think has spoken before the United Nations, from the Yukon, said, you know, the people always say, if you get the, and it might have come up in this debate, you know, you get the jobs, you get good progress in your life, and then you get strong in everything, and then you can bring forward your culture and your language, which is to the benefit of all of us to see that great, creative, exciting diversity. And this young woman made the point that that's all wrong, that that's putting the cart before the horse, that what you need first is the language and the culture and your confidence in that language and culture, because that's what gives you the strength. That's what gives you the strength to succeed in school, in life, because you have confidence in yourself. You know where you come from. You're very proud of yourself through your language. And of course, the language is the basis of your culture. And as I think was mentioned in this debate before, language is more than just another word for translating a word, because the languages express how you live, and in some languages there are no words. For instance, in Inuktitut, there are a number of different words for snow, whereas in English there are one, if not very many. So languages portray the thought and the way your culture is, and so it's very, very important to the way of life. I think you can, and the statistics show that if you study Indigenous peoples around the world, those that have pride in themselves, that understand their language, have pride in their culture, are more successful than those who are not. So it's a great move today that the House of Commons, because all parties, there's been a lot of support here today, so it's very exciting what the House of Commons is doing. And part of this, of course, is it's a great step in reconciliation, partly to fix a wrong that we were a big part of creating. Not only did foreigners coming into Canada overwhelm in numbers the First Peoples here, but through we actually took steps to sadly, to diminish their languages through residential schools, through the 60 Scoop, through the apprehension of Indigenous youth into non-Indigenous families, and through relocations. So that's why this Act C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, is so exciting. First of all, to ensure that language is included under the rights referred to in Section 35 of the Constitution, the right to develop and preserve their language. Second of all, that the bill ensures adequate, stable funding for the languages, and I'll mention that in more detail later because funding has been actually brought up before, so I want to ensure the strength of the sections on funding. And of course, it's for the revitalization, the strengthening of Indigenous languages, and have to make sure all these things are implemented, to have a commissioner. And as I think a number of members in the various debates, various stages of this debate have mentioned, this is very critical to move quickly because Indigenous languages are dramatically disappearing. And thank goodness many Indigenous leaders and elders in my area and in other areas have taken to recording their languages, so they'll always be there and can be revitalized or renewed by the youth. I think in my area, I think I saw the passing of the last elder that spoke fluently in the language of Tagish. If not, there's not many left. So this is very critical. I think at the time of Europeans first came to North America, there were over 90 Indigenous languages. There's still over 70, but some of them have very, very few speakers, as our committee, the Procedures Committee, found out when we were studying this. And so it's very important that this bill get implemented as soon as possible to make sure we halt the diminishment of these languages and promote and restore them and build them up with the youth. And to, of course, also fulfilling the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action of 13, 14, and 15, and setting the stage for the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights. I think it was sections 11 to 16. One of the important things about this legislation is it was co-developed with the First Nations. And so that's why a number of the clauses, the principles, are very thoughtfully created because of the work with First Nations to create this legislation. I just want to mention a bit about funding, and that's that, of course, to do this requires funding, of course, to implement, to preserve, restore languages. And so we've made sure that in this particular government, that is taken care of, that in the budget of the last budget, there's $330 million over 5 years and $117 million after that. So for the purposes, before the bill even gets into effect, all sorts of projects are going on across the country and very, very large increases. I think back in 2017, there might have been like $5 million amount or something like that. So huge increases in the funding that's necessary to go ahead. So we've taken care of that for the immediate future for the next 5 years, but that doesn't preclude the possibility of a future government. I don't think there would be one from the people in this House, but if there was a future government that wanted to just stop funding this to make this bill ineffective, so it doesn't happen very often, but we've put it in this bill in particularly in Section 5, subsection D, a statutory requirement that all future governments will have to fund this activity, the required activities, which of course the Commissioner will, I'm sure, make sure he or she monitors. So Section 5D says establish measures to facilitate the provision of adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages. So that preserves the funding. Like I said, we've provided it now, but that preserves it into the future, regardless of what government happens to be in power. There's been lots of, because this is such a unique endeavor, there's been a lot of great education for MPs, hearing from Indigenous MPs and other MPs of the information from their particular area. So I want to provide some interesting facts from my particular area. The Yukon, my riding covers the whole Yukon and the traditional territories therein of 14 First Nations. Europeans might think, the Germans are very keen on North American Indigenous culture. Europeans, some of them I think that one Indigenous person anywhere in North America is the same as another Indigenous person. They're all the same language, same culture, same dances, which of course is not true. In my particular area, which is 1/1000th of Canada's population, we have 8 language groups. The Gwich'in, the Northern Shoshone, there's a bit of Upper Tanana, Southern Shoshone, Tagish, combined with Tlingit, a tiny bit of Tahltan, Kaska. And I'm going to describe the peoples. As I said, their cultures are different, their histories are different, their languages are different. And to the north of us, there's even a bit of Inuvialuit people. But I'm going to describe the 8 ones that are in the Yukon just a little bit so people understand that they would, some information about these language groups that they would never otherwise know. So according to oral tradition, from the languages, the Yukon First Nation peoples, and of course that's why traditional knowledge is so important, because it's a unique type of knowledge passed down by generation orally. So Yukon First Nation peoples have lived in this land since Crow, a mythological creature of the time, made the world and set it in order. Archaeologists calculate that first humans inhabited the Yukon more than 10,000 years ago, crossing the Barren Land Bridge from Asia or the accompanying waters. Today, First Nations people belong to Athabascan or Tlingit language groups. And as I said, I'll just go into briefly what these 8 groups, the 8 specific groups, are like. First of all, in the Gwich'in language. The Gwich'in people are our most northerly group in the Yukon. They inhabit a huge area of land in which there are 4 different dialects. Most familiar to Yukoner are the Vuntik Gwich'in, who reside in Old Crow. Then there's the Tetlik Gwich'in, Northwest Territories, the Coot Gwich'in in the Blackstone area of the Yukon, and the Alaska Gwich'in. The Vuntik Gwich'in First Nation is the modern-day political organization of the Yukon Gwich'in. Vuntik Gwich'in signed the Yukon First Nation final agreement in May of 1993. The people live along the Porcupine River and follow the annual cycles of subsistence. Right at the center of their life is the porcupine caribou herd. And I just want to diverse for a section because of the critical struggle we're in at the moment to protect that porcupine caribou herd. Basically, if that herd goes extinct, it's really cultural genocide of the Gwich'in people of Alaska, of the Yukon, of Northwest Territories, because their whole life revolves around it. They're clothed vests similar to this, not identical to this. Their food, sometimes when I've been there, they've had a caribou 3 times a day. It's really the whole heart of their culture. And so it's absolutely fundamental that this herd not be diminished. But Mr. Trump and the Republicans have passed legislation to allow drilling in the calving grounds, a very sensitive part of the life cycle of these caribou, which could very endanger this roughly 130,000 strong herd. So we're fighting. The Gwich'in people have fought for decades against to protect that area, along with the Canadian Embassy in Washington, and I've been involved for a couple of decades trying to fight against any drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. And Canada has a responsibility because we have an agreement with the United States to protect that herd. The second group of people I'll talk about is the Han people, are people who live where the Yukon and Klondike rivers merge. And they lived through the greatest impact of change when the Klondike Gold Rush marked their lives with great social upheaval and displacement. And the chief there was Chief Isaac, I think I remember, was very forward-thinking, and he took their songs and their dances to a community in Alaska, and he said, preserve these, because we don't want to lose this with this massive influx. Dawson City was the biggest city west of Winnipeg or Chicago at the time of the gold rush, and they took their songs away with a dance stick and entrusted it to them, and the dance stick was called a gun hawk, and then bring them back, and they brought them back, and now they're revitalizing their culture. The next group is Upper Tanana. There's just a few people in the Yukon side, mostly in Alaska, and that's near Beaver Creek. And a lot of the First Nations were in, they moved around depending on the time of year, depending on where the game were. So they weren't on the existing locations where they are, where the Alaska Highway is, and the effect of that highway on these First Nations is an entire story and speech in itself, which I won't get into at this time. The next group, and I'm going faster through these groups than I'd like, but I don't have enough time to give you more detail. The next large group is Northern Shoshone, and they inhabit the central part of the Yukon, often referred to the heart of the Yukon, and there's 3 First Nations there, in the Northern Shoshone Tribal Council, the First Nation of Notchonayak Dun, the Selkirk First Nation, and the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation. And the small villages of Fort Selkirk and Minto were home to people of this area prior to the building of the Klondike Highway, or as us old-timers call the Mayo Road. The next group is the Southern Shoshone. So now we've done Gwich'in, Han, Upper Tanana, Northern Shoshone. Now 5th is Southern Shoshone. And this occupies the areas of the southwest Yukon, many traditional areas and village sites that were once center of activity of a nomadic and trading group of people. While many of these locations were gradually abandoned with the building of the Alaska Highway, they're still regarded with reverence as the homelands of the Southern Shoshone people. And I can say that it's the favorite class in the school of my 10-year-old daughter, and it's the highest mark that my 6-year-old son got in school, and I think that's probably a tribute to the great Southern Shoshone teachers that they are in the school. It's also a French immersion school. There's also the Kluane First Nation and the Champagne Ajac First Nation and the Tonquachin Council and the Kwanlin Dun in that area. And the Champagne and Ajac First Nation has started uniquely, it may be the first one in Canada, an immersion daycare. And the immersion is in the Southern Shoshone language. And I think it was at the Calgary Olympics that a Yukon First Nation person sang the national anthem in Shoshone. The next group, as I mentioned earlier, I think may be functionally extinct. If not, there's not many speakers at the moment, and that's the Tagish language. And the point about the Tagish people from near Carcross area, certainly the First Nations people, unlike in some areas of North America, had great cooperation with the people in the gold rush. They helped the people come in. They were guides for them. They came in actually from the ocean over what was called the grease trails because of the grease from the Ulican fish that Indigenous people had traded over the years. And Kate Carmack, who is the brother of the famous Skookum Jim, just recently got the great honor of the first woman, I think first Indigenous woman, to be put into the Canadian Mining Hall of Fame for her role in the discovery of gold rush, of the greatest gold rush in the world. So it was a great cooperation of the Tagish and the England Tlingit people as well, who traded over these grease trails. And a number of generations ago, they moved from the coast, some of them inland, the Teslin and the Carcross areas and the Atlin areas. And then there's down in the southwest corner of the Yukon, there's the Kaska people. And so they share with Ross River and Liard First Nation, Ross River Dene Council, with a number of people in northern BC, another of communities, and they have friends in the Dene people in NWT. Almost, is that time? Oh, sorry. So just like to finish, if I ran out of time, that to say thank you very much. Masicho Gunischi Suga Sinla.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, in the 2015 Liberal platform, it was promised, quote, new funding to help Indigenous communities, Indigenous language and cultures, end quote. Yet we note there's no base funding committed in this bill. Unlike the Official Languages Act, the bill contains no federal obligation to fund Indigenous languages, nor reliable support or Indigenous participation in multi-party agreements. I want to note the testimony of Aluki Koterk from Nunavut to Ngabakink, who said, quote, on the content of the bill, there are a number of central weaknesses, including that the bill does not contain any funding commitments. Unlike Nunavut's Official Languages Act, Bill C-91 contains no actual rights or duties respecting the delivery of federal services in Inuktitut. The bill does not ensure that essential services and programs required for a healthy Inuit population and a prosperous northern economy, such as education, health, and justice, will be available in Inuktitut when numbers warrant it. In short, with the greatest respect for the intentions behind it, Bill C-91 is largely a symbolic effort, end quote. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague will comment on that, what his response to those critiques of the bill would be.
The honourable member for Yukon.
I'm not sure if the member was here for my whole speech, but I specifically, because it had been brought up by a previous speaker, I outlined in specifics in the funding, so I'll just repeat my speech on it. The funding's already taken care of in the most recent budget, huge, massive increases of $330 million over the next 5 years and $117 million after that. But after the next 5 years, there could be some future government that would emasculate the program and the effectiveness of the bill by not providing funding. And so what we did, and this is rarely, doesn't happen often, we put a statutory requirement in the bill. And as I read out, it's Section 5, subsection D, to establish measures to facilitate the provision of adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages. So by law, all future governments have to continue the funding necessary to implement this bill.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
And I appreciate my colleague and his information that he has about a tremendous number of Indigenous groups in his riding. What I would like him to do is that he has mentioned some of them, but he hasn't been able to mention all of them. I'd like him to give him a chance just for a few more seconds to maybe mention some of those so they don't feel left out. I mean, I would not like him to feel left out by some of them, so I'd give him just a few more seconds to do that.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you very much. I did want to just mention a bit more in depth about the people in the Yukon, in the Gwich'in people in the north cover a huge, massive area. And as I said, dependent on caribou. And you can see in the national parks that we have created, they're actually historically caribou fences because it's great tundra, so how do you catch the caribou? So they have these fences where they were to entrap them. Whereas the southern people, what's very interesting is that I mentioned before, thank you the member very much for allowing me this opportunity, that there's the difference between the Athabascan and the Tlingit, the two groups of these languages. Well, you could be within a couple of days walking distance and from the Athabascan and the Tlingit people, almost see them over the mountains, and you couldn't understand a word they said. Yet the Athabascan people in the Yukon can understand some of the words, some of the people from all the way down as far as, I think it's New Mexico, the Navajo or somewhere down there, like thousands of miles away. So it's because of the migration, you have people totally different, right adjacent to each other, but then thousands of miles away, you have other people. And so these, I think it's a credit to these various peoples that we have some very modern dance groups. I'm glad the member gave me this opportunity because most of the First Nations who didn't have this for a long time now have some very modern dance groups that perform around the world and really have bringing this culture back and great credit to them, including the Doc Lawan dancers and many others. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Yukon for his in-depth knowledge on this issue. And I want to ask him, there are 90 Indigenous languages. According to UNESCO, 75% of them are on the verge of being extinct. I'd like to get a sense from him whether this framework, C91, hopes to protect all the Indigenous languages, or are we excluding any to his knowledge?
The honourable member for Yukon.
We're certainly not planning on excluding any, and it'll be up to the Indigenous people themselves. We're trying to facilitate them because we co-developed them with them. But I'm glad the member asked the question because it reminds me of something I forgot to mention in my speech. That's very important. That when there were consultations, of course, across the country, and there's if you look back in previous speeches during this debate, there's a whole outline of the hundreds of meetings that there were. And I don't know the details off my head, but in the Yukon consultation, which I was at, the chiefs made it very clear this cannot be a one-size-fits-all. Each particular First Nation, each Indigenous community has its own language, but its own way of learning, its own way of. We have all different types of traditional Indigenous governments in the Yukon, so one size does not fit all. So that this bill has been set up flexibly, so that the funding has to go to those First Nations directly, so that they can implement it in the way they know how. And so, in that way, the very important question the member asked. An individual First Nation will not be lost because they have to fit in this one-size-fits-all, because they can do the type of traditional learning, the traditional governance, the traditional society that they have, and they can bring back languages. And that, as I said earlier, even the Indigenous people were so forward-thinking that even some that have, for a while, gone extinct have recorded them, so that with the types of funds both put in this bill and statutorily required to remain for future, then they can bring those. They can even bring those extinct languages back to life. But sadly, not, as a previous member mentioned, the Beothuk people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to follow up on a question that my colleague put to the honourable member. And he raised the question about, while the TRC specifies the call to action that the government must finance the revitalization and protection of Indigenous languages, the member responded that, well, the law does require that funding. But yet, the only place in this bill where there is anything about provision of adequate sustainable funding is the purposes. A purposes provision is not a duty or an obligation. So the only part of this bill that provides anything of any substance is the establishment of the commissioner. That's the only place that I can see where there is an entity created, and then there's certain duties of the commissioner. Well, what about a duty to directly provide support to Indigenous peoples themselves on the revitalization, establishment, ability to speak their languages?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, my reading of the bill is that it's both for the part I quoted and the part she mentioned, that there's a statutory requirement to provide that funding, and I think it would be very difficult for a government not to provide. Obviously, we are going to provide. We've provided already in the budget before this bill even comes into effect, and there's hundreds of projects going on. But as the member says, it's very important to protect this from for future governments, because there are a particular case, I won't mention the case, of something not related to First Nations at all directly, but where there was an entity signed up that helps reform government, but a particular government just funded it for $1 a year, so obviously nothing happened. So that's why we're very strongly supporting that the bill makes sure that it's referenced to funding and that this continue in perpetuity.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today in this House and to speak to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. As all members in this House know, Indigenous issues are among the biggest challenges and the biggest opportunities facing our country. And as we create together the space for Indigenous peoples to be fully self-determining with an improved quality of life, we must all work together across party lines in a non-partisan fashion. And it's in that spirit that I would like to start by thanking the Member of Parliament for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for offering me this opportunity to speak as an independent Member of Parliament on this important legislation. The preamble, as has been noted, though not the body of Bill C-91, notes that the Government of Canada is committed to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that document affirms rights related to Indigenous languages. Specifically, I would like to remind colleagues that Article 13 speaks to the fact that Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages and traditions, philosophies, writing systems and literatures, and to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. Article 14 goes on to talk about the fact that Indigenous peoples have the right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions, providing education in their own languages, in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning. States, such as ours, shall, in conjunction with Indigenous peoples, take effective measures in order for Indigenous individuals, particularly children, including those living outside their communities, to have access, when possible, to an education in their own culture and provided in their own language. And so Bill C-91 takes the very important step to establish an office for the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to use the time given to me today to highlight some amazing initiatives across the country by Indigenous peoples, for Indigenous peoples, to promote Indigenous languages. I had the privilege of visiting many communities when I was Minister of Indigenous Services, as well as when I was Minister of Health, and I wanted to share with you some of the wonderful initiatives that I have witnessed. Let's start in British Columbia. In British Columbia, it's estimated that there are approximately 30 different First Nations languages, and close to 60 dialects are spoken. We can't speak about First Nations languages without remembering Kukpi Ron Ignace. Kukpi is the name for chief in the Secwepemc language of British Columbia, and Kukpi Ron Ignace is certainly one of the champions of Indigenous languages in his First Nation in British Columbia. Together with his wife, Marion Ignace, who is a professor at Simon Fraser University, they have written an extraordinary book. This is a book that has been worked on for a lifetime. It is called Secwepemc People, Land and Laws. I had the opportunity to go visit the community of Skeetchison, where Kukpi Ignace is the chief, and I heard the children singing and sharing together in their language, and it was inspiring. While we're in British Columbia, let me tell the story of the Huu-ay-aht First Nation, which is in British Columbia. It is among the Nuu-chah-nulth-speaking First Nations. And the Huu-ay-aht have taken an incredible initiative as they continue to pursue and inspire others by their efforts to be fully self-determining. And they have established a social services project which takes on a number of initiatives, particularly for children. They have decided to exercise their right to take on child and family services within the Huu-ay-aht First Nation, and they are specifically making sure that they do so in order to bring their children back to their community to make sure that they are raised in their language and culture. Mr. Speaker, let's move a little east to the province of Alberta, and I wanted to tell my colleagues about the incredible work that's being done in Maskwacis, a region just outside of Edmonton. I had the privilege of being in this community when they announced the beginning of the Maskwacis Education Schools Commission. I was there with Grand Chief Willie Littlechild, who used to sit in this very house, and he spoke about the incredible initiative that the Maskwacis peoples have been able to undertake in order to start a school system of their own. Grand Chief Willie Littlechild had been raised in residential schools, and he talked about how his language and his culture had been taken from him as he was taken away to one of the largest residential schools in our country. But now the Maskwacis, which is actually a gathering of 4 Indian Act bands, have come together to start a schools commission in order to exercise self-determination. Their education system there is Cree-based, based upon the language of their people, their way of teaching. The contents of their teaching are based in their Cree culture and in their language. Then we will go, Mr. Speaker, a little further east again to the lovely province of Saskatchewan. And again, many examples can be seen across Saskatchewan, but perhaps one of the highlights in my mind is when I had the privilege of visiting the Whitecap Dakota First Nation, an extraordinary community just outside the city of Saskatoon. While I was there, the chief showed me many things, but one of the most impressive was when we went to visit the Charles Red Hawk Elementary School. And I met there the woman who is the language teacher in that school. She gives Dakota language lessons to the children there. And their proudest moment was when a small group of children stood up spontaneously and asked me if they could sing "O Canada" to me in the Dakota language. It was a moment that is indelibly impressed on my mind, and I saw the pride not only of the children, but of the elder who had taught them their language. Mr. Speaker, I want to then move to the wonderful province of Manitoba. And I've spoken in this House before about the things that I've learned from the First Nations of Manitoba, as well as the Métis Nation of Manitoba. But I wanted to share with you today a conversation about the work of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. They have been real leaders in one of the critical issues in our country, and that is the overrepresentation of Indigenous children in care. And they have highlighted the link between children being taken from their community into the foster care system and the loss of language that accompanies that. In fact, they have gone so far as to propose an act. It's called the Bringing Our Children Home Act. And if you look to that act, you will see that it speaks about the fact that the chiefs in Manitoba are reclaiming, practicing, and promoting our responsibility to pass down our knowledge, language, culture, identity, values, traditions, and customs to our children. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be in the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and there was a gentleman there who was in Manitoba himself, who had experienced the foster care system himself. His name was Jeffrey Nillis, and I encourage people to have a look at the tape that was taken this morning of his testimony in the committee today. He talked about what it meant to have been taken from his community, away from his family, where he was shamed if he spoke in his language. It brought tears to our eyes as we heard the moments in which he was treated cruelly because he naturally went to his native language and he was actually punished for doing so. Now he is a man who is proud of the language of his peoples, and it has taken him some time to get there. Mr. Speaker, I'll move further east again to the northern part of the province of Ontario, and I'd like to highlight in particular an extraordinary community known as Fort Albany First Nation. And I want to highlight a gentleman there who has been a real inspiration to me. His name is Edmund Matatawaban. Perhaps many of you have had the opportunity to meet Edmund. He wrote a wonderful book called Up Ghost River, which had a big impact on my life. He talks about the role of residential schools, and in fact his book is an account of the residential school experience that he had. He talks about the trauma of being separated from his language and his lineage when he was forbidden to speak his language. And he talks about the disastrous results that have ensued because languages and customs were suppressed by residential schools. But in this book there is a good hint about the importance of Indigenous languages. I think perhaps the most profound sentences in that book are when Edmund Matatawaban says, There is no concept of justice in Cree culture. The nearest thing to the word justice is kinto patatan. That's the Cree word. And he says, loosely translated, it means you've been listened to. But kinto patatan is richer than justice, he writes. He says, really it means you've been listened to by someone compassionate and fair, and your needs will be taken seriously. That is a word that I will never forget, and it reminds me of the richness of a word and how a particular culture can teach us just by showing us the words of their language and how much that can mean to all of us. Let me continue to travel across Ontario. This time we'll come right down to the border of Ontario and Quebec, and in fact, this community actually crosses into United States territory as well, and that's the community of Akwesasne. They have an amazing leader there, the Grand Chief Abram Benedict. And here again, I saw how language is so much a part of the pride of this community. I had the opportunity to visit there for the first time, the Mohawk Immersion School. This is a school in which elders have come together to teach the young people who are the teachers, and then those teachers in turn teach the children, because the people in that middle age group did not know their Mohawk language. They had to learn it from the elders, and now they, as teachers, are passing it on to children. One of the things that impressed me at that school was the way that they had made their own teaching materials. They had taken children's books and they adapted them so that the words were Mohawk, but not just the words, the concepts, the pictures, the traditions, the stories were appropriate for the Mohawk community. It's an extraordinary example and one that needs to be recognized. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président, je veux visiter la...
Mr. Speaker, I want to visit the Belle Province, Quebec, because there are several nations, Indigenous nations in Quebec, but I want to talk about the Huron-Wendat, and their leader is an extraordinary man, the great chief, Conrad Siwi. And Conrad Siwi is someone who truly impressed me. He discusses history of the regions and of his people, and he explained how these people chose their the place names, the names of rivers, the names of mountains, and every place in his region has a name in his language.
And that has happened elsewhere as well in the country. Many, many names of places come from Indigenous languages, and the Grand Chief told me about the importance of preserving these names.
The word Toronto comes from an Indigenous language. It's believed that it comes primarily from a Mohawk name, Takaranto, which means trees standing in the water. Or right here in the city of Ottawa, we know that the word Ottawa comes from the word Adawe, and this is in the Anishinaabe language. It actually means to buy, and maybe we could sometime think about the fact that our city here has something to do with buying. But I won't stand too long on that point. Let's move along to some of the places in Quebec, since I was discussing Quebec. And we think about the word Shawinigan, which is an Algonquin word that means portage at the crest, or portage at the crest. And then you look to the northern part of Quebec, because we mustn't forget the north, and you look at the amazing town of Kuujjuaq, which means the great river in Inuktitut. Well, we better spend a bit of time in the Atlantic, although I know my time is running out, but I wanted to talk about the incredible work of the Mi'kmaq in the Atlantic, and in particular, an incredible education authority. And I'm going to try to pronounce this correctly, but the education authority there that is entirely led by the Mi'kmaq people is called Mi'kmaq Ginamanatnoe. And I think the Mi'kmaq will forgive me for not getting that exactly right, but I tried. We often affectionately have called this group MK, because that's a little bit easier to say. This is an education authority that is designed by Mi'kmaq for Mi'kmaq children, and they have been incredibly successful, and it's in no small part related to their commitment to the Mi'kmaq language. They have in fact created an online talking dictionary, so you could go and find a Mi'kmaq word online. There are now 6,000 or more Mi'kmaq words in this online talking dictionary. They offer language classes, again using the internet, so they set up video conference facilities so that daycares throughout the region can teach Mi'kmaq to their children. And I'm happy to hear that St. Francis Xavier University has now actually delivered its first program in the Mi'kmaq language. Well, while we're in the Atlantic, let's move north to Labrador and talk about Nunatsiavut, which is one of the 4 land claim regions of the Inuit Nunangat. The commitment of Inuit leaders in this country to the revitalization, maintenance, and promotion of Inuktitut is something extraordinary. Inuit speak regularly about how Inuktitut is core to Inuit identity, to spiritual beliefs, the relationship to the land, the worldview, and the culture, and it's fundamental to Inuit self-determination. I witnessed this myself when I went to meetings of the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee, where all of the meetings are translated into Inuktitut. I should note, however, Mr. Speaker, that the Inuit do not support Bill C-91, and this is something that's important for us to recognize. The ITK organization, the Inuit Tapirit Kanatami, hopes to see the bill amended by including an annex that addresses Inuktitut as a distinct language, including provisions for Inuktitut speakers to access federal public services in their language. There is an impact when those services aren't available. I saw it myself in relation to health and how people described the fact that tuberculosis, for instance, wasn't recognized quickly enough because there was no healthcare provider who spoke Inuktitut and who could take a proper history. So this is an important reality. Mr. Speaker, time doesn't permit me to tell you about the things that I observed in wonderful places like the Northwest Territories and Yukon. There are many examples of how people are working to revive Indigenous languages. Mr. Speaker, it's my intention to support this bill, but I do want to say that there is more work to be done on this issue, and this work should be continued in the next Parliament for those who have the privilege of returning to this place. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of learning an Indigenous language myself when I lived in the country of Niger in West Africa, and I became moderately fluent in the Hausa language. The Hausa people have a saying that goes like this, Kurum ma maganache, and that means silence too is speech. Let us not be silent, any of us, on this matter about the need to revitalize, maintain, and promote Indigenous languages. Recall that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples lays out the minimum standards for the survival, the well-being, and the dignity of Indigenous peoples. So the right to use, develop, and transmit Indigenous languages to future generations is nothing less than a matter of survival. The duty to recognize and affirm this right rests on us all. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Merci.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member opposite for a profile of transformations that are taking place across this country, which can only lead all of us, but most specifically the nation she referred to a much better place and a much better future. One of the great challenges that we have in undoing colonialism and the racism attached to colonialism is that, and a Mohawk elder walked me through this analogy, is that the process into the challenges we find ourselves was a complex and a very aggressive one, and the movement out, if it's too simplified and too aggressive in return, could lead us to even more problems. In other words, colonialism is rules, and layers and layers and layers of more rules may create even more damage if we're not careful about how we transform the system. And one of the issues that's raised around this is with reference to the ITK is the notion that Indigenous languages should be attached to geography which is delineated through colonial map-making, and that primacy of one language over another should be assigned to geography. You referenced Takaranto and Toronto. It's a Mohawk word, but the treaty is held by the Mississaugas. At the time Toronto was named, the Huron-Wendat actually had care of the land. There are complexities in terms of the way in which communities are nomadic. There are complexities in the ways in which colonialism is layered through generation. And there are complexities, in fact, in the way Indigenous people hold land and share land nation to nation to nation without us even being present. In light of that, does the member opposite favor a geographic and a territorial and a map-making basis to language preservation, or should language preservation be based on the people who speak it and the patterns they create for themselves?
Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for the question and for his concern for this issue. And I think the simplest answer to his question would be to say that the answer is not up to me. That the answer is, in fact, up to Indigenous peoples, be they First Nations, be they from the Métis Nation, be they Inuit, to determine for themselves, and that is, of course, the definition of self-determination, one of the most fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples. And so it may, in fact, be that different Indigenous peoples may answer the question differently in terms of whether it's a geographic decision, in terms of whether it's a cultural or historic basis for the decision. It's very important for us in this place to unleash the decision-making process and to allow it to be free to be where it belongs, and that is in the hands of First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. That's why I take so very seriously the concerns that have been raised by people like Natan Obed, the president of the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, who I have the deepest respect for, that we need to listen. And I have acknowledged that I will be supporting this bill, but I do think that there are pieces that are missing and that we have to be listening to the requests. We have to be, as much as possible, working side by side, in fact, being led by Indigenous peoples to know how we, as settlers, we as partners working together, can be able to support this critical right.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her very thoughtful speech. And of course, she had the privilege as minister in several portfolios to travel to those communities. It is indeed a great privilege to go into those communities and hear those languages spoken and to see the support for their children. And of course, they have to have go-betweens because there are whole generations that were robbed of their language and culture because of residential school and the 60s scoop. I noted, Mr. Speaker, the mention that, well, she's going to support the bill and yet she has problems with it. And my concern about that is that genuine consultation and accommodation for First Nations? If we say, well, that was all very interesting, but we're going to pass the bill anyway, maybe someday somebody might table a new bill. The specific question that I would put to the member through the Speaker is this. For several of the bills that have come before this place, I and some of my colleagues have taken the time and out of our own budgets is to translate those bills. I find it stunning that we bring forward an Indigenous languages bill and the House, the government of the day, did not take the time to make that bill available in at least some of the Indigenous languages. And I wonder if the member agrees with me that we need to do more than from time to time somebody might stand up in this House if they happen to be Indigenous or others trying to speak a language. Is there more that this place needs to do to genuinely act on the Truth and Reconciliation and the UNDRIP on languages and culture?
Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question and commend her on her passion on this incredibly important issue. The simple answer to her question is absolutely. Absolutely, there's more that we can and must do to continue to walk the talk, as it were, in terms of the promotion of Indigenous languages. I would acknowledge that I think we've come some distance. I'm thrilled this morning to hear that during debate this morning, for the very first time, not only was an Indigenous language, the language of Cree, spoken, but in fact, for the very first time, a question by one of my colleagues, an answer were given in the Cree language. And that is something to be celebrated, and we need to see more of that. My colleague, the member from Vancouver, Granville, speaks the language of Kwakwakwa. I'm not sure if I'm saying that exactly right either, but she talked about the fact that she might be able to, in this House, speak in her language, but would need to provide interpretation. I really like the member's idea, Mr. Speaker, about putting this bill in an Indigenous language, and it's not too late to do that. So I would join others in this place to say, let us call upon the Department of Indigenous Services to take the time to make sure that they get it right, to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to make sure that this is ultimately, and sooner rather than later, translated into at least a few of the languages that it's seeking to preserve.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you. And I appreciate my colleague's speech and listening to her specific examples. One of the things about being at the committee, we had the people from Meschief come and talk with us at the committee. Their concern was they weren't consulted. And we heard of others at levels of schools and things very concerned of the consultation of the people that are actually trying to implement the languages, that there wasn't consultation with the people actually who are working with the Indigenous languages and are actually providing those services, feeling that they weren't consulted, nor will the money flow to them. They're very concerned about the bureaucracy and the levels. So I know you've alluded to it a little bit in your speech, and maybe you could respond to that concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville. I just want to remind the honourable members to refer their questions and comments through the speaker and not directly to each other. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate this question, and it actually raises a very fundamental and important issue that I think members of this House need to consider, and that is in the development of legislation, particularly, of course, legislation that is entirely devoted to an issue that affects Indigenous peoples, we need to find a way as legislators to make sure that this legislation meets the expectations, recognizes the rights of Indigenous peoples, and in fact is inspired and led as much as possible by Indigenous peoples. I think there has been progress over the last number of years. I have heard some people talk about the fact that there was not adequate co-development on this particular bill and that some bills have done better than others. I think we can do much, much better yet. It's not possible to consult all 1.7 million Indigenous peoples in this country on every piece of legislation that comes forward, but I think we can find better mechanisms to reach communities so that we don't hear in committees in years to come that people feel that they didn't have an opportunity to have input on this. And so I challenge all members and colleagues, for especially as we look to the fact that there will be a new parliament here after October or November, and those who may have the privilege to sit in this place in years to come, that we would work together in a cooperative, nonpartisan way to really study what co-development of legislation looks like and how can we address this issue of the importance of making sure that people have the opportunity to contribute so that they will come to committee and say, yes, I had a way to contribute, because that is our responsibility, and I thank you and I thank the member for raising this matter.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Uma masi nahikan ka api sta muwakik. Wichiti tuwin uma nisa ki tan. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides hope for many of my constituents. For me, it is about reconciliation in good part. You know, I represent a riding in Winnipeg, the north end of Winnipeg, where we have well over 15,000 people of an Indigenous heritage, Mr. Speaker. Often languages that you hear that would be spoken, better spoken if in fact it was more a part of our communities and spoken within families, would include languages like Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and what I attempted to do by speaking a few words in Cree. Mr. Speaker, it has been, I believe, an absolute privilege to be able to be in the government benches for many different reasons. But one of the things in which really comes to my mind is one of the things that has really had a positive impact is based on something that the Prime Minister often talks about. and that is that establishing that relationship with Indigenous people in Canada. To look at what it is that we can do in terms of advancing reconciliation. And that, to me, is what Bill C-91, in good part, is all about. We have seen legislation brought now dealing today with languages. We have legislation that's dealing with foster care, which is a huge issue. I have thousands, and when I say thousands, it probably gets into the 2 or maybe even closer to that 3,000 children that are in foster care in the riding of Winnipeg North alone, Mr. Speaker. Vast majority, 90% of which would be of Indigenous. This legislation is indeed historic. And time I've had the opportunity to stand in my place and talk about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the many different calls for action. There are, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what you'll find is 94, I believe it is, 94 calls for action. Bill C-91 actually deals with 3 of those calls. If you go to 13, 14, and 15, you will find that it deals with Bill C-91. And that's why, one of the reasons why, I must say, I am a little bit surprised. I would have thought, as a whole, that members of all political parties or even independents would be supportive of this legislation, because it does respond specifically to calls. No one in government is saying that this is the perfect legislation. There is always ways in which one could look at making some changes into the future. We have seen some significant changes that were made in committees. We had opposition party amendments that were actually accepted in committee. Mr. Speaker, we have before us today legislation that responds to 3 calls of action. And I believe that if you really want to get behind and support reconciliation, that you need to evaluate, I believe, what it is that or how it is you might be voting on this. In third reading today, every member of the New Democratic Party stood up in opposition, or at least listening to their comments, it's in opposition, some declaring that they would be voting against the legislation. If there's a member in the House today that's New Democrat that disagrees with what I'm saying, they should stand up and say, or justify why it is that they're not supporting or prepared to vote in favor of C-91. When the opposition tried to imply that there's no money tied to this, that's just wrong. You know, look at clauses 8 and 9 and other aspects of the legislation. Money will flow as a direct result of this legislation. There is, in fact, a creation of a language commissioner, Mr. Speaker, to work at advocating, to work on facilitating and ensuring that we continue to move forward on this critically important issue, Mr. Speaker. An issue in which I believe in my core that all members support. When I listen to the comments of members, they tend to support the need in recognizing the true value of Indigenous languages and how the enhancement of those languages will be to the betterment not only of Indigenous communities, but Canada as a society as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And this is the reason why I would encourage all members to think about what it is that we're actually debating as a historical moment for this House. I believe that the acceptance of the legislation beyond this House is great, and I would suggest you even overwhelmingly positive. With Indigenous groups and individuals and non-Indigenous people that I've had the opportunity to talk about, this legislation has been long overdue. It will ensure that many of these important languages do not disappear, Mr. Speaker. I highlighted 3 in which I believe are fairly prominent within the riding in which I represent, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and Cree. I can tell you there are many others that would be there within Winnipeg North. Maybe not as commonly spoken, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, but equally important in terms of recognizing the potential in those languages. And within this legislation, we allow for agreements to be reached where funding would flow. Other comments, in particular, that have come from the NDP, which appear to be not wanting to see this bill pass, is dealing with the 60 scoops. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you read the legislation, it's incorporated into the legislation, the 60 scoop. As a society, we need to recognize that the harm that was caused by the settlers that came to Canada, to what we know as Canada today. And there were many mistakes that were made. And the general feeling from, I believe, the population as a whole is that we get behind the issue of reconciliation. You know, Murray Sinclair, who is now a senator, is the author of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the calls for action, and demonstrated incredible leadership that has allowed not only the national government, but provincial governments, municipal governments, and the different stakeholders that are out there, recognizing the importance of Indigenous people and what it is that we can do collectively that will ensure that we continue to move forward. By supporting C-91, you are making a tangible commitment to move forward, Mr. Speaker, on this issue. And that is the reason why I would encourage members on all sides of this House, in particular here in the last hour, my friends in the New Democratic Party, to reconsider their comments that they're making this afternoon, and look at making it very clear that they do, in fact, support C-91, because if you listen to what they're saying, it's very obvious this afternoon that they do not support it, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that is a mistake. I believe that this should be, as the previous speaker had indicated, an apolitical a piece of legislation, that it doesn't have to be partisan, that members of all political parties and independents can in fact get behind it. You know, when the minister introduced the bill and when we went through second reading and even through the committee stage, you will find that there was a great deal of interest, and the government consistently had indicated that they were open to ideas and ways in which the bill could in fact be modified, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated, there were a number of changes that were actually proposed that were accepted. And I'm not just talking from government members, Mr. Speaker. That also includes opposition members. In representing Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, and it was interesting that the speaker prior to me mentioned a word, and I hope I got it right, and I believe it was chemoputatan, implying the importance of listening. I really believe that I have listened to my constituents with respect to the issues surrounding Bill C-91. I believe that the Prime Minister has been listening and has understood and has been working diligently with Cabinet and, in fact, the caucus, and I would go further by saying all parliamentarians, on this very important issue. And it is, in part, in good part, about reconciliation, and that is, I would argue, why it is that it's so important that we could send a strong message by talking positive about the legislation, supporting the legislation. And it doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that you can't talk about ideas or thoughts that you might have that could be improved on into the future. It should almost go without saying, Mr. Speaker, that whatever type of legislation is brought into the House of Commons always has the potential to be improved upon. You know, there's 90-plus pieces of legislation that are coming through the House. Some of it, like this, is really good stuff in which all parties should be getting behind. Because it might not necessarily be perfect in the way in which each and every individual would like to see it, doesn't mean that you have to vote against the legislation. Look at the principles at hand and what it is that's behind the legislation. And it's more than just talk, Mr. Speaker, or propaganda. This is real. Hundreds of millions of dollars are going to flow as a direct result of this legislation. Languages, Indigenous languages in Canada will be better preserved and in some cases saved because of this legislation. At least 3 calls for action have been answered by this, Mr. Speaker. And the overwhelming majority of Indigenous people, from what I understand, are behind this legislation. Mr. Speaker, you are always going to find some that will say we could do more or we could do this. I don't question that. But at the stage we are at today, this is good, solid legislation that is going to have a positive impact in every region of our country, and it is good in terms of reconciliation and so many other things. So I would challenge my colleagues across the way to recognize the true value and meaning of this legislation, get behind it, and vote for it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way. And as an Indigenous person, a proud Indigenous person from the Musqueam, Djawadinik, and Liuq'uiqta people of Northern Vancouver Island, who has an understanding of her own language, Kwakwala, I understand the importance of ensuring and maintaining Indigenous languages and ensuring that they last into the future. I listened to the honourable member's comments, and I think about the lost opportunity that we have to create the space, create the foundation for transformative change in Indigenous communities. Many people, or many members in this House, have talked about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is in the preambular language of this bill, which speaks to the minimum standards for the survival, dignity,
and well-being of Indigenous peoples, including languages, which, as an Indigenous person, know that is central to our well-being. Would the member agree that it would not be more important to put the minimum standards of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into the body of the legislation, thereby creating the space for rights recognition and ensuring the longevity and sustainability of Indigenous languages?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, and I appreciate the question from across the way, and would recognize, I believe it's pronounced Kwakwala, as the heritage language, or the language of a good number of Indigenous people, and just how important it is that government continue to move forward. I think what's really we need to recognize is that before this legislation, Mr. Speaker, before this legislation existed, there was nothing. In 3 years, in just over 3 years of governing, we have brought forward legislation that is going to have that significant impact. And I believe, and you know, I've had the opportunity to work with individuals in my community. I often make reference to Sharon Red Sky, Cindy Woodhouse, Amy Chartrand, many members of Indigenous communities. And I suspect that if I were to canvass them today, that they would be saying to me, Kevin, it's really important that we pass this legislation. And not only do we pass it, but we don't forget about it. That maybe we look at ways in which we can actually continue it going forward. And just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, if we take a look at, and it's on G, page 5, and I'll just quote from it, contribute to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as it relates to Indigenous language, Mr. Speaker. That is actually within the legislation. It might not be perfect, but I can tell you that this is something that I would want to see pass at the end of the day, and this is something in which I believe Canadians as a whole would like to see. And let's maybe talk about the future.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
I appreciate the member's comments, but I think that we do need to have a conversation about the future and the logistics and the practicalities of delivering on the aspiration of this legislation, which might be in part what my colleague from Vancouver Granville was recognizing. We support this legislation. We support the aspirations and the ambition around this legislation as Conservatives. We recognize the foundational importance of languages and the importance of passing on cultural traditions, values, faith through families. But part of the issue is that the introduction of this legislation was delayed so many years after the promise was first made by the current Prime Minister, and then a bunch of amendments have just been made, and now he's talking sort of about consulting on the logistics and the details in the future after this bill is at third reading in the House of Commons. So I just hope that maybe he can shed some light on exactly the concrete plan for delivering on the aspirations of this legislation that we all support here.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is hoped by this government as we move forward that it will pass through the House, get the support of the Senate. The monies have already been in. We're talking significant amounts of millions of dollars already allocated within the budget, prepared to invest right away in this legislation. I appreciate the Conservative Party here in the House is supporting the legislation. And one of the reasons why I was hopeful that all members of this House would actually get behind the legislation is because it then sends a very strong message to the Senate chamber, to our senators. We want the Senate of Canada to realize that it is the desire of the elected House of Commons to see this legislation pass. Mr. Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that we do not want delayed. If we listen to the possibilities of changes, or let's consider this, we just got a bit of a criticism saying, why did it take us so long? There have been a great deal of consultations, Mr. Speaker. A great deal of work has gone into this. We're talking probably getting close into the thousands of individuals involved in getting us to where we are today. Out of the respect for everything that's been done to date, Mr. Speaker, I think it's time that we stop talking about it. Let's get the legislation not only passed out of the House, but passed from the Senate. And the Senate should realize that we have both the Conservatives, Liberals, and others that want this legislation passed as soon as possible, as it is, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for bringing up that. I am from Calgary Centre. That's the traditional home of the Treaty 7 people, the Blackfoot, the Stoney Nakoda, the Justina people. And I know when I talk to people from that region, they know how important it is that this bill on not only preserving the Indigenous languages, but also passing on that educational component to the youth so they can continue to strive and thrive and have that sense of culture. But I'd like to applaud the member about his speech, and in particular recognizing many of the good works this government has done, from investments in education and reversing boiled water advisories, from really embracing Jordan's principle to ensure that services are available for First Nation children at the same standard as they would be otherwise, and how we continue to revamp our foster care system to embrace a more Indigenous approach with families. But I was really struck by how he connected the work we are doing on the 94 principles of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This work we adopted in the last campaign, and we're making progress on this. And I'd like him to speak more about how this connects to the work we're doing on this, and how this is fundamental to really seeing a nation-to-nation relationship with our Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. And as he knows, you know, whether you're in the prairies or any other region of our country, Indigenous issues are of the utmost importance, and I know my colleague and friend gives a great deal of attention to this issue, and I truly respect that. Mr. Speaker, the member points out what I would like to highlight as a very important thing, and that is that, look, we can demonstrate at the national level by implementing where we can on the calls for action. But when you talk about those 94 calls, it's not just the national government that has the role to play. There are other levels of government, other groups, Indigenous leaders themselves, that all have a role to play on the issue of reconciliation and the calls for action. As an example, I appreciate some of the fine work that my local school division, in particular Seven Oaks School Division, is doing in Amber Trails at one of the schools promoting Indigenous language. These are the types of initiatives that can really make a difference, Mr. Speaker. Our role here in Ottawa is to be able to lead and demonstrate, I believe, leadership on the issue of reconciliation, and that is something that this government has taken very seriously since day one. Bill C-91 is an excellent example of that, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to speak on our foster care legislation, which is another excellent piece of legislation. We had a private member's bill, I believe it was 262, another excellent piece of legislation. We have seen strong leadership coming from the House of Commons, and we need to be able to see that that sense of cooperation and leadership being applied in all the different areas of Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to share my time with my honourable colleague from Lakeland. So it's been a very interesting morning listening to the speeches, and I'm happy to rise and discuss C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. I've had the opportunity to study the bill as a member of the Heritage Committee, participate in many, many hours on that committee with this bill. I learned a lot from witnesses, and we heard some very thoughtful, insightful commentary on the bill's successes. We also heard some issues with possible shortcomings, and I appreciate the colleague from Rossaway referring to the opportunity we need to have to speak to some of those challenges that might be there. So, just before I do that, though, I need to talk about a play put on by Siksika through the Strathmore School called New Blood Dance Show, A Story of Reconciliation. This is a phenomenal production that relates specifically to this topic. It was in 2014, that the director of this play was inspired by her summer when she went to camp with her sister in Writing on Stone Provincial Park. It was an amazing place and a place to go. While she was on tour, she saw writings which are sacred to the Blackfoot people on her recordings of their stories. She said she was sad to learn when the Blackfoot people were moved onto the reservation in the late 1800s and they weren't allowed to visit their writings and learn of their heritage. And for 70 years, 3 generations were unable to learn their stories and translations were lost. Their show is about learning of these stories. So she went on and met with the chief of Siksika at the time, Chief Vincent Yellow Old Woman, as he told her many stories of his life, of going to a residential school, loss of language, loss of heritage. From that story, visiting those writings, she developed a play called New Blood. This is a phenomenal play put on by high school students, the majority of them from Siksika. The play has been performed many times in southern Alberta and into British Columbia. What they would really like to do is always be able to come to Ottawa to be able to perform and put on that play. It is a phenomenal play, one where people need to see. And hopefully as they keep applying for grants, they will be able to achieve that goal of being able to perform that. And I hope more people here are able to see that production. It's phenomenal. Going back to what I was saying about witnesses, one of the challenges we had on the committee, and I believe in the sense that there has been some discussion a number of times about witnesses like myself talking about the rushed nature of this piece of legislation. As they brought it on almost at the end of 3.5 years, although they said years earlier that this was a critical, important piece of legislation, the legislation shows up. Not only did they rush it to the point of not even just to get it through to start the process in the House, we were asked to do pre-study before it was even sent to committee. We met daily and sometimes for many hours. And what we really quickly found out was the rushed nature of this piece of legislation, which I think is probably some of the reasons amendments and some of the reasons the challenge it'll have going on. It was problematic in the sense where we started to identify as people on that committee specific words that were going to create problems. When I first started suggesting some of these words would be problematic, I got snickers from the other side. No, we're fine. When constitutional lawyers showed up as witnesses and started pointing out these same words as problematic and could be ending up just in court, it became much more interesting to see their reaction to it. What was then problematic, just minutes before we start clause by clause, they dropped many amendments on the table that were those exact concerns I'd brought up. But when I brought them up, no, they were snickered at. But when a constitutional lawyer brought them up, then they paid attention to it because they could see this could cause them problems and get tied up in court. Now, they refer to many amendments being accepted by opposition. They referred to mine as in the sense of because I had suggested them, they were putting them forward as amendments. They weren't our amendments. So I don't remember in the sense of sitting in that committee hour after hour going through clause by clause the amendments being accepted from the opposition. It's been referred to many times that they were accepted by the opposition. I don't remember that happening. But they've got a piece of legislation. It's a piece of legislation we'll support and agree with. But the rushed nature by which they went through and wrote this, they talked about the extensive consultation they did. What was really interesting when we talked and asked questions about the consultation, first of all, they talked about doing it for 6 months. Well, then actually they said, well, it sort of got about a 3-month window. When we got down to it, it was just weeks they had done consultation. This is what they said in the committee, that it was down to weeks. So when we think of the 600 different Indigenous groups out there, then the subgroups, the Métis, the Mischief, all of the varieties of people out there, we began to understand this consultation process was flawed. When we began to get witnesses who would come and talk about how they had really missed critical pieces of people to talk to, then you begin to understand why the legislation was flawed, why it has problems, why we had witnesses saying they missed the mark on this, they missed the mark on this. We agree to support the legislation. We understand that they said it 2 or 3 years ago they were going to do it, but they should have got at it sooner and developed legislation that could have circumvented some of those things. There's been witnesses who appeared that said it didn't have anything to do with the Inuit. Left out, not consulted. We had constitutional lawyers concerned still about the language, even as amended, that this could get tied up in court. That's the wrong place for legislation to go. If you want to get something done, get the legislation better before you pass it. So though we agree with it, the process by which they went through to do it leaves a lot to be desired. It's a critical piece. When I think of the people that I've met on Siksika, the people who are working in the educational system, when I see the immersion programs they're starting to do on Siksika, when I'm in the schools, when I speak at their graduations, when I hear about how important their language is, but those below the seniors, the elders, those older than the youth, they're going to miss out. They're very concerned that they're starting these immersion programs in school, they're starting to teach these language, but when they go home, who are they going to speak to? Because their parents don't know the language. So the educators view this as a huge problem, where they never consulted about how we can deal with it. The school systems that I saw that are working with this, they are dedicated. They want it to work. But again, those school systems or Mischief believe that the money is headed into bureaucracies. They believe it will not come down to where it's needed at the grassroots level, where they have the education programs, where they've been working on it. They don't believe they were recognized as key components of this particular legislation. And that I agree with. From my education background, I know of many types of government legislation that's been announced. We're going to promote this, we're going to put this money out here, and at the school level, it trickled down as pennies. And the dollars went into bureaucracy. Many people hired in layers above it. And this was said by witnesses that they said they believe the money will go into national organizations and they don't believe it will reach the levels where it should be in the schools because they weren't the ones consulted with. And that's an important part for me in the sense, if you want to get this done, and there's many instances where people talk about languages being disappearing, how many at risk. If this money disappears into bureaucracy, it will not save those languages. So that's a concern of the witnesses. We will support this, but we do believe it was too rushed, there's challenges in it, and will it get to where it needs to? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when I was in the opposition benches not that long ago, the government, Stephen Harper, would have legislation going through committees, and I can never recall ever seeing an opposition amendment actually be passed by the government of the day. I can't recall it. In the 4 years and when there was a majority government, I never saw it. When the members talk about, not listening or not acting, we have clearly indicated that, look, where it is that we can improve the legislation and it allows for us to do so, that we are open to it. If you take a look at Clause 18, and I use it as an example, Clause 18, the commissioner and directors are to be appointed to hold office on a full-time basis. That's what the legislation says today in third reading. That's not what it said when it was in second reading. So it was amended. It was actually an opposition amendment. This particular amendment was an NDP amendment. Mr. Speaker, this government, whether it's individuals outside of this House or inside this House, if it's inside this House, even opposition members were listened to. This is good, solid legislation. My suggestion is why not agree and just let it go through? This is something that is good, and I believe a vast majority of our constituents would get behind. Would he not agree?
For Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' interest in just letting things go through. But I think that's one of the reasons that we're here, is the opportunity to speak to it. When he talks about being able to speak to things, I know he's well-versed in being able to stand up and speak about many things, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that he's able to do that. And I think that's the forum we are here for, that when we have the opportunities to speak about legislation, we're in support of it, but to point out things that may have been challenging in the process, may require some change in the future, that's our role and that's our responsibility to do. And we will support it and we will get it done.
In comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Bow River, for his speech and for having taken part in the committee meetings, the Committee on Heritage. I think he knows the realities on the ground. He knows about how communities have been affected and will be affected by this legislation. Now, I think he knows how important this legislation is, and I concur with him on what the Liberals say about this extraordinary consultation they're supposed to have conducted. And I also find it odious that the Liberal government sat on their hands for years, and just before the next election, they want to do something meaningful. What does he think?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the work on the committee. There was response input from everybody speaking there, and I think there was heartfelt work on that committee, many hours of it, people trying to find the right words to make that legislation work, to make it good. We listened to incredible witnesses who brought suggestions to us. They understood it, and it helped us to understand the legislation in front of us. So as my colleague says, it was the opportunity for us to make suggestions, to take those suggestions we heard for witnesses, and it was a challenge to move them forward. And they were excellent, excellent suggestions made to help that legislation by many of the witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 11, 2008, Prime Minister Stephen Harper delivered the historic residential schools apology. He acknowledged that the two primary objectives of the residential school system were to remove and isolate children from the influence of their homes, families, traditions, and cultures, and to assimilate them into the dominant culture. He said, quote, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in these schools. And the government recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential schools policy were profoundly negative, and that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. That apology was the beginning of an earnest effort to start to heal the intergenerational harm and trauma caused to Indigenous people by over a century of federal government-imposed policies. Stephen Harper's apology, the first time by a Prime Minister in Canadian history, led to the final settlement on Indian residential schools and the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to ensure the full history of the residential schools and experiences of survivors and families was made public, and to provide recommendations on the path forward for reconciliation. That final report included 94 calls to action, and this bill addresses calls 13, 14, and 15. It is crucial to understand the complex shared history of the founding people within Canada, including when the power of the state was used to break families and to harm children in unspeakable ways, and in a systemic attempt to destroy traditions, beliefs, and languages. The long and difficult journey of survivors and their families speaking about those experiences and about the impacts that reverberate in real ways today can enable meaningful reconciliation in the future. More than 150,000 Indigenous children were forcibly removed from their homes as part of the residential schools program that predated Confederation and continued well into the 1990s. More than 20,000 Indigenous children were taken from their homes and placed with non-Indigenous families, a wave that became known as a wave of displacement that became known as the 60s scoop. Generations of children grew up without parental role models, without grandparents and elders, without their love and nurturing of family members to pass along foundational family and cultural values away from their families and forced outside of their communities. And the impacts are readily obvious today. In 2016, Stats Canada reported there are 14,970 foster children in private homes under the age of 15 who are Indigenous, over half of all foster children in Canada. And the disproportionate socioeconomic challenges, violence, suicide, and high-risk vulnerability of Indigenous Canadians show that impact. There is a long and multi-pronged effort ahead to make right that immense and systemic trauma to Indigenous people by a government-driven attempt to dismantle their cultural practices. And as Conservatives who, in particular, believe deeply in families as the building blocks of society and parents as first teachers in limiting the scope of the state in intervening with families and with individuals, in language as the cornerstone of generations being able to preserve traditions, values, and cultural practices, and in the free and equal inherent dignity, sanctity, and self-determination of every individual human being, it should be no surprise that Conservatives were the first to take this important step, and that we support the aspiration and the ambition of Bill C-91. And while Conservatives made historic investments and took action in Indigenous culture, education, housing, and water treatment under the previous government, the reality is that a total reliance on federal funding will never provide for the future that First Nations want for their children. That's why Indigenous economic reconciliation and empowerment are also important to Conservatives. When Indigenous communities have access to revenues independent of the government, then they can invest in their own priorities without having to get approval from a civil servant in Ottawa or fit their plan into a federally prescribed program application. Empowering First Nations economically provides the tools for Indigenous communities to invest in their culture and to preserve and nurture their heritage and language for future generations. In Lakeland, Joe Dion of the Frog Lake Energy Resource Corporation has been a champion of empowering Indigenous people to generate sustainable wealth for communities, elders, and long into the future. I represent a region blessed with an abundance of natural resources and Indigenous people and communities who participate as partners, owners, employers, contractors, and workers in responsibly developing these resources. I'm proud to represent all communities and people in Lakeland, including the Buffalo Lake Métis Settlement, the Fishing Lake Métis Settlement, the Kikino Métis Settlement, the Frog Lake First Nation, Goodfish First Nation, the Cohiwin Cree Nation, Saddle Lake Cree Nation, Onion Lake First Nation, and the Elizabeth Métis Settlement. But those communities, and unfortunately others across Canada, for them, the dream of many of those Indigenous communities of economic self-sufficiency is being blocked by this Liberal government. The Liberals' anti-resource agenda is sabotaging the best hope these communities have to become truly independent of the federal government. Isaac Labukan Avaram, chief of the Woodland Cree First Nation, said, quote, it frustrates me as a First Nations individual when I have to almost beg for monies when we're living in some of the most resource-rich country in the world. And when this Liberal Prime Minister vetoed the Northern Gateway pipeline, the equity partners said they were, quote, deeply disappointed that a Prime Minister who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities would now blatantly choose to deny our 31 First Nations and Métis communities of our constitutionally protected right to economic development. And when it comes to the Liberals' No More Pipelines, Bill C-69, Stephen Buffalo, President and CEO of the Indian Resource Council, on behalf of hundreds of Indigenous-owned businesses, said, quote, Indigenous communities are on the verge of a major economic breakthrough, one that finally allows Indigenous people to share in Canada's economic prosperity. But Bill C-69 will stop this progress in its tracks. And about the Liberals' oil export ban, Bill C-48, which was announced with no Indigenous consultation 30 days after the Liberals formed government, Gary Alexie, Vice Chair of the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council, says, quote, with no consultation, the BC First Nations groups have been cut off economically, with no opportunity to even sit down with the government to further negotiate Bill C-48. If that's going to be passed, he says, then I would say we might as well throw up our hands and let the government come and put blankets on us that are infected with smallpox so we can go away. That's what this bill means to us. Today, the way it sits, we have nothing but handouts that are not even enough to have the future growth of First Nations in our communities of British Columbia. Those are incredibly difficult words to read, but they reflect the deep-seated sense of betrayal that many First Nations now feel towards this Liberal government. And that's why, as the Conservative Shadow Minister for Natural Resources, I almost always talk about the multiple Indigenous communities or organizations that want to develop mineral and energy projects in their territories. Because the majority of Indigenous communities want resource development, and they want to partner with businesses to create opportunity for their communities and for future generations. And there are also many examples of initiatives that Indigenous communities want to fund and have begun to establish across Canada to preserve their languages and culture. One of those examples is remarkable in how it has been transitioned from something used to attack and dismantle Indigenous families and cultures to now champion the preservation and the future of Indigenous languages, faith, and cultural practices. Blue Quills, located out of St. Paul in Lakeland, was a residential school. And now it is the largest language, cultural, and sensitivity training center in the area. The history of the college dates back to 1865, and the present campus was built in the early 1930s as a mission residential school. Blue Quills is one of the first Indigenous-administered post-secondary education institutions serving First Nations and other students from across Canada. They offer several courses that teach the Cree language, as well as anthropology and interdisciplinary courses on Indigenous communication through art, dance, and language. Lakeland College in Vermilion, with a campus in Lloydminster in Lakeland, offers a specific program for Indigenous educators, and the college hosts an Indigenous Elders in Residence program. All of these programs are funded in part through the financial support of the local Treaty First Nations. And those very First Nations are also the ones involved in responsible energy resource development, and they are concerned about their future and their future financial prosperity that is threatened by the Liberal attacks on oil and gas in my region. So it's incumbent on all members of this House to work towards meaningful reconciliation. And I want to quote Talia Jackson, a young woman originally from Saddle Lake and a cultural guide with North Central Children and Family Services and Blue Quills University, a constituent who inspires me. She says, quote, my language is important to me as I am not a fluent speaker. I see the value and the beauty of the language of my ancestors. But more importantly, language is the key to our ceremonies, stories, protocols, identities, and our ways of life. It was told to me once that when we speak our language, we are speaking from our hearts, and the Creator hears our prayers. We must respect our fluent speakers and elders, for they have been instrumental to the preservation of Indigenous languages and keep our sacred languages safe. I agree with Talia, because protecting Canada's Indigenous languages is protecting our shared Canadian heritage. It was on December 6, 2016, that the current Liberal Prime Minister promised to introduce this Indigenous Languages Act, and over 2 years have gone by. So I hope that the Liberals also will provide a concrete plan for how they will deliver on the aspiration of Bill C-91. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John's. Refresh my memory. East. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her comments. She raised some, very heartfelt and difficult language coming from members of her community that really points to the need for additional reconciliation and the government making legitimate attempts to meet the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I just point to three of them. Truth and Reconciliation calls to actions 13, 14, and 15. And each of these relate to language and culture that Indigenous groups have told us and that we believe reach that divide and are a step in the right direction to meeting those 3 calls to action. And although she points a large part in her speech to issues that are economic in nature, relate to jobs, which are also important, I wonder if she can confirm to us that she supports the intent and spirit of the aspects of C-91 that relate to the Truth and Reconciliation commitments, and that she intends to support the bill in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Conservatives do intend to support this bill here in the House. The point that I was trying to make is that first of all, that Conservatives value and recognize the importance of languages in the preservation of cultural traditions and values. It was Conservatives that recognized and apologized for the attempt to destroy Indigenous languages and cultures, and also took the first step that I think future governments are going to carry out. But also, really, the importance of the difference between words and spending promises and legislation and action, outcomes, and deliverables. So my point near the end of my speech was, I think what some members have raised in the House today, that the current Liberal Prime Minister made this very promise embodied in this legislation in early 2016, but we're close to the next election already, and at this point, this legislation is being rushed through the House of Commons, once again, with some mistakes having been made and some sort of consultation afterwards, and I think just what Conservatives are pressing is the Liberals really need to let Canadians know how exactly the ambition and the aspiration C-91 will be delivered, either through programs or policies, what the cost implications of that will be, what the partnerships with other levels of government, Indigenous leaders, Indigenous communities, Indigenous educators will happen, like what all that will look like. I think that's our responsibility to ask those questions, and it really is the Liberals' responsibility to tell Canadians as a whole those answers, but also tell Indigenous Canadians who they promise this legislation to exactly how they will deliver.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Sure, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech and the parts of the speech related to Indigenous peoples that were very positive. We really appreciate that. In reply to her last question, is there's all sorts of projects already underway in Indigenous languages and funding, a large amount of funding for the next 5 years. So the process is already underway. This legislation just means it'll go on in the future. And there was a previous speaker talked about consultations. And once again, I'll refer people back to the second reading votes where it talks about a huge number of meetings, consultation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. But my question is, one of the amendments that was accepted was that this, previously and was accepted and is in the legislation now, was that the legislation be reviewed every 5 years. Is the member supportive of that amendment?
Member for Lakeland.
I certainly would support the ability for future governments to review the legislation every 5 years. I think that will be critical to measure the outcomes of this legislation, which is, after all, what will be the most important thing in the long term, not just the words and the rhetoric and the promises and the spending announcements, but to measure whether or not the aspiration of this legislation can actually be delivered, which I think my colleague from Bow River was talking about earlier on. So I certainly support the concept of future governments reviewing this legislation every 5 years.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille, and I'd like to tell the member that she will have 10 minutes, and then we will pause for question period, and when we come back, she will have her remaining time. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask you for your permission to share my time with the member for Saint-Boniface, because I think he would also like to speak to this bill. It's a very important bill, C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. This is a bill that we saw at PROC, a committee I sit on. And I'd like to, first of all, start by recognizing that we are on the land of the traditional lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. And please excuse my pronunciation. I'd like to first of all say that I will be supporting Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. This is not only an important initiative, it is also critical that we act now. Indigenous languages need to be revitalized, and it goes without saying that because this is a critical situation, it not only has to be dealt with now, but it has to be pointed out that people speaking their mother Indigenous language are going down in numbers. Elders are guardians of knowledge, and they are held in high esteem because of their knowledge of the language, their traditional knowledge, and their wisdom. People who spoke during our consultations pointed out how important it is that we act. In many communities, this situation is critical. The number of language keepers is going down. And what that means is that hope of being able to pass on those languages is going down. In 2005, during the Indigenous Language and Cultural Working Group's consultations, we heard that it is important to act now to slow down the loss of language. That was 14 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and it has only become more urgent now. It was pointed out at the time that First Nations languages and Inuit and Métis languages have been assaulted over the course of this entire past century. Short-term goals need to be set, and they need to be implemented now. It is urgent to act, but the process could still be a long one. Governments and communities need support to be able to act now. For example, 1 elder out of 3 declared in 2016 that their mother tongue was an Indigenous language. Now, amongst children between 10 and 14 years old, those numbers were 1 out of 10. And so that is a significant difference. In some cases, there are only a few speakers left. Even though no Indigenous language is out of danger, it should be pointed out that the vitality of languages varies from one group to another. For example, amongst Inuit, there is a higher percentage of elders speaking their mother tongue compared to the younger generation. And amongst the Inuit, you find the highest number of speakers of their Indigenous language compared to First Nations. And amongst Métis people, there was a lower percentage. There were some who said they could speak one language. And so the vitality of these languages and each language is important to consider when thinking about how these languages can be strengthened and revitalized. It is absolutely critical that Indigenous elders play an active role in this revitalization. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission pointed out in its findings that communities and teaching institutions had to use to foster the teaching and transmission of Indigenous languages. The lack of Indigenous language speakers does not necessarily mean that those languages are going to disappear. It is possible to use documents, to use archives in bringing these languages back to life. But elders are the most precious resource as Indigenous language speakers. For example, Peter White from one area has used his expertise and his resources to tape stories and songs from the elders in order to preserve them for years to come. So it's individuals like he who provide such a precious contribution to the revitalization of Indigenous language. Another individual from a multimedia society has also understood the importance of preserving these languages. And this particular individual, 36 years ago, decided to protect the audio, taped audio and video content on old films, old 16mm films, and on floppy disks that had stories from interviews and music in the Cree language. Today, they are implementing a project called Digitalizing Our Ancestors in order to create a digital archive that can be used as a resource for future generations who will be able to learn Cree by listening to voices from the past. Elders who speak the language are those who have this traditional knowledge of the language contained in the language itself. And it is broadly recognized that the wisdom of elders is absolutely critical in being able to provide an authentic interpretation of these languages. Elders truly are language experts. The Health Confederation of First Nations recognized how important elders are in its report on legislation. Our elders guide us in this kind of work, and they are the defenders and advocates for these languages at the community level and at the national level. During the mobilization sessions that led to this bill, participants often repeated how important it is to engage elders in this revitalization project. Under this bill, there is enough flexibility to be able to support different efforts depending on the language. In some situations, this may mean that the participation of elders may be encouraged in planning activities and programs, but in other situations, it may also be important to provide elders with an opportunity to learn a language within their group. This approach is based on the principle that revitalizing a language has to use various approaches and be informed by different factors to be able to help various communities in learning their language, whether it be early learning or adult courses. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that every year, elders are lost in their communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must act now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the opportunity to speak to this and to support this bill. And I would invite all honourable members in this House to work together so that we can adopt this bill. Thank you. The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions when we come back after question period.
The honourable member for La Pointe d'Île. Mr. Speaker, for the 50th anniversary of the Official Languages Act, the Commissioner is acting for the Act to be updated. It will take much more than a simple update, because the Act is based on an outdated and ineffective model when it comes to protecting minority languages. And there's a profound distortion of reality that has led to the assimilation of francophones. The Act claims to make English and French on equal footing, but it's not bilingualism that's threatened in Canada, it's French. For over 50 years, rather than changing the criteria to provide more services in French in Canada, the linguistic indicators have been changed to hide the fact that French is declining. Rather than making French the working language in areas where there's a critical mass of francophones, English is being strengthened in Quebec, and there are an insufficient number of French services in Canada. Unless there's a serious overhaul, the only way forward is to make Quebec a country, which will better support francophone communities.
The honourable member for Yukon.
I want to add my heartfelt thanks to the afternoon of great tributes in the Yukon Legislature dedicated to the retiring Dr. Floyd McCormick, who served as a clerk of the Yukon Legislative Assembly for more than 18 years. Clerks in this chamber who send their best wishes appreciate that Dr. McCormick was president of the Association of Clerks at the Table in Canada, where he represented Canada at the Australia and New Zealand Association of Clerks at the Table conferences. So clerks from around the Commonwealth value Floyd's significant national and international contributions to the profession. Yukoners of all stripes applaud Floyd's devotion to and safeguarding of our parliamentary democracy. What is not emphasized enough is Dr. McCormick's tremendous contributions to those in our community who are less fortunate. He and his wife Sheila would spend countless weeks preparing food for soup kitchens. This is one of the many examples I could give on Floyd's selfless character. So to my witty, wise, professional, thoughtful, endearing, and compassionate friend, have a wonderful retirement. Bravo!
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of journalists, columnists, and hosts of local media shows in my region who work to protect the diversity of viewpoints. At a time when social media and instant news are the dominant models, they deliver high-quality, well-researched content. They cover regional news, which is indispensable for citizens and business owners. The Saint-Pierre, Fortin, Lévesque, Simard, Boucher, Gendron, Beaulais, Lebel, Drouin, Montmagny, Soucy, Bernard, Chassé, Hervé, Charret, Deschênes, Nadeau, Pellerin, Bergeron, and so many others of this world who have exercised their profession this way are defenders of our democracy, and it's essential that we recognize their work. To conclude, I'd like to pay particular tribute to Richard Boissonnette, who has been hosting his Saturday evening show En Toute Liberté for 25 years in La Pocatière, and he always kicks off his show by singing O Canada. Thank you. Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, on May 1st, I tabled a bill to amend the Boundary Waters Treaty of 1909 between Canada and the U.S. in order to consider water quality. I was inspired by people in my community who have been fighting every day to protect our waterways. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Jacques Landry, President of Action Lac Champlain and Mayor of Venise en Quebec, whom I will soon have the pleasure of awarding a medal for his extraordinary work. I'd like to thank everyone who has worked so hard to defend our water quality. We need to continue our efforts. I feel lucky to be able to give honorary medals to some of my fellow citizens from my riding. Brome-Missisquoi is very lucky to have such passionate defenders of the environment and of the liberal values that make us proud.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Ojibwe Shores is the last remaining stretch of undeveloped natural shoreline in Windsor, home to over 160 rare species. It is part of a complex that includes Ojibwe Park, the Spring Garden Natural Area, the Black Oak Heritage Park, the Tallgrass Prairie Park. This area could become one of North America's ecological treasures. Unfortunately, this publicly owned property is controlled by the publicly owned Windsor Port Authority, which has a history of trying to destroy it. For more than a decade, the community has battled to preserve Ojibwe Shores by stopping the port from clear-cutting the trees and using it as a dumping ground. Now the Port Authority wants the City of Windsor taxpayers to pay again for Ojibwe Shores, property the public already owns. Is this the Liberal policy for Canadians to buy their environment from themselves? I have asked the Environment Minister to protect Ojibwe Shores. She has the power and authority to do it. All it takes is mere minutes and the minister's pen. With the climate change and UN report outlining species extinction, why has the Environment Minister been missing in action? Now is the time to act and ensure Ojibwe Shores and begin the process of establishing a national urban park.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when I got elected in 2015, my good friend Andrew Petter, the president of SFU, came to me with an idea to expand the Surrey campus. On November 8, 2016, the Prime Minister and myself announced Simon Fraser University's $125 million sustainable energy and environmental engineering building with $45 million from the federal government. Less than 3 years later, the facility is officially open, and 440 students are now ready to learn skills that will make them the leaders of the clean tech sector. I am proud to work with a government that prioritizes education and understands the importance of youth. I'd also like to extend my congratulations to Surrey's top 25 under 25 Surrey Board of Trade recipients, namely Kyla, Anjali, Gurjeevan, Samant, Danya, Adelaide, Ravneet, Karnveer, Aruba, Hajarov, Shilpa, Tawanda, Chetna, Shauna, Arpit, Helena, Gaganjeet, Ravneet, Abhijit, Brumroop, Tanraj, Brandon, Harjot, Richard, and Peyton. Congratulations to Surrey's best and brightest. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, whose life matters? At different times in history, the idea of universal human dignity and value has been challenged from different sources and for different reasons. Some societies have sought to deny recognition to some human beings because that denial was economically convenient. If your society relies on slave labor, then recognizing the humanity of enslaved persons is inconvenient, even though it is morally right. Other societies have used dehumanization to justify the expropriation of property from minorities or other forms of exploitation. Sometimes it is inconvenient to recognize the vulnerable as human because it is costly to help and support them. But our assessment of who is human and who matters should not depend on convenience, it should reflect objective reality. Mr. Speaker, important events are taking place on Parliament Hill today where people gather to speak out about the mass killing of innocents by the Iranian regime as part of Iran Accountability Week. It may not always be convenient for us to take a stand against that regime, but it is something we must do. We must stand against the dehumanization efforts of this regime and ensure that universal, immutable human dignity is recognized in every situation.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, I recently met with the founders of the organization Respect Human Rights, which is based in Dorval. The organization works to ensure that the Constitution on human rights is respected and enforced, and to recognize companies that respect those rights. Based on their testimony, it seems that companies and institutions still have a long way to go. And it's thanks to initiatives like these that Canadians will be able to work in dignity.
Nelson Mandela said, "Any man or institution that tries to rob me of my dignity will lose." In the eyes of the law and in a free and democratic society, we are all equal. Human rights belong to all people. They are inalienable because they cannot be taken away, and non-discriminatory because they must be respected without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, the 13th annual Gaspé Dinner was held as part of the wine festival called Cépage en Fête, overseen by Mr. Hermel Bujold, a proud business owner from the Gaspé region who's been in Lac-Saint-Jean for over 10 years. We had the opportunity to discover regional delicacies, and we were treated to a musical show by Mario Pelchat. Cépage en Fête will be held for the second year from June 13th to 15th, 2019 in downtown Dolbeau-Mistassini. The festival showcases local products and wines from Saint-Jean and all across Quebec. Our region produces a cornucopia of high-quality products that deserve to be discovered and enjoyed. So I encourage all residents of Saint-Jean to come out to the festival and to help ring in the beginning of summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadians were promised a Prime Minister who would be open by default, who would make decisions that would be based on science and not politics, who would not use omnibus budget bills, who would not gag civil servants. And what did we get? We have a Prime Minister who has used multiple omnibus budget bills, who wants a Northern BC tanker ban that is entirely based on politics and not science. In 2016, this Prime Minister signed off on 235 civil servants being gagged for a lifetime over the so-called capability gap of the fighter jet replacement program. And today, we still have many unanswered questions over SNC-Lavalin and Vice Admiral Mark Norman's trial. In other words, Canadians got precisely the opposite of what they were promised from this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is not as advertised.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the positive impact of the child tax benefit that was introduced by our government. The tremendous impact that this is having for families and communities across Labrador. As of January 2019, more than 4,700 children in Labrador communities and their families have received the child tax benefit. It has meant over $1.5 $5 million in payments to these families. Mr. Speaker, Labrador children, like all widows across Canada, their families are using this money to help pay for childcare, after-school programs, and improvements to housing. They're helping them address food insecurity, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is lifting children out of poverty in Canada. Since 2013, child poverty in Canada has been reduced by 40%, and it's all in part due to the child tax benefit. Mr. Speaker, we know there's more to do, and we have acknowledged that, and will continue to work towards it.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, we'll be celebrating mothers everywhere. Women who give unconditional love and support day after day. I'd like to wish them a happy Mother's Day in advance, and especially to my wife, Rana, and to my mother, Providenza. Mother, everything that I am and will be is thanks to you. Thank you. But I also want to acknowledge all of the exceptional women who share their love and support with the people around them, even if they haven't had children of their own.
Mother's Day to every woman who spreads motherly love. Thank you for shaping the leaders of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Merci pour toutes les...
Thank you for all of your gestures of kindness, seen or unseen.
Festa della mamma.
We're tous d'accord. We're all agreed on that. Honorable député de Bellechasse.
Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, the Davie Shipyard got the contract to convert the Astérix, a jewel in the crown of the Canadian Navy, which was delivered on time and on budget. Under the Liberals, though, a highly respected Vice Admiral was dragged through the mud, and the Obélix contract wasn't awarded despite an urgent need. And no strategic strip was actually delivered under the Liberals. There were over 1,200 workers at the shipyard under the Conservatives. Now we've seen very little except political machinations. Mr. Speaker, in October, Quebecers will be able to put an end to interference, cronyism, and arrogance by voting out the Liberal government. Shipyard workers deserve better. Quebec deserves better, and Canada deserves better.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, last night, the members of Parliament's soccer team faced off against the Pages soccer team. It was a beautiful day, so nobody could blame the weather for anything. But then Mathieu Leclerc and Damien Pilon scored the first 2 goals for the Pages. Then the Conservative member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin passed the ball to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who scored a goal.
Novel display of nonpartisanship, Liberals rejoice as cooperation by the opposition. The MPs pressed for an equalizer, but Quentin Belak was a wall in the net for the Pages. Jonah Sider-Eichenberg forced me into some difficult saves, but even our gender-balanced cabinet featuring the Ministers of Environment and National Defence couldn't save us from ourselves. 2 own goals by the Liberals. Sometimes sport does imitate life. À la fin, c'était...
In the end, the Pages beat us 4-1. We respect them, and we will miss them. To the Pages.
Congratulations to the Pages. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I join with millions of Canadians who believe that global warming is the defining political issue of our times. Climate scientists have explained how critical the current situation is. If we do not take immediate and effective action, we are facing environmental catastrophe of immense scale. We could melt our polar ice caps, lose the planet's coral reefs, and see the extinction of 1 million species. Floods and wildfires are already here. Thankfully, the movement for change is growing, and it's being led by young people all over the world. In Vancouver, last week we saw thousands of students walk out of classes to march for action. In Vancouver Kingsway, I witnessed the energy and creativity of students from Windermere Secondary who organized Earth Day events and a mini We Day to inspire a youth-led change for a better future. Let's follow the example of these young people and take the steps necessary to make sure they inherit a planet that is sustainable for all generations to come. I stand with them.
The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, the Prime Minister sold himself to Canadians as something that he simply is not. And now broken promise after broken promise, failure after failure, scandal after scandal, buyer's remorse has set in. The Prime Minister proudly announced to the world that Canada was back. But that was followed by a disastrous trip to India, a worse NAFTA deal, a blunder with the Japanese Prime Minister, and a collapsed relationship with China. The Prime Minister also claimed to usher in a new era of cooperative federalism. But when provincial governments didn't simply agree with his carbon tax scheme, he imposed it against their will anyway. And despite promising to be open and transparent, he's been caught multiple times politically interfering. And those who dared to speak truth to power had their reputation smeared. The list of disappointment goes on, Mr. Speaker, but there's one thing that's certain. It's that the Prime Minister is simply not as advertised.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, May 12th, marks the 149th birthday of Manitoba, Canada's Keystone Province. Next year, the province will celebrate its 150th anniversary since it was founded by Louis Riel's provisional government in 1870. Manitoba is the traditional territory of over 60 First Nations and the heartland of the Métis Nation. We are proud to host the Canadian Museum for Human Rights and the world-renowned National Microbiology Lab, where the Ebola vaccine was developed. Undeniably, Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg, Manitoba is the curling capital of the world, and Churchill, Manitoba, the polar bear capital of the world. The province is also the home of the mighty Winnipeg Jets and of Folklorama, Canada's largest and longest-running multicultural festival. Mr. Speaker, Manitoba has an incredibly rich history of welcoming people from around the world, and I would like to wish all of our vibrant and diverse Manitoba communities a very happy Manitoba Day and a happy Mother's Day, too. Hear, hear.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
On Wednesday, Vice Admiral Mark Norman's lawyer said, quote, "No person should walk into a courtroom fighting their elected government or any sort of political factors." Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened in the Mark Norman trial. This Prime Minister interfered in the judicial process. He withheld documents from the defense. They've denied Mark Norman access to his own emails. Why did the Prime Minister so clearly have his finger on the scales of justice in the Mark Norman case?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, almost everything that the member opposite just said is not correct. And in fact, as the Director of Public Prosecutions stated yesterday, there was no contact or influence from outside the Public Prosecution Service, either in the initial decision with respect to the laying of this charge or the decision to stay the charge. And Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should know that all of the procedures conducted by the Office of the Public Prosecutor and the RCMP are totally independent of the Government of Canada.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mark Norman's lawyer said, quote, "What you don't do is you don't put your finger and try to weigh in on the scales of justice. That is not what should be happening." That's right. But that's exactly what did happen in the Mark Norman trial. The Liberals actively worked against him. The Prime Minister said Norman would be charged while the investigation was ongoing. He refused to waive cabinet confidentiality. He withheld thousands of documents from Norman's defense team. How does the Prime Minister defend this blatant interference in an ongoing judicial proceeding?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, it's a little offensive to hear the member opposite impugn the integrity of the RCMP and the independent conduct of their investigations, and also to impugn the integrity of the Public Prosecution Services, who has been crystal clear that at no time, Mr. Speaker, was there any contact or influence from the government, and that all decisions with respect to initiating the prosecution or staying it were made independent of the government.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister wants Canadians to believe that because he failed when he tried to politically interfere in yet another criminal proceeding, that his failure should be celebrated as an exoneration of his bad behavior. That's like saying that someone who tries to rob a bank should get off the hook if they fail to get away with the cash. The Prime Minister withheld documents, coached government witnesses, and tried to bankrupt Mark Norman. How does this Prime Minister defend this blatant political interference in the judicial system?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, once again, none of that is actually true. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that all procedures conducted by the Office of the Public Prosecutor and by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police are totally independent of the Government of Canada. The entire structure of their work is designed to keep it independent. Decisions that are made on the basis of proper legal considerations and the evidence, and all of those considerations are weighed carefully in court before a judge. Mr. Speaker, the matter was entirely without political influence, and that's exactly what the Director of Public Prosecutions averred yesterday.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has done his best to end the contract with Davie Shipyards. He tried to destroy the reputation of Vice Admiral Norman, who stood up to Liberal interference. He doesn't like anyone opposing him, as was the case with the former Attorney General. Another strange coincidence, when the former Parliamentary Secretary said he would testify against his own Liberal government, the charges were dropped. If that's not political interference, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians deserve better than innuendo. And so I would remind the member opposite, when legal matters are to be investigated, they are investigated independently by the RCMP. Any decision with respect to the laying of charges are made independently by the Director of Public Prosecutions. And as the Director of Public Prosecutions made crystal clear yesterday, there was no contact and no influence to any member of the Director of Public Prosecution Services Canada in the determination of these decisions, that there was no influence by the Government of Canada.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, only the Liberals can't see political interference in this case. The truth is that the Liberals didn't want this contract to go to Davie Shipyards. So what did they do? They tried to destroy the career of Vice Admiral Norman, an honest man respected by all. This Prime Minister refused to provide evidence to Vice Admiral Norman, and Norman's lawyer even said yesterday that the PMO was advising witnesses. So if this isn't political interference, what is it?
With respect to the court order to produce documents, here are the facts. The Government of Canada met all of its obligations with respect to third-party record applications. All documents from the priority individuals identified by the defence in February were in fact provided to the court. In total, Mr. Speaker, over 8,000 documents on behalf of the 7 government organizations were submitted to the court over the course of this process. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to acknowledge that on this matter, both the judge and the Crown thank departmental officials for their excellent cooperation in this process.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across this country are struggling to find a place to call home. We are in the midst of a national housing crisis. I met a woman who lived in co-op housing, and she told me that living in co-op housing meant she was able to build a life. She was able to raise her 3 kids. Why can't this government understand that we need to build new homes, affordable, non-market, non-profit, and cooperative? Will this government adopt our plan to build 500,000 new affordable homes across this country?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to be able to answer this question, because not only do we have a plan to give every Canadian a safe and affordable place to have a home, but we also have put that plan into place since 2015. We have announced in November 2017, we have announced the first ever national housing strategy, which is going to give 500,000 Canadian families a safe and affordable home in the years to come. Mr. Speaker, we know we have a lot more to come. We're well beyond planning for the future.
Deputy. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. From Burnaby to Montreal, adequate, affordable housing should be a right, but for too many families, this is increasingly out of their reach. After 3 years of Liberal inaction, people are spending more and more to meet their basic housing needs. We have to make different choices in order to get better results. Why have the Liberals refused to adopt our plan to immediately build 500,000 affordable housing units? The Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say in French what I said in English. We, in the Liberal government, since 2015, have been working with our partners in order to address the issue of housing. Since 2017, we have a plan which will get 500,000 Canadians into affordable quality housing. We are pleased to have a plan, and we're very proud to go forward with it. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The Mark Norman affair has been a disaster since the very beginning, and once again there are serious allegations of interference on the part of the Prime Minister's office. The NDP asked the Director of Public Prosecutions to exercise her right, appoint an independent attorney or prosecutor to investigate these allegations. We have to restore people's trust. Will Liberals let us learn the truth?
Mr. Speaker, I quite frankly find it offensive when a member in this House rises and impugns the integrity and reputation of the RCMP and the Director of Public Prosecutions by suggesting that they would ever conduct their business in any way which was less than independent. And if the member opposite perhaps did not hear, but the Director of Public Prosecutions yesterday repeated that there has been no contact or influence from outside the PPSC, either in the initial decision to prosecute or in the subsequent decision to stay the charge.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Liberals are clearly avoiding the question. Yesterday we learned crucial information wasn't just hidden from Vice Admiral Norman's lawyers, it was even hidden from the prosecution. His lawyer said that the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office withheld information, but she didn't know why. The only people that can answer why are sitting on the Liberal benches. Why did the Liberals hide vital information from the prosecution, the defense, and from the rest of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. The government met all of its obligations with respect to third-party record applications. And as I've said, all documents from priority individuals identified by the defense in February were in fact provided to the court. Mr. Speaker, over 8,000 documents on behalf of 7 government organizations were submitted to the court over the course of this process. The government met its obligations, and the public prosecutor has indicated that there was no inappropriate contact or influence on her decision-making.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Let's talk about political influence, Mr. Speaker. In the first Liberal cabinet meeting, Scott Bryson interfered with a naval shipbuilding contract, and that action leaked out. The Prime Minister had the leak investigated, and the Privy Council office identified 73 people that were aware of the leak. So my question is simple. How many of the 73 names did the Prime Minister or the PCO give to the RCMP to investigate?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is a lawyer and shares the same profession as me. He should know that when you investigate a charge, that's done by law enforcement, in this case the RCMP. He should also know that when you lay a charge, that's done by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, an entity that his party created while in power. Thirdly, he should know that when a decision is made to withdraw a charge or stay it, that is also done by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. All of those entities and all of those steps were taken independently, as they should be in this country.
The Honourable Member for Durham. Order.
Speaker, as that member should know the Prime Minister asked for an investigation of the leak. 73 names were found to have known about the leak, but only one name was handed to the RCMP, Admiral Mark Norman. Without that investigation, Mr. Speaker, he would not have been relieved of command. Without that direction from the Prime Minister's office, he would not have lost his job, his reputation, and spent 2 years fighting for the vindication he had yesterday. Will that member stand in this House and apologize to Admiral Mark Norman?
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in different contexts, I have a lot of respect for the member opposite, for the advocacy he does for the men and women in uniform in this country. But what I think is important to underscore is that there are men and women in uniform, namely the RCMP, that took charge of the very investigation that he's impugning. And he's impugning the law enforcement officials and the independence of their work. And what I would put to him is that what he should also listen to is not just from our side of this aisle, but he should also listen to the defense counsel for Admiral Norman, who said, and I quote, "The decision to stay this prosecution was exercised by prosecutors and the DPP unimpacted by any political considerations, as it should be."
Order. Alors, l'honorable.
The Honourable. Order. The Honourable Member. Calm down. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. One thing we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that former Minister Scott Brison resigned because he didn't want to have to answer questions about the termination of the contract with Davy Shipyards for the Asterisk. The Prime Minister is complicit in having done all he could to prevent the disclosure of documents. If he really wanted the truth, he would have allowed the defense to have these documents. Does he still claim there was no political interference? Mr. Speaker, again, in French, there are three important things. First of all, the decision to launch an investigation on that part of the RCMP. Second, the PSPC decided to go forward. And third, it was the Director of Public Prosecutions who decided that the charges would be dropped. Here, the Director herself said,
nor was there any contact or influence from outside the PPSC, including political...
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, is it true that the Prime Minister and the Privy Council took the decision to terminate the contract for the Astérix, jeopardizing all kinds of jobs in the Quebec region? Now, there were thousands of documents that had been requested by Norman's defense. Some were made public, but they were redacted. They didn't want certain witnesses interrogated, and the Prime Minister himself asked the RCMP to investigate. Why are they trying to convince Canadians that there was no political interference? The Parliamentary Secretary. Now, the Director herself said this. With respect to the investigation and the legal process, she said that all obligations had been fulfilled, all documents were provided the court, more than 8,000 documents in all. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to the file and the documents, the judge thanked the departments and officials for their cooperation.
Richmond Hill.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't like it when people of honour stand up to him. He tried to interfere in a shipbuilding contract, but Admiral Norman protected the Navy and the delivery of the ship it needed. When the Prime Minister didn't get his way, he began a politically motivated campaign against Admiral Norman. He instructed the RCMP to investigate and told the public Norman would be charged and end up at trial. When will the Prime Minister realize that he can't use the power of his office to attack those he views as his enemies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the member's opposite service to this country, as we all respect Vice Admiral Norman's. But what I can underscore for her, and perhaps elaborate for her, is how the legal process works. The legal process conducts itself in an independent manner. When requests for documents are made, we identify the documents, redactions, and what is covered by cabinet confidences. Those decisions are made independent of political actors, as they should be. Furthermore, we don't intervene in that judicial process because we safeguard the independence of the judiciary and the rule of law. Exactly. That's the way the system's supposed to work, and that is something that I would hope all members of this House would appreciate and protect.
Hear, hear.
Order. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, those independent organizations can only make informed decisions if they have the documents to read them. The Prime Minister thinks he's above the law, and it's time to restore Canadians' confidence in the highest office in the land. We know that he politically interfered by refusing to turn over critical documents to Mark Norman's lawyers. He interfered by refusing to waive cabinet confidence, and he interfered by counseling key witnesses on what to say. Everyone knows this is political interference. When will the Prime Minister admit it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's hear what the actual director had to say. Quote, no other factors were considered in this decision, nor was there any contact or influence from outside the PPSC, including political influence in either the initial decision to prosecute Mr. Norman or in the decision to stay the charge today. The reason why the Minister of Border Safety was so appalled by this line of questioning is because you don't impugn the integrity of people who are leading the judicial system or are independent officials, and secondly, you don't impugn the integrity of people who don't have a chance to stand up in this House and defend themselves. I'll do it for them. The Director of Public Prosecutions operated independently at all times.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Order. Mr. Speaker, whether it's Mark Norman's reputation or workers at Davie Shipyards, the consequences of this Prime Minister's behaviour are significant. The Liberals have shown they have no respect for the rule of law. First, allegations of interference with witnesses and these hidden documents. People have the right to know the truth. Will the government launch a truly independent investigation to get to the bottom of this matter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. What I want to underscore is that the investigation was conducted by the RCMP, approved by the director herself. The charges were dropped by the director. Now, what the lawyer for Mr. Norman said?
By prosecutors and the DPP, unimpacted by any political considerations, as it should be. She further underscored that is in fact how things are supposed to work. I agree with her assessment.
Bravo.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nobody on this side is impugning the motives of the RCMP or the Director of Public Prosecutions. What we're impugning is the motives of a government who interfered in this case when the Prime Minister said before charges were laid that it was going to go to court, who hired the reporter that reported on Scott Bryson's pork barreling, and then who's been accused of having told witnesses what to say, Mr. Speaker. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. And instead of trying to defend the Director of Public Prosecutions with their discredited word, they should launch an independent investigation to show that nothing happened. So when are we going to have
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I actually think it's quite unfortunate that it's come to this, because what it's come to is that in the last 4 months, we've had on 2 occasions the Director of Public Prosecutions feeling incumbent upon herself to issue public statements about non-interference. We know the first one was in February, when she talked about comments that related to a different matter that was being elaborated upon in this House. The second time is yesterday, and the fact that she's being compelled upon to issue these kinds of statements, declaring in the loudest voice possible that no influence occurred, is actually a function of the fact of the type of questioning that we're facing in this House. I think it's a sad state of affairs because the independence is important.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse. Order. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-des-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, when Vice Admiral Mark Norman stood up for the Navy against Scott Bryson's political interference, the PM attacked him, even before any charges were laid. The Liberals have not hesitated to drag the Vice Admiral's name in the mud, even though he's had an impeccable career. They've also endangered hundreds of jobs at Davie shipyards. Now, Davie did deliver the Astérix on time and on budget. When will the Prime Minister present an apology to Norman and restore him as head of the Canadian Navy? Mr. Speaker, the government took no decision in staying the charges. It was not aware of the decision taken by the Director of Public Prosecutions in this case. And it's actually, the Director of Public Prosecutions even said yesterday that there was no contact or influence whatsoever with respect to the Public Prosecution Services. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, when Admiral Norman stood up for the Navy against Scott Bryson's political interference, what he was doing was making priorities. He was giving priority to friends of the Liberal Party. We know that Norman made the right decision in the interest of our nation. When will the Prime Minister apologize?
Mr. Speaker, as the Public Prosecution Service of Canada confirmed, every decision was made completely independently. Based on this decision, the Deputy Minister has revised the policy in place regarding Vice Admiral Norman's original request to have the legal fees paid for as this relates. I've agreed with this advice, Mr. Speaker, and have authorized it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself said that Mark Norman would end up in court even before charges were laid. Clearly, this was a political attack on someone who is standing up for what is right. It is another example of the Prime Minister attacking someone who got in his way. When will the Prime Minister apologize and have Vice Admiral Norman reinstated as Vice Chief of Defence Staff?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate again from the Public Prosecution Service of Canada that every decision was made independently, Mr. Speaker. I want to quote from the statement that was released. No other factors were considered in this decision, nor was there any contact or influence from outside the PPSC, including political influence in either initial decision to prosecute Mr. Norman or in the decision to stay the charge, Mr. Speaker. And General Vance, Chief of Defence Staff, will be meeting with Admiral Norman, and then we'll be talking about the next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
But that's not what Canadians see in the aftermath of the Vice Admiral Norman travesty, Mr. Speaker. What they see is a pattern of corruption with the Prime Minister, the PMO, and this Liberal government who attack and try to discredit anyone who stands up for truth, who stands up for what is right, and who gets in their way. What is this government really so desperately trying to hide? Will the Prime Minister apologize to Vice Admiral Norman and reinstate him as the head of the Navy and second in command of our armed forces?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, no other factors were considered in this case, and no influence was created, Mr. Speaker. General Vance will be speaking with Admiral Norman at the appropriate time. Discussion will be had, Mr. Speaker, as to the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, HIV patients in Saskatchewan are not receiving treatment with free, readily available antiretroviral drugs that will save their lives and prevent transmission of the virus. This is in direct violation of the Canada Health Act. Meanwhile, young people with HIV are dying frequently in my province, and Saskatchewan has the highest HIV diagnosis rate in the country. Why won't the Liberal government enforce the Canada Health Act and ensure that HIV patients in Saskatchewan have the same access to treatment and care as other Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is deeply committed to addressing HIV and AIDS. We're investing $87 million annually to tackle HIV and other sexually transmitted and blood-borne illnesses. If there is an issue in the province of Saskatchewan, as the member has indicated, I would be happy to have her come forward and speak to me, and I will take it forward to Health Canada.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in Trois-Rivières, important business stakeholders are getting involved in a promising airport project. The city has just invested in the construction of a new terminal, and the expectation is that the federal government will do its part. At the same time, though, in the most recent budget, the Liberal government quietly slipped in security services privatization in Canadian airports. Mr. Speaker, what can the people and business community of Trois-Rivières expect this privatization to do to the designation of their airport?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure Canadians that we are putting forward measures to improve the air passenger experience. We have provided funding to address increasing passenger volumes at our airports and to decrease passenger wait times. Our government is committed to maintaining the highest levels of security for the traveling public while improving the passenger experience, and any decision that's made on CATSA privatization will take those into account.
Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses and consumers know how important the U.S. market is for the Canadian economy. That is why it was so important to negotiate a good new NAFTA deal. But the Conservatives have repeatedly changed their tune about NAFTA. During the negotiations, they urged us to capitulate to U.S. demands to reduce our access. Then they criticized the good deal that we got. And now they're reversing themselves again. Can the minister tell this House why the new NAFTA is such a significant achievement? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Ottawa West Nepean is absolutely correct. Our government stood firm for a good deal, and we got a good deal. We did this despite the Conservatives and the Leader of the Opposition advocating for capitulation and to accept any deal at any cost. Yesterday, after months of criticizing the new NAFTA, the opposition leader promised to ratify it. He admits it's a good deal. He's clearly on board with our leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicolai.
Mr. Speaker, there is a crisis of affordability in this country, and it is the fault of the government. Canadians are being crushed by high fuel prices because of the carbon tax and the Liberals' hostility to pipelines. We put forward a common-sense motion this week that would help people afford to get to work and to school. This government voted against it. Absolutely shameful. When will these Liberals admit their carbon tax is nothing but a cash grab and stand with Canadians for a change?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Party opposite voted for. They voted for the Paris Agreement and for standing up and taking action on climate change. But what are they doing now? They're lying to Canadians. They are not saying to Canadians that...
Honourable Minister of Environment. Order. 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 The member for Foothills will come to order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Environment should know that the word she used is unparliamentary. I'd ask her to apologize for that word.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for that. The party opposite is misleading Canadians. Instead of actually talking about the costs of climate change to Canadians, which has gone from $400 million to over $2 billion per year that everyone is paying right now, instead of talking about the money back that Canadians are getting, a family of four in Ontario getting a climate action incentive rebate of $307, they're misleading them because they don't want to take serious climate action. They don't believe that climate change is a problem. They want to do...
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices in British Columbia are sky high, and residents in my riding don't have the option of walking across the border with jerry cans, which is what is currently happening. Yesterday, the Liberals doubled down and voted against eliminating the carbon tax and keeping the gas pumps at the prices high. Now that they've rejected our plan, what is their plan to make gas prices more affordable for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. clear. We have not put a price in pollution in BC because BC has stepped up. Their price has gone up by 1 cent because of their carbon price. But you know what? The party opposite doesn't seem to understand that everyone is paying the cost of climate change. In Ottawa, in the National Capital Region, we have seen massive flooding that is impacting on people's lives, just impacting on people's property, and it's just going to get worse because we have our climate change report that says Canada is warming at twice the global average. We need to take action on climate change. Why won't the party opposite join us?
Order. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely clear that they have no plan to make gas more affordable. The Prime Minister himself said that carbon tax being high is what he wanted to change behaviours. Well, changing behaviours of cancer is not acceptable. There is many, many impacts that they don't seem to understand for everyday Canadians. We have a plan to make life more affordable, eliminating the carbon tax and getting the Trans Mountain built. Why won't they just admit they don't care about the price of gas in British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, why does the party opposite care about climate change? Climate change is real. It's having an impact. In British Columbia, there were forest fires that were burning stronger and longer than ever before. There were mothers that were talking to me about being worried about their kids going outside because the air quality index was 10 or dangerous. There are people that are being hit in the tourism industry because people are worried about the forest fires and the impacts. We need to take action on climate change. There is a real cost, and the environment and the economy do go together in the 21st century, so the party opposite would understand that.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
But these Liberals don't have an environment plan, they only have a tax plan. And that's because this millionaire Prime Minister has never had to worry about money, and it shows. The Liberals' carbon tax increased the price of everything. Their new fuel standard will further hike the cost of gas and diesel, and their cancellation of Northern Gateway and delays on the Trans Mountain expansion have helped drive prices to all-time highs in BC. The Prime Minister actually says making everything more expensive for everyone is, quote, exactly what we want. Well, the Liberals do, but Canadians don't. So how could they actually vote against the Conservative motion to stop increasing the price of gas?
Shut up, Paul.
Honourable Minister of Environment.
About what we've done to make life more affordable. We've increased taxes on the 1% so we could reduce them on the middle class. We brought in the Canada Child Benefit.
Order. Order. It is notable that members would like to have the rules applied strictly, but only against the other side. And that applies to both sides. That applies to both sides. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Environment has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about how we've made life more affordable for Canadians. That we have reduced taxes on the middle class. We brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which has raised 300,000 children out of poverty. And yes, we're making it no longer free to pollute, but we're giving the money back to Canadians such that a family of four in Ontario will receive $307, which is more than a family, most families will pay. We need to take action on climate change. We need to grow our economy. We need to do it in an affordable way. That's what we're doing.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the CRA claims that the majority of mental impairments are temporary, including autism, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. In fact, these are lifelong conditions. They are severe and prolonged. Yet the CRA still expects these individuals to reapply for the disability tax credit. Rather than gouging vulnerable people and their families, will this minister just commit to correcting this unconscionable policy immediately?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Living with a disability can have an important impact on the daily lives of those people who are affected and of their close ones. That's why we implemented measures to make the disability tax credit more accessible, including by simplifying the form and allowing nurses to help them with their forms. There has been an advisory group, but this group actually had been abolished in the Conservative government in 2006. But we want these people to have a voice, and we are looking forward to the committee's recommendations.
This way.
Experts are calling out the Liberals' failure to address the housing crisis and their attempts to mislead Canadians. They reveal that the percentage of federal spending on housing is at an historic low, that funding for social housing remains stagnant, and they've exposed how the Liberals inflate their numbers by treating existing programs as new ones, counting hypothetical money, and representing provincial spending as their own. They say the Liberals are not serious about housing and are taking baby steps. Why is this government deceiving Canadians and refusing to act on affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer this question. We believe that every Canadian should have a safe and affordable place to call home, and that's why since 2015 we have invested $7.5 billion additional dollars helping 1 million families. That's why in November 2017 we announced the first ever national housing strategy, a $40 billion, sorry Mr. Speaker, it's a $55 billion strategy because of April's budget, April 2019's budget. And that is going to lift 500,000 Canadian families out of housing conditions that are not acceptable in 2019. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, CTV News reported that this Liberal government is cutting a program that employs dozens with developmental disabilities. These workers are finding great meaning in their work at Library and Archives Canada. Our leader has pledged to restore the funding for this program. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and reverse this cold-hearted cut?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking unprecedented action to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity to participate in our economy, including inclusive work opportunities. With respect to this program, we have been working for a year with this organization. We have extended their contract. We're making sure that they have meaningful work so they can contribute to our government's operations. We are not in the business of paying people $1 an hour to do work, Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives work. That's right.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Alors.
Order.
Honourable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, the story makes no sense. 34 Canadians with a disability working at Library and Archives, and it costs very little, and the Liberal government cuts the program. But they're not just cutting money, they're cutting their pride and dignity. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stand up and apologize, or are we going to have to wait for 6 months for us to deal with the situation? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. As I said in English, Mr. Speaker, we are not cutting these people off. We are looking for good jobs for these exceptional people with extraordinary capacity. We're just not going to pay them $1 a day. Under this government, we want to pay them fairly and reasonably. And the point is that we're working with this organization. We have been for 1 year, and we will find them excellent employment.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, they aren't paid $1 a day. They are paid at the Ontario minimum wage level. And Canada's disability community says their motto is nothing about us without us. But this Prime Minister is moving on without them, cutting 34 jobs for disabled Canadians. The disabled community is already concerned by the Liberals' refusal to strengthen the Toothless Accessibility Canada Act. When at committee the Minister was asked about these job cuts, she said these people are no longer operationally required. The Conservative government will save these jobs. Will the Liberals follow our lead and reverse these heartless job cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Accessibility.
Perhaps I'll set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. It was our government who actually committed, increased the contract, and paid these individuals up to minimum wage. It was their government who paid them $1.50 a day. It was only under the leadership of our government that they were being paid the wage they deserve. We are working tirelessly with this organization to find them work. I did not, Mr. Speaker, say these individuals weren't operationally required. I said that the work they say we're doing is no longer necessary. And so that's a very important distinction, because I have absolute respect for these workers and their families, and we are doing right by them, I can assure all Canadians.
Alors.
Order.
Alors. Order. Order. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today demonstrators are on the Hill. Conservative MPs have joined them by trying to control decisions of women over their bodies.
I believe safe access to abortion services is a right, because they said so in this House last year. In the face of these threats to women's health, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health tell this House where our government stands on a women's right to choose?
Right to choose. Right to choose. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women and women alone should be the ones making decision over their own bodies. To abortion at home and abroad, from supporting groups like Planned Parenthood to increase access to Plan B and Mefagais-Miso. It should concern all Canadians that the Leader of the Opposition only won the Conservative leadership thanks to the same anti-choice activists protesting today. Unlike the Conservative...
Order. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's agriculture and agri-food industry contributes over $110 billion annually to the Canadian economy. Yet this Liberal government seems perfectly content to let countries such as India, Saudi Arabia, Peru, Vietnam, and now China get away with taking unwarranted trade actions against this vital sector of our economy. Canola farmers are the most recent victims of this Liberal government's bungling with our global partners. When will the Prime Minister resolve the canola issue with China?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade Diversification.
Mr. Speaker, last week was a good week for Canadian canola farmers. The federal government, working with provincial governments and stakeholders and farmers, we announced a support package for farmers while recommitting our effort to resolve the trade dispute with China. We continue to call on China to resolve this issue on a scientific-based evidence. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade Diversification is leading delegations around the world to promote the best quality in the world.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's Minister of Culture from Quebec wrote to our Minister of Heritage to share her concerns about the situation at Telefilm Canada. I hope that the Minister will allow the Heritage Committee to support my motion and allow Telefilm Canada to appear. The facts have been known for a week. CTVM Info and our mainstream media have pointed out how much the cultural sector needs a Telefilm Canada that is healthy and listening. Will the Minister of Heritage finally announce good news? Because it's already Thursday.
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working on this issue for the past month, and I can tell you that directors, producers, and creators can count on us. As the Minister said last week, we will have concrete solutions to announce this week. This is not about scoring political points. This is about ensuring movies in French can be produced this year. Why is the member trying to politicize that, Mr. Speaker? We're used to the Conservatives turning their back on our culture, but why is the NDP only talking about this important issue now?
Member, order. Alors, order. The Honourable Member for Brampton South, order.
Mr. Speaker, information technologies has revolutionized our lives, but cybersecurity has emerged as an issue that comes with challenges and great opportunities for growth. I would like to know what actions our government is taking to aid cybersecurity initiatives.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr.
for Brampton South, and I commend her for her advocacy on this topic. We are working with our partners in business and academia in order to strengthen Canada's cybersecurity and to become a world leader in the field. We've invested $895 million to fund our new national cybersecurity strategy to ensure that our cyber systems are secure and resilient, to encourage innovation, and to support effective leadership and collaboration between government and all our partners. We'll be introducing legislation to create a Canadian framework for cybersecurity across all sectors.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the reach of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard goes far beyond brutalizing their own population. It goes far beyond interfering with their Middle Eastern neighbors. They're also terrorizing Canadians, such as radio host Nargis Ghaffari, by forcing family members in Iran to pass on the message, stop your activism, so that, as they say, no one gets hurt. A year ago, the Liberals voted in favour of our Conservative motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist group. When will the Liberals stop tolerating this murderous regime and take a stand for human rights and finally list the IRGC?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank the honourable member for his question. The Criminal Code listing regime is an important tool for countering terrorism and is part of the government's commitment to keep Canadians safe. The update to the listings is an important step to fight terrorism globally and ensure Canada remains a safe and peaceful country. There is a prescribed step-by-step process. New entities are added once it has been determined that they meet the legal threshold. Thank you.
Well done.
Député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Premier Legault will have to consider scaling back the Quebec City Tramway project and delaying it because the federal government is not doing its part. $800 million is still needed to launch the project. The money exists, but the government refuses to provide an unconditional transfer to Quebec. The problem could be dealt with by tomorrow. Will Ottawa get out of the way, let Quebec manage the integrated bilateral agreement funds based on their needs, and provide its full share for the Quebec City Tramway? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to answer this question because it's clear to everyone that from the very beginning, the $1.2 billion went there. It went there when the previous Premier Couillard said that they needed this transportation network. We told them that the federal government would go there. The federal money did, and what I hope is that the citizens of Quebec City know that Premier Legault will get that tramway built to Quebec City. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the government transfer the money unconditionally and do the same for other programs? Because what we've heard is that taking $800 million out of the Green Infrastructure Fund means cutting all green projects in all Quebec's municipalities for the benefit of Quebec City's tramway. We shouldn't have to choose between our regions or our national capital. We can do all these projects if Ottawa transfers that money. Our tax money is supposed to serve our needs, not the programs. Will the government let Quebec manage infrastructure money unconditionally? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind my colleague that there was an envelope for transit money, and he'll be very pleased to know that actually Quebec City is the one that receives the most money of the capitals. Now, on top of the money we put into infrastructure, the Quebec government committed to take the federal share. That leaves $1 billion for Quebec's part. We also enhanced transfers to municipalities through the tax gas, $500 million for Quebec. Now, if priorities have changed in Quebec, it's their government to say that.
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm told on good authority that the Prime Minister has a secret plan to ban legal firearms. Apparently, this plan is to be executed by cabinet directive with no debate in Parliament. The Prime Minister plans to announce this gun ban at the Women Deliver conference held in early June in Vancouver, where New Zealand Prime Minister Ardern will also attend. Can the Prime Minister confirm or deny this zero accountability secret plan? Wow, shame.
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to assure this House that our government remains absolutely committed to taking all the measures that are effective in keeping Canadians safe. And as I believe every member of this House will agree, there is no greater responsibility for any order of government than the safety of their citizens and the protection of their kids. And we are prepared to consider whatever measures will be effective in doing so.
And now, I believe the official opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope we get a bit more of a fulsome answer than the answer to the last question. Mr. Speaker, could the House Leader for the government tell us what business we can expect for the remainder of this week and for next week? Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will complete debate at third reading of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act. Tomorrow we will begin debate on the Senate amendments to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. Next week the government will be proposing a motion to debate the rising climate emergency across Canada. Lundi.
Monday noon we will resume debate on Bill C-55. Tuesday we will proceed to the report stage study of S6, which is the Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention. And Wednesday will be a designated day. And then, pursuant to 81.4, I would like to designate Tuesday, May 14th, for study by the House in plenary session of the main estimates for the Department of Justice.
In our lives in many forms, and I'm thankful to the mother figures in my life. So on behalf of the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada, I'm sure all members in this House, I wish all mothers celebrating a happy Mother's Day. Bonne fête des mères. Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice is rising on a point of order.
Monsieur le Président, il y a eu...
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Concerning the parliamentary internship program, of which I'm a proud graduate.
Recognize the 50th anniversary of the parliamentary internship program, founded in 1969 through a motion of this House, which operates on a nonpartisan basis under the auspices of the Speaker and is administered by the Canadian Political Science Association. B, congratulate the 10 current interns, alumni, and staff of the Parliamentary Internship Program. And C, reaffirm its support for this outstanding experience for young professionals to learn about and participate in Parliament.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? The House has heard the agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-91, Indigenous Languages Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in this place to once again discuss a very important issue.
Always an honor to speak in this House, to rise and speak to the House on behalf of the residents, the citizens of St. Boniface and St. Vital on legislation that will have such a profound impact on Métis, First Nation, and Inuit people across this great country. Today we've had the opportunity to hear speeches from in Indigenous languages. And unfortunately, I will not be able to recite the entirety of this speech in my own Indigenous language, the language of the Métis people, Michif. I have often risen in this House and spoken about the deep pride I have of being a member of the Métis Nation. I'm proud to represent my riding of St. Boniface, St. Vital, the birthplace of Louis Riel and the final resting place of Riel as well. And when I rise in this House, and I often think of my ancestors who who fought not only at Red River, but also in Batoche. I think of Joe Vandal, who ultimately was killed in a battle at Batoche. I think of his relatives, Baptiste Vandal, Pierre Vandal, who are arrested at Batoche fighting for Métis rights in Saskatchewan. I try to honor their legacy by continuing the fight to improve the lives of Métis people across this country. This piece of legislation is indicative of the progress that our government has made in partnership with Indigenous people towards reconciliation. This piece of legislation was inspired, promoted, and advanced by Indigenous people. It was the Assembly of First Nations, Mr. Speaker, in their document Bridging the Gap, who emphasized the importance of protecting Indigenous languages across Canada. This document raised the profile on the issue, bringing it to the national stage. We have seen for generations the Government of Canada implementing laws, implementing regulations on Indigenous peoples without their input or their collaboration. This legislation we are speaking of today is the very opposite of that historical practice on how we make laws in Canada. The idea for the legislation came directly from First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people, and while novel, it is shocking to me that it took this long until our government, actually started listening to Indigenous people to make laws that they want for themselves. The bill itself was co-developed with Indigenous groups, ensuring that the legislation reflected the needs of Indigenous groups. And through the committee process, the bill has been improved through more consultation with Indigenous individuals, groups, and organizations. Mr. Speaker, frankly, this is exactly the way legislation concerning Indigenous peoples needs to be created. For me, this piece of legislation is extremely relevant and is extremely time-sensitive. The world is watching what we do as a nation to protect Indigenous languages. The United Nations declared that 2019 was the International Year of Indigenous languages. And passing this legislation and taking concrete action as a federal government to ensure that the protection of these languages is enshrined in federal law. What is equally important to this law is ensuring ongoing funding for the protection of these languages. And I would be remiss not to mention the investment that was committed in Budget 2019 for Indigenous languages. Budget 2019, Mr. Speaker, commits $334 million over 5 years, with $116 million ongoing. This is not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but this is definitely a tremendous step in the right direction. I am very proud of our budget commitments towards Indigenous languages. I feel I am also a living example of why this legislation is very important. While I had the opportunity to learn both official languages, I am also proud to be a Franco-Métis. And like many, many other Métis people, I was not afforded the opportunity to learn the language of Michif. In 2016, according to census data, there were approximately 580,000 Métis living in Canada. However, only 1,170 indicated knowledge of Michif. This exemplifies the problem facing Indigenous languages in Canada. Roughly 0.002% of Métis people can speak their language. And historically, Métis people actually spoke a variety of different Indigenous languages, including Michif, French, English, Cree, Ojibwe, and Bungi. One of these languages, Bungi, a combination of Gaelic and Cree mixed with French and Saulteaux, is already extinct. Brayette, believed to be spoken by Métis in what is now Ontario, is a mix of French and Ojibwe, is also extinct. Because of this, it is nearly impossible for us to determine specifics of this language. This is a true shame and emphasizes why we must work together to protect other Indigenous languages. Together, there are 3 dialects of Michif. Michif is considered by linguists to be the true mixed Métis language. It mixes Plains Cree verbs and verb phrases and French nouns and noun phrases along with some Soto as well as English, depending on the locale and the family. Michif French, spoken in various places in all 3 prairie provinces, is a dialect of Canadian French that sometimes employs an Algonquin syntax. And Northern Michif, spoken in northwest Saskatchewan, is a dialect of Plains Cree with a tiny number of French words. Despite the staggering low number of Michif speakers, we must praise the resilience of these languages, Mr. Speaker. Despite a history of colonization and a history of residential schools and day schools, the Michif language is still existing today. This speaks to the pride of the Métis people in their culture and their history. Métis people have also been undergoing a cultural reemergence. More people are discovering their Métis heritage and reclaiming their traditions and cultural practices. Despite all the attempts throughout history of Canada to destroy Indigenous cultures and traditions, we have persevered. Through institutions such as the Louis Riel Institute in my province of Manitoba and the Gabriel Dumont Institute in Saskatchewan, learning materials have been made accessible and available to the Métis. These learning materials serve a dual purpose through teaching and instruction, but they are also maintaining and preserving the language. I must also mark the work of Norman Fleury, a Michif language specialist. Norman's work to preserve and protect the Michif language has been invaluable. The Métis people owe Norman a great deal of gratitude. Norman is the author of the first Michif dictionary, La Langue Michif Pikish Kiwin. And with this legislation, I hope that it will be easier for children across Canada and grandchildren to learn their Indigenous language. I hope to see within my lifetime, Mr. Speaker, a thriving community of Michif speakers. And with this legislation, I believe that is both possible and attainable. Mr. Speaker, merci pour ton temps.
Thank you very much for your time.
C'est un plaisir. Merci beaucoup.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you will note that all sides of this House have expressed recognizing the importance of language revitalization, preservation. What I am concerned about and have been consistently concerned about is this government in the last weeks of a parliament, we're at 5 weeks left in this parliament, are rushing many pieces of legislation through. We hear there's so many now that our legislative clerks are having trouble keeping up with drafting. So I guess I would like to ask my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, why is it that bills that are produced by the government in an unheard of way are having to do 23 plus table dropped amendments? It's absolutely unheard of. And what can give us any confidence that they've actually done this particular piece of legislation right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work we've done in Indigenous communities on many fronts. Since being elected in 2015, we have invested in partnership with Métis, Inuit, and First Nation peoples over $21 billion in infrastructure, in education, in health, in child welfare. And we have made a real difference in all of those fields across the country. We've introduced the missing and murdered Indigenous inquiry into Indigenous women and girls, Mr. Speaker. The bills that we have introduced are only part of the overall strategy towards better meeting the interests of Indigenous peoples across Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and would ask that he provide comment to my question through you, Mr. Speaker. A number of times my colleagues have tried to insert into legislation, into the binding text of the legislation, the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. Currently in this piece of legislation, it is once again in the preamble and it is not part of any kind of binding. I wonder if my honourable colleague might comment as to why once again we find ourselves with an Indigenous, a bill for Indigenous people that does not include the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government was very, very proud to support the private members bill on UNDRIP, the United Nations Rights on Indigenous People. I believe every member on this side of the House supported that legislation that is currently in the Senate, and we're very hopeful that it receives royal assent before we rise for the next election. I think given that every member of this House has supported UNDRIP, speaks for itself. This is something that is really the underpinnings. I hope it will be the underpinnings once it receives royal proclamation of much legislation, and legislation such as this is really filling in the actions that begin with the adoption of UNDRIP. So I'm very, very supportive of UNDRIP.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments and his incredible hard work in this legislation. I do want to reference to him Purposes of Act, which is Article 5, 5G, and I just want to read what it says. It says the purpose of this act are, and under G, on page 5 of the bill, it says, contribute to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as it relates to Indigenous languages. I'm wondering if you can comment on the significance of that with respect to the bill.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canadian Heritage for his question, as well as his hard work on this languages bill. It's something that really came together through the contributions of many individuals on all sides of the House. And you know, Mr. Speaker, if you would have asked yourself 5 years ago, 6 years ago, would the words United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People actually be in the text of a bill that was approved in the House of Commons, will be approved in the Senate, I hope, and will receive royal proclamation before we rise? You would have told yourself that is absolutely impossible. So I think, number one, this side of the House have endorsed UNDRIP unanimously. The wording on UNDRIP is actually in the wording of this bill. We are very proud of that, and that's something that I think is something that's going to make this country stronger.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I'd like to say hello to all the citizens of my riding who are listening. I'd also like to pay tribute to my colleague from St. Boniface who did a speech on C91. We sit together on the Official Languages Committee, and I know how important languages are for him, and his personal history of his family contribute to his defense of Indigenous issues, so it's very honorable of him. Mr. Speaker, C91, for people who are listening to us and who don't know this bill very well, it concerns Indigenous languages, and it'll be called an Act Respecting Indigenous Language. We've had an Official Languages Act since 1969, and it'll be the 50th anniversary of the OLA this year in 2019. Yes, and this is a great year for official languages, and also the fact that we're tabling a bill that is currently in third reading on Indigenous languages is also good news. This is the right thing to do, and that is why my colleague from Kamloops said in February, when this bill was tabled, that she would support it. We did have some criticisms that I will mention later, but for Canadians who are listening to us, the purpose is twofold. It is to protect and conserve the vitality of Indigenous languages. There are 70 Indigenous languages, and that's the problem. There are 70 of them in Canada. Some are spoken, other are almost extinct, and some of them are more common. So this bill is to ensure their protection and their survival, and to ensure their vitality. And for many reasons, which I will discuss with you, they're almost extinct, some of them. Also, the second purpose of this act, which is even more laudable, is that this act directly participates in reconciliation of First Nations and our founding peoples. So it participates in the reconciliation between the federal government and Indigenous peoples. And this reconciliation between peoples and institutions and Indigenous peoples, as the Act stipulates, the purpose is to support and promote the use of Indigenous languages, including Indigenous Sign Languages. Also to support the efforts of Indigenous peoples to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen Indigenous languages, including their efforts to introduce them into daily use. So, Mr. Speaker, obviously, the starting point, right from the onset, we decided to support this bill based on all of its principles. Why? For 4 reasons. First, our history with regard to Indigenous peoples. Well, in the 19th century, it was the case for all parties at the time, but over the past 10 years, our party, Mr. Harper, recognized the serious tragedy that was Indigenous residential schools. And there's a quote I took from the speech of my colleague from Kamloops, and this is a quote from Mr. Harper. The government is recognizing today that this policy of Indigenous residential schools created lasting damage to the cultures and Indigenous languages. And that is why my colleague from Kamloops has said in 2008, we recognized that we participated in the destruction of these languages and cultures, and that is why the government has to be part of the solution to help to revitalize these languages and Indigenous cultures. And Bill C-91 is part of the solution. And that is why that one of the purposes of this act, aside from what is tangible on paper, is reconciliation. That's the first reason why the Conservatives are in favor of this bill on Indigenous languages. The second one is because, once again, under the wonderful rule of Mr. Harper, we established a committee, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, which was an important exercise and a very revealing one. We were able to hear from Indigenous peoples, and we heard their sad stories. And these people were able to publicly explain to the government everything that they had experienced, either right now what they're experiencing or what their ancestors had experienced in the 19th century. So not only did we apologize in 2008, but the Conservatives also established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Indigenous peoples for all Canadians. So we did leave a good record in this respect, and it will help all Canadians, I'm sure. The third reason why we support this bill, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm the spokesperson for French and English, official languages in Canada. I'm one of the critics, and that is why I'm rising to speak today. But I also, when I saw Bill C-91 for the first time when it was tabled, I thought about it, and I looked at the Official Languages Act from 1969. And when you look at the last paragraph of the preamble of the OLA, it says, and I'm going to read it, that the Act recognized the importance, alongside the status of official languages and their use, to maintain and revalorize the use of other languages. So what's interesting here is that whether these are constitutional or legislative questions, as MPs in committees or when we debate here in the House, it's important to look at the intent of legislators. And when we look at the Official Languages Act that was tabled and voted on in 1969, we already saw that at this time, legislators were clear with their intention. Yes, it did take time. This happened 50 years later, but somewhere along the line, they decided that protection of Indigenous languages should also be promoted and maintained, including all languages in Canada, including the 70 Indigenous languages, Mr. Speaker. So these are the first three reasons why we're supporting this bill. And the fourth one, which goes without saying, is we have to repair the errors of history. When you look at Canadian history, whether it's Jacques Cartier, who arrived in Gaspésie, or Samuel Champlain, Indigenous peoples, whether it was the French or the English, they allowed settlers to survive their first winters. They allowed them to farm the lands for the first time. But unfortunately, at the end of the 19th century, when we were able to thrive without the help of Indigenous peoples, that's when they started to establish policies that alienated them and culturally alienated them, and they established residential schools. And this is in the wake of an international context, where there were cultural attitudes that are now outdated and don't make any sense. So yes, we have to repair the wrongs of our history, as we did of founding peoples, English and French. So C91 is a question of justice, which aims first and foremost to ensure the vitality of Indigenous languages in Canada and to maintain their existence so they don't disappear. So in conclusion, I'd like to tell Canadians who are listening to us, what will this bill do? What will C91 do at the end of the day? Well, first, there'll be recognition. And the Government of Canada, through this bill, recognizes that the rights of Indigenous people are recognized by the Constitution Act, have right to Indigenous languages. So it's kind of what happened with the Official Languages Act, which came thanks to Article 82, was able to take precedence over other laws, and we also were able to protect minority settings for both English and French throughout the country. So this bill is the same thing for Article 35. The law sets out that the government can establish agreements to protect languages. So the Minister of Canadian Heritage can establish agreements for Indigenous languages with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations, taking account of the situation and their communities, Indigenous peoples. The bill sets out translation and interpretation systems as we have for official languages, but perhaps not at the same level as what we have right now. So federal institutions can make sure that documents are translated into Indigenous languages, and interpretation services can also be offered to facilitate the use of an Indigenous language. What's important to note for Canadians who are listening to us, for the past year, I believe, here in the government, anyone notably Indigenous peoples. Well, I don't speak an Indigenous language, but they can, if they give 24 or 48 hours notice, they can speak in their Indigenous language here in the chamber. So this third notion of the law, well, in terms of translation and interpretation, is still not the same as what we have for official languages, but there is still an attempt to allow the vitality of Indigenous languages, not only on the ground, but how Indigenous peoples live in their communities and within their federal institutions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? I have 7 minutes? Okay, great. And what we've also noted is that the bill sets out a commissioner's office. And in this respect, well, this is kind of special because, as my colleague from Kamloops was saying, the Liberals have said for 4 years that their most important relationship is the one they have with Indigenous peoples. I'd like to understand what this political statement means, but I think it would be better to say that the most important relationship of the government is with all Canadians. But let's talk about this commissioner right now, whether it's English or French. And then you'll see the link I'm going to make with the new commissioner for Indigenous languages. At the same time, when all official languages communities are talking about the importance of modernizing the OLA, and at the same time, well, we have an official languages committee who's tabled his report on the modernization. And as these two entities, well, and as most Canadians want to see stronger bilingualism throughout Canada, we've noticed that there are serious gaps in the implementation of the OLA.
Why? Well, de la mise en œuvre de la loi sur les langues officielles au sein de l'appareil gouvernemental. Je vais vous donner quelques exemples. Il y a quelques mois, l'Office national de l'énergie a sorti un rapport uniquement en anglais, ce qui va à l'encontre de la loi. La ministre de ANC, la ministre des langues officielles, à l'époque, elle a dit que c'était inacceptable. Mais ça, ce n'est pas le rôle du gouvernement de dire que c'est inacceptable. Elle aurait dû agir et faire en sorte que l'Office national de l'énergie suive la loi sur les langues officielles. Également, on a vu que des sites Internet d'appel d'offres au sein du ministère des Services publics et de l'approvisionnement est plus souvent qu'autrement trufflé d'erreurs, de fautes grammaticales, de syntaxe et d'erreurs de traduction et d'interprétation. Et encore une fois, la ministre des langues officielles et du tourisme.
The Minister of the Official Languages said that it is unacceptable. And also, the Infrastructure Bank in Toronto, we are against this kind of institution. We think that it doesn't provide the expected results. We see that again today. The Infrastructure Bank in the first year had difficulty providing services to Canadians in both official languages. And once again, the minister said this was unacceptable. Why? And I'd like to come back to this bill on the Aboriginal languages. No fear. We see that this constantly occurs. Why? Does it constantly reoccur in a context where we have a cabinet that does not take seriously and show leadership with regard to the implementation, respect, and application of the Official Languages Act within the government machinery, and a minister who is in office does not show leadership around the cabinet table? When this reality at the cabinet table does not exist, we need to be able to count on the commissioner. But the commissioner himself, I met him yesterday when he gave me a review. I'm talking about Mr. Tiberge, the Official Languages Commissioner, when he gave me an update of the report that he tabled today. And he said, listen, he said, Mr. Clark, I have lots of investigative powers. I can investigate. I can even issue subpoenas. He can force people to come and report to him when he is investigating. But as he said to me, Mr. Clark, I have no coercive powers. And, you know, this is one of the main issues when we come to the application of an act. The criminal code, if it is followed by the majority of Canadians, it is because there is coercive powers. These are called the police forces, and they ensure the application of the criminal code and laws in Canada. But why do we see so many problems and mistakes and gaps with regard to the implementation of the Official Languages Act? It is because, among other things, not only is there a lack of leadership at Cabinet, but also because the Commissioner does not have these coercive powers, adequate coercive powers. It's something that we Conservatives will look at very seriously. We will assess if there is a need, in fact, to have these types of powers. But when I read the bill on the Indigenous languages, C-91, and when I read the part that deals with the development of the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, there's very few details. In fact, not only are there no coercive powers, but furthermore, there is no investigatory powers that are well stated. And my question is to know whether the Liberals they're at the end of they not only wait to the end of their 4-year mandate to table this legislation, they've been saying for the past 4 years that the relationship with the Aboriginal peoples are the most important ones. And as my colleague from Kamloops said so well, they tabled hastily and in a very chaotic fashion some 20 amendments to their own legislation at committee, a committee that assessed this bill. So how is it possible that when you say that your most important relationship is the one you have with Aboriginal peoples and you wait 4 years to table a bill, and when you table the bill, not only is it chaotic that you yourself have to tell your MPs to table amendments in order to strengthen the bill? Yes, it's normal for members of Parliament to offer amendments, but to offer so many because the bill had so many gaps and issues with it. Mr. Speaker, in closing, when I look at this bill, I would say that yes, it's a good step forward in reconciliation. However, there are no tangible measures given to the Office of the Commissioner. For example, when Aboriginals ask for their translation of their speech in Parliament, if it's not well done, what will the Commissioner be able to say? If there are Aboriginal communities that have agreements with the federal government, who will, on their behalf, debate against the government because it was not properly done? I think there is a lot of work to be done, but this bill will pass, notwithstanding all the flaws, and we will do so as quickly as possible because we're coming to the end of the parliamentary session. And I think that once again the government has shown a lack of seriousness, as it has shown for some months. But all that to say, it's still a good step. Yes, this bill ensures reconciliation with the Aboriginal peoples and the founding people. It's very commendable and necessary. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for listening to me. And I thank you all my colleagues for having allowed me to speak today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I first want to just say that I was very interested in the way he structured his speech, and especially the parallels he drew between the Official Languages Act and the Indigenous Languages Act. I think it's very important. And I know we're celebrating 50 years of the Official Languages Act, and we know in these 50 years we made enormous strides in protecting both official languages in Canada and increasing the use. And I know in places like Toronto, there are many schools that are bilingual, and there's many French immersion programs, and so many different programs that is available to support official languages. And it's in that spirit that I want to ask the question, because it is so essential that the government takes leadership in ensuring that languages are protected. In a place like North America, where it's predominantly English speaking, we know that other languages, including French and Indigenous languages, can easily be lost. And in the case of Indigenous languages in Canada, we know that the government's played a very important role in having its demise over the past generation. So I really would like to ask my friend what he thinks the important aspects are of the Languages Commission and what can be done to strengthen that aspect.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Right. We're celebrating 50 years of official languages in Canada. Official languages in terms of status and institutionalizations of the fact, because historically speaking, there was two languages 3 centuries ago. So it was very part of our identity in Canada, and it's still part of it. Some ways to make sure that the present Commissioner of Official Languages has more power will be to, according to some specialists, of course, us here legislators, we have to do our duly work and look at that carefully. But specialists say that we should have pecuniary administrative sanction. So, for example, when you have some governmental agencies or some private enterprises, and there's only one private enterprise in Canada which is under the law, it's Air Canada, when some of them constantly on a monthly basis, almost sometime, go against the law in some of their behavior and actions. And although the commissioner constantly do some recommendation, and as he has said this morning, 20% of his recommendations are never followed. Why? Because he doesn't have the power to strike down and to say, now you're going to stop, or else you will pay a fine. One of the options is to have executory deal. So it's a less coercive way of going to see the governmental agency or the private enterprise and to make a deal to say you have 5 months to be in accordance with the law. So you can go, my colleague, if he's more interested, can go see how it goes into the Wales country in England. They have a commissioner over there which has a huge coercive powers.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
My colleague for his comments. I think him and I chatted once in a speech about Diefenbaker, and that's right. And we were on the same side for a short period, and then we veered off. But I know the government side has been trying to say that they entertained amendments from the opposition around the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. I'm not sure my colleague would share my view that I would like to see it in the text of the bill, but I would like to hear the comments from my honourable colleague. The government has included it in the purpose of the bill with language that around sort of contributing and facilitating. It isn't in sort of the binding text of the bill. And so for me, that means that it is not something the government has to adhere to. I'd also like him to comment on the fact you don't have to wait for the Private Members Bill 262 to pass. The government has all the power it can to include sections of the UN Declaration immediately into the language bill as it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Correctly understood what the member said. There is, in fact, a part of the beginning of the law which speaks about UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, which doesn't bind the government into this law. Maybe she finds that unfortunate, but I did vote against the UNDRIP. And there were some Indigenous people in my riding that came to my office, and with courage and pride, I sat in front of them, and I explained to them why actually it was a courageous act as a legislator in 2018, because it was 2018 at the time, to vote against the ratification of Canada to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Why? Because most constitutionalists will say, sir, that it goes against some of our own constitutional convention, own constitutional laws, and I think that a courageous legislator must tell the truth to Canadians. Although you might like the declaration, the UNDRIP, it doesn't go in accordance with the Canadian law. And what is most important for a legislator? It's not to protect United Nations accords. It's to protect the Canadian law. And so I explained that to my citizen who was an indigenous person, and I think we had huge respect between each other. And although he didn't agree with me, I understand why he could not agree with me because of all the historical background he had about the history that they had with us, the founding people. But you see, Mr. Speaker, maybe that's why the UNDRIP is not so clearly enshrined in this law.
Questions and comments?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I did really appreciate my colleague's speech, and I really appreciated his passion for official languages, and I only wish that I was fluent in more than just one. I find that there is something that's important and important distinctions, and I think when people talk Official Language Act, it is very different than what the Indigenous Language Act is. And I think the Indigenous Language Act is about protecting, preserving, and as the National Chief famously said, I think at committee, this is not about putting, Cree on cornflake boxes. It's about our culture and it's about protecting within our culture. So I wonder, first of all, if he could comment on, that importance of the language. And second of all, not only, he talked a little bit about the amendments, but what amendments are, is they're actually, when the government has to introduce them, they're actually mistakes. So they're mistakes in the text. And these are mistakes that they didn't even catch when everyone else was submitting amendments. These are mistakes that they had to do at the very, very last minute. And could he talk about how that is absolutely extraordinary in terms of a government piece of legislation to have so many mistakes that they don't even identify until the last minute?
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
My God, that's a good question because the first question was what's the importance of a language? I know what it means because I'm a Quebecer. I'm a French Canadian, and to us, to be able to speak in French in these institutions, although I like to show respect and answer in English when someone is talking to me in English. My father is an Anglophone, by the way. But, like, for example, when my daughter was born 5 years ago, I was intending on speaking to her in English, and I told my wife, you can speak to her in French. But you know what? I could never do it. Because when I speak in English to my daughter, it's not from my heart. I don't feel the connection. And so, yes, a language is fundamental to the person's identity. It's fundamental to carry the culture that we were coming from. And it's impossible for me to speak to my kids in English, because when I speak to my kids, and I don't see them that much, of course, I'm here, and when I speak to them and when I'm with them, I want my heart to be speaking. Secondly, it is obvious that there was a lot of mistakes in this bill because the government had to present more than 20 amendments. And we should be not careful, but maybe afraid of what are all the other mistakes part of this bill that we haven't had the time to either discuss or to analyze correctly. So I think that will be something troublesome that the next government, which will be conservative, will have to repair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hesitant, I guess, and a little bit uncomfortable today to be speaking on this bill, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge the great honor and privilege it is for me to represent the people of North Island, Powell River. And one of the things that is unique and wonderful about the region that I represent is that I represent over 20 Indigenous communities that come from the Kwakwaka'wakw peoples, the Nuu-chah-nulth peoples, and the Coast Salish peoples. I'm very proud to represent the northernmost part of the Coast Salish territory. You know, I've learned a lot from those communities, and I know from them how important language is. And I am also very proud that in Campbell River this fall, we're going to have our first kindergarten immersion program speaking Kwakwaka'wakw, or so Kwakwala. I usually can say that, but today's a bad day. I must be tired. And so that's going to be in Campbell River, which is so amazing because it allows a portion of the Indigenous community that I represent in that particular community to send their children to school learning their first language. And I'm just so proud of that work. So I think it's important that we recognize on the ground how much work is actually being done in communities across this country, how many Indigenous communities and the communities around them are working with them to make these things a reality. My granny lost her language. She went away to residential school from the ages of 4 to 16, and when she came home, she didn't have a lot of memory of her language. My auntie, her daughter, also the hereditary chief in my family, named Hadawax-Kawa, which means peace within the frame of a house, now teaches language in our community. So it's amazing when the work is done, when the focus is there, what communities can do. And when I look at this piece of legislation and when I heard about it initially, I felt a lot of excitement and pride in the work that the communities I represent and the community I am from and the work that they have done. But I am struggling. And I think it's important that when we are in this House, that we remember that as legislators, our jobs are to struggle. It's to not look at things simply, but to look at them in a more broad and complex framework and make sure that we are humble as we walk in that path. Because when we make decisions, we're making decisions on behalf of the many, many people in our regions that we represent. So one of the biggest struggles that I have in this place is that so little is being done, but it's better than nothing. And at some point, I think it's important that we say that a little bit better is not just better than nothing. It's not justice. And in this country, and in the history of this country, and its relationship with the first people of this land, justice has never been a reality. And where justice happens, it happens because the people themselves do the work to make that justice a reality. So I just want to speak to the fact that it is hard because this bill aims to protect and preserve Indigenous languages. It does not reflect the key recommendations that were made in committee by language experts to do that work. We need to sit with that. Recommendations that are needed to meet the objective of protecting and preserving these languages were not accepted. I want to be very clear. From my perspective and the reality in which I've grown up, these languages were stolen, literally beaten out of children. So when we look at the responsibility of this place to be a part of protecting that, to bringing back those language keepers, to making sure that we're passing that on to the next generation, we need to be accountable for that, all of us, because it's our job as legislators. Language is the reality around you. Many elders have said to me, language is based on the land. It is based on the relationship the people had with the land and how the people act towards one another on the land that they live on. That is pretty fundamental. So when we think about the languages that we have in this country and the fact that we don't know them, so many of us, it means we don't know the relationship of the people with this land. We don't know how the people interacted with the land, and we don't know how they treated each other. I don't even know how to explain how important this is and what a lack it is. So when I think of the elders and the wisdom that they've given me and how they've had to translate that language into languages that I understand, I'm just incredibly humbled and grateful. And I am always aware that there is so much that I don't even begin to understand. And what an honor it is to be in that place and that they allow me to make all the mistakes that I make. So when we look at this bill, the other concern that I have, the other issue that I am struggling with is the financial resources are not stable and they are not long-term. So how will this allow for the activity to continue and for long-term planning to occur? You know, I think recently I was at an event with the Klahus, the Tla'amin, the Hamalko, and the Comox First Nation in my region. And they are relatives, and they came together and they created a language site where they were sharing languages, and all of these elders were saying words, and it's all recorded so we can keep this, so we can protect it and pass it on to the children. 2 of my children are part of that process. And I looked at the great work that they were doing, but one of their challenges was, how do we plan long term? When it's project to project to project, and we continue to hope that we have enough resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to say that I want more. I want better. I want justice. I feel like it's time. I feel like it's way beyond time. Another concern that I have is the fact that the Indigenous Language Commissioner has no guarantees on the extent of their powers and their capacity to represent the best interests of the many communities across this country. When I think about the work that the communities I represent are doing to protect their language, to protect the people who are the keepers of their language, to make sure that they are in a process of taking the language keepers and passing it on as teachers to the next generation, it is a sacred duty, it's a sacred commitment, and they are working so hard. I believe that there should be accountability in this place to know what's happening, to understand the challenges. And I think that this Indigenous Language Commissioner should have a significant role in this responsibility. You know, the other thing that really concerned me is that Inuit communities shared a lot of their concerns. The ITK suggested that there should in fact be Inuit-specific legislation, that the proposed Indigenous Language Commissioner is little more than a substitute for the Aboriginal Languages Initiative program, which failed. And really just oversaw the decline of Indigenous language in recent decades. When we hear testimony like that, we need to remember, as the people who don't understand the languages, there's a relationship there that we cannot fully comprehend, but we must honor it. We must recognize it. So here I am, standing in this place again, looking at another piece of legislation that starts something, and people are going to support it. Of course, the communities I represent want to see this because they want to see something. But again, it's a little bit better. It's better than it was before. It's something to hang our hats on, but it certainly does not go far enough. It does not get to the core issue, which is what is our commitment in this country as the representatives of the place that stole the language, that stole it, that supported places that beat the language out of children. You know, one of the elders from my community used to say to me, Rachel, think about the first children that went to residential school and when they came home. And they were gone for years and they came home and they couldn't speak our language. We couldn't speak to our own children. They were there and we were so happy they had finally come home, but they couldn't understand what we were saying to them. We are still not healed from that. So I think when we stand in this house and we think we understand and we propose things, that we have to remember Indigenous communities have paid long enough. So I will struggle with this decision. I will struggle out of respect for the communities that I represent. And I will struggle because even in the face of this adversity, they are still here. Like my granny said, you don't complain, Rachel, because we are still here. But I think we need to do better. I think we need to make sure that the people who are still here get to go so much further because we're going to do our due diligence and we're going to support them in doing that and recognize that they have a right to their language that was stripped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate any of the comments the member opposite has put on the record this afternoon. And when I take a look at C-91 as a bill, it is historic in the sense that when you take a look at the importance of language, as the member just finished illustrating quite eloquently, I must say, at the end of the day, when we have those calls for action, when we talk about reconciliation in the report, there's 3 calls for action that are actually being addressed within this legislation. And albeit it might not necessarily be perfect legislation, and I think we would all agree that it's not necessarily perfect, but we've waited a long time, generations. And for me personally, I believe it provides hope to the 15,000 plus people that are Indigenous background that I represent in Winnipeg North. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm wondering if my colleague would agree with me that this legislation does move us forward on the whole idea of reconciliation. and rectifying a wrong, and actually in a very tangible way providing that hope for future generations. And that's not even for Indigenous. You will find non-Indigenous people that not only support but also have an active interest in Indigenous languages too.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think about the practices in the family that I am married into. And the practice is that when you talk about the serious, hard things, you pause. You take a moment. You reflect. And that is certainly not something that is in the culture of this place, which I think is really unfortunate. And often we're put in time crunches where we're being pushed very quickly to respond to many things. And I accept that that is part of the challenge of this place. And I would obviously say that I think if a lot of Indigenous elders came into this place and helped us work through some of these things, we would certainly be all a lot richer and more fulfilled as human beings in this place. So I guess my response to the member is simply this. I'm tired of a little bit being enough. When you have starved people and you give them a small amount of food, it feels like everything. My struggle is, when do we finally acknowledge that we need to give so much more?
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from North Island Powell River for her speech. And I welcome her on board with the Veteran Affairs Committee, which she's recently joined with, and it's great to work with her. And she may, in her research, have recognized that before the study we're doing right now, we did a study on Indigenous matters, and in particular, we got up into the northern part of Canada, up to Yellowknife. And when we were there, we met with a lot of our Canadian Rangers. And one of the things we found out there was multiple languages in the north. And I'm wondering if she might, I'd like to hear from her, Mr. Speaker, that what her thoughts might be on how this legislation might be of benefit to them or actually be a detriment to them.
For North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and I am so honored to sit on the committee working for veterans in this country, and I appreciate working with him on those very important issues. My response would be, one of the funnest parts about language, and I think we should all be curious about multiple languages, and I think about my last event where we had the 4 nations I referred to earlier who had put together a website with different words, and we're looking at how to merge sentences and all of that part as you learn a language, and how one community would say one word would be a little bit different than how another community would say the same similar word. So I think the nuances of languages, Indigenous languages across this country, are extremely profound, extremely mesmerizing, and what an honor to learn them. I hope this legislation moves forward to engage with that a bit. I just don't think it's enough. I worry that it will be short-term and not long-term. A lot of the people that I've worked with in my writing that are focusing on Indigenous language talk about the need for stability in terms of resources to be able to do that long-term work. And so hopefully it will be a step in the right direction. I know that the Indigenous people will make it a step in the right direction because of their hard work. I just wish there was more.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly found the speech from my honourable friend from North Island Powell River extremely moving because of her own deep connections within community. But I'm still not certain, and I'm struggling. I plan to vote for this legislation. I will be having an opportunity to speak soon as to why. I'm just wondering on what side of the stresses of knowing that this is not everything that's needed, but a step forward, where she's going to land on how she's voting on this bill when we come to vote.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I think, you know, what I will say to my constituents is I am still struggling with that. And I take that as a sacred commitment to the work that I do and the place that I do it. So it is hard because I hear the voices from my writing saying this is a step. We know it's not a good enough step. We're disappointed too. So at what point do you stand up and say a little bit is not good enough? that when you have a society that's based in this country of beating language out of children until they didn't have it anymore, at what point do you say we need to do better? So I think I will struggle with that, and when I'm asked to make that decision, I will be happy to talk to every single one of my constituents about why. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Avant la reprise de débat.
Before resuming debate, just a notice to the House. There are more than 5 hours of debate elapsed, and therefore all the following interventions will be limited to 10 minutes for speeches and 5 minutes for questions. Resuming debate.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin my remarks, like many have today, to say that we meet today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I hope that one day we'll begin all our daily proceedings in this place with this acknowledgement, and I also want to acknowledge that my riding is situated in Treaty 6 territory and on the ancestral homeland of the Métis people. Tansei, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents of Saskatoon West, I am honored to offer a very small greeting in Cree. I do not speak the language. And Cree is the most widely spoken of Canada's over 70 plus Indigenous languages in my riding of Saskatoon West. The ancestral languages spoken by the First Peoples of Saskatchewan and Canada, of course, we know are at risk, and not just of decline, but in many cases, extinction. Of all the people reporting an Indigenous mother tongue in Canada, the third highest proportion lives in Saskatchewan. For centuries, Saskatchewan has been the ancestral home of many First Peoples, the Cree, Assiniboine, Saulteaux, Dene, Dakota, Atsina, and Blackfoot. And many people wouldn't know that we have 5 Indigenous languages spoken in my riding: Cree, Ojibwe, Dene, Dakota, and Michif. Indeed, most would not know that the vast majority of Indigenous languages in this country are endangered, and that there's a critical need to rise to the challenge and ensure their preservation, protection, and promotion. And while C91 seeks to preserve and protect Indigenous languages in Canada and to try to put our colonial past behind us, I find it deeply flawed, and sadly, I don't believe it will accomplish all that it is set up to do. My esteemed New Democrat colleague from Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut EU, who helped draft the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, expressed in his speech at second reading some significant concerns that he hoped would be addressed by the committee about the effectiveness of the legislation, and I thought I would share them. First, the bill does not provide nor indicate that significant funding will be dedicated for the protection of Indigenous languages in Canada. Protecting and promoting Indigenous languages requires stable and long-term financial support based upon the needs of Indigenous communities and provided within the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. But for 4 long years, instead of a federal government taking decisive action to protect, preserve, promote, and invest in Indigenous languages, the responsibility has continued to primarily fall to dedicated teachers, elders, and individual speakers to educate our young people. These community leaders and language keepers have done an amazing job building curricula, facilities, teaching materials, and fundraising to help protect their languages. And one of those leaders, living in my riding of Saskatoon West is Belinda Daniels. Belinda is a member of the Sturgeon First Nations and an educator and teacher with Saskatoon Public Schools. Belinda comes from a generation of Cree people who grew up feeling shame and trepidation for trying to learn their own language. So, as an adult, Belinda founded the Nehihaw Summer Language Program, a Saskatchewan language acquisition and immersion summer camp, that's been held annually for the last 13 years at Wanuskewin and is open to anyone wishing to learn Cree. Belinda is really a true leader, and I want to thank her for all her great work and hard work preserving and promoting the language of her people. But Belinda and others working hard to teach Indigenous language need a federal government that will provide substantial and meaningful financial support to help them preserve and protect our traditional languages and cultures in Canada. However, there is no such provision in Bill C-91, and the government rejected all opposition amendments that sought to provide this assurance. A second shortcoming of the bill relates to the status given Indigenous languages. During the drafting process, the government was repeatedly told that the status of Indigenous languages in Canada must be defined, yet this bill provides no such framework. New Democrats would like to see Indigenous languages recognized as an official language or given special status, and for this to be articulated and implemented in collaboration with Indigenous peoples. A third issue I've already raised in the debate today pertains to Indigenous rights, and specifically Articles 11 to 16 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The bill before us today does not include within the text, and therefore the legally binding sections of the bill, the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples to their languages as articulated in the UN Declaration. New Democrats wanted to see Articles 11 to 16 explicitly referenced in legislation, and we tabled an amendment that would do so, but it was defeated by the government. I have two final points I wish to raise that are particularly troubling to me and maybe for others. First, for some reason, the government failed to include the 60s scoop in the preamble, where the bill references the racist and discriminatory policies and laws of the Canadian government that were detrimental to Indigenous languages and contributed significantly to the erosion of these languages. Over 20,000 Indigenous children were stolen from their families and placed into foster care and adopted by non-Indigenous families by the 60s group. During this time, the Saskatchewan government implemented the Adopt an Indian and Métis Child, or AIM as it was called. AIM, promoted sometimes through classified ads in local newspapers, encouraged adoption of Indigenous children by non-Indigenous families. This program was jointly funded by the Canadian government and the province of Saskatchewan. The 60s Scoop and AIM were distinct racist government policies to devastate Indigenous families, and in so doing, deny Indigenous children and their families their basic human rights, including the right to their Indigenous language and culture. C-91 should have acknowledged these racist government policies to ensure we all understand how we got here today and why a bill like C-91 is so needed. Finally, Bill C-91 does not require that the Indigenous Language Commissioner be an Indigenous person. This is the office that will oversee the progress of this legislation, yet government members rejected the NDP's attempts to ensure Indigenous oversight over the bill's implementation. Although at second reading, government speakers promised to work with opposition parties and other members of the House and to be open to amendments that would improve the bill, I feel this legislation has found its way to the floor of the House today with virtually no opposition amendments of substance included. So to recap, the government rejected the opposition members and other members' calls to define the status of Indigenous languages in Canada, strengthen Indigenous oversight over federal programs, explicitly refer to our country's obligation under UNDRIP, include significant moments in our colonial history, and finally to provide adequate funding so that Indigenous languages can enter into a new era of revitalization. Clearly, colonialism is not yet behind us, and I urge all members of the House to do better. Mr. Speaker, I am profoundly disappointed, I think would be the word, that this Parliament has missed the opportunity to really and truly co-create an Indigenous language bill with Indigenous people that would really have truly transformed people's lives. In closing, I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague, the member from Desnesi, Missinippi, Churchill River. This member has shown parliamentarians how to collaborate and work together on legislation. She has proven that working together yields positive outcomes. Her leadership on her own private member's bill, C-369, is nothing short of commendable. Unfortunately, when it came to Bill C-91, her leadership and knowledge as an Indigenous woman, Indigenous Dene woman, was discounted. Despite her efforts at great personal cost, we are being asked to support a bill that does fall well short. And here I'd like to quote her words. While this bill is a step forward, to what goal and to what end are we walking towards? Is the goal one of half measures that marginally improves Indigenous language education in Canada? Or is the end goal of one of fundamental change to Canadian society that fully respects the needs of Indigenous languages, recognizes their place in our cultures, and will create a generation of Indigenous youth who speak the same languages that generations of people before them spoke? Mr. Speaker, I wish we were today debating a bill that was the fundamental change my colleague had hoped for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the colleague opposite for her intervention. Although deeply troubling that the NDP is choosing to not support the bill from what we've heard this afternoon. But I do want to point out, and we've heard it a number of times, on two major aspects of the bill. One is with respect to UNDRIP, and it's very clear, and it's not even as interpreted to it, but the purpose of this act under 5G is very clear that the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People is incorporated into the text of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to point that out. And secondly, with respect to amendments, if we look at the bill, Bill C-91 as revised, that's available to all members, all the amendments are underlined, and it's very clear that a number of amendments went through, offered by different parties, and you know, I fully reject that we didn't incorporate amendments from opposition. Particularly, there's one from our friend from EU, from Northern Quebec, and there's many others that we'd incorporated. So I'm really disappointed in the position that the NDP has taken, and I'd like to ask the member opposite, what is their solution to this? What is their solution to making sure that Indigenous languages are protected? Because we've heard over and over again from communities after communities the dire need to have Indigenous languages protected, and if we as a parliament cannot get this done within the remaining days, I think it would be a very it's an opportunity missed, and I think it'll be very disappointing to many communities around the country.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I anticipated that my honourable colleague might bring the issue up, and I respect the fact that he has pointed out a number of times the reference to UNDRIP in the bill. And in my comments, I mentioned that it is not in the binding part of the bill. And that is a distinction that is extremely important. And I guess the other thing I noted, I did not at any time say no amendments were accepted. In my speech, I talked about the ones that I thought were very important and should have been included in the bill to make it that much better. In no way has anyone on this side of the House delayed the government's ability to do this work quickly and to do it properly. And I think I just felt that when I heard the parliamentary secretary speak of being open to amendments, I think the amendments that eventually were included in this bill by the government were not as substantive, were not substantive, not all the substantive amendments that were suggested. And so for that reason, I find this bill very lacking. I did not in my speech talk about how I would or whether I'd support the bill, but I wanted the government to understand that there are a lot of problems with this bill. And so I mentioned those in my comments.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having shown that there were several gaps in C-91. Particularly, there are Inuit communities that were not heard and their needs were not integrated into this bill. There were our communities. Well, there were 11 aspects that were not included in this bill, all proposed by Inuit peoples. And how come they are not found, these provisions are not found in this bill? And you said that there was broad consultation And we know that the Inuit from Nunavut, among others, 94% of them speak Inuktitut, and they weren't at all consulted, and there's no funding in this bill to ensure that we can really help these communities, and so that the help that is given is only done by Indigenous peoples and Inuit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for highlighting another aspect of the bill that I didn't have the opportunity to talk about in my remarks, and that was the objections from Inuit people about the lack of mention and protection and consultation with governments as well. And, I think, for me, a non-Indigenous person and a non-Indigenous language speaking person, it's fine for myself and the parliamentary secretary to say this is a good start and let's go. But they're not talking about my identity and my culture. And so it's not an either or kind of thing. I think as the member from that spoke before me mentioned, it's important that we pause and that we listen to one another and do the good work that we're meant to do. And I'm trying my hardest to be able to do it, and it is very difficult with what is contained in this bill. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
Pursuant to Article 38 of the Standing Order, I'd like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Windsor West, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on Foreign Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Drummond, the Environment. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Miigwech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To start by acknowledging that we're standing here in the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples and express to them our deep appreciation for their extraordinary hospitality and patience. Again, miigwech. My name in this place, Mr. Speaker, as you just spoke it, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, is an Anglicism of a Senchothan word for the nation of the traditional peoples of the lands that I have the honor to represent in this place. And I'm still struggling to pronounce it properly. My friend and colleague, who's also my MLA at home, Adam Olson, who is Sartlip First Nation. I know it's more like Westanek, but I'm still not getting it right. But in the Senchothan language that comes from that nation where I live, I raise my hands to you, Mr. Speaker, to all my friends and colleagues in this place, and everyone in this place is my friend, and I say, Haishka, Haishka Siam. I don't have a Senchothan translator in the booth, so I will translate that this is all honor and thanks and respect. One of the chiefs of my territory explained to me that her grandfather had told her that standing with the hands up like this is actually to represent a tree, that the trees of our territories protect us, sustain us, and that we're in relationship with them. We've heard a lot of people in this place today speaking of how language is a critical, if not foundational, indispensable part of culture. And I've learned so much from my friends who are Senchothan speakers about how true that is. In the language of the peoples of the territory, who through their generosity and patience, we live in, I think, the most spectacularly beautiful, blessed place in this country. I'm very blessed to live on the southern tip of Vancouver Island on the coasts of the Salish Sea. But in that language, when you translate the word for humans, it comes out the human people. And when you translate the word for salmon, it comes out the salmon people. And the word for whales is the whale people, and the trees are the tree people. And in the creation stories that come from that culture and those peoples, the Creator actually took people and said, "You're a hardworking people, we'll make you the salmon." And actually, some people were scattered like stones across the water and became the islands themselves. So the more I learn about culture, mythology, stories, tradition, and language that comes from the place I represent here, Saanich Gulf Islands, the more I feel compelled to say that I am the Member of Parliament for the human people in Saanich Gulf Islands, and also for the salmon people, and also for the whale people, and also for the tree people. It is an extraordinarily different worldview, and it is communicated through language. Currently at University of Victoria, there's a groundbreaking program at the law school and it's under the direction of Professor John Burrows and other Indigenous scholars, and we are offering now, University of Victoria is offering now degrees in Indigenous law in the same way that our law schools in this part of the country offer degrees in common law, which is the one I learned. Common law, I got my degree at Dalhousie University, but some other and sometimes at University of Ottawa too, you can get both common law and civil law. And within Quebec, we have a different tradition of civil law. Now, at University of Victoria, there will be a degree granting program in Indigenous law. And the programs are actually taking place, such as bringing law students into the culture of Tsartlip, where there's 4 communities that are First Nations within my riding, Sakum, Tsartlip, Pocatchin, and Saut. But the Tsartlip program involves Indigenous scholars, Sanchothan speakers, to communicate how the relationship with the land dictates the law. It's extraordinary, it's growing, and it includes that Tsartlip First Nation has an immersion program where children are currently learning Sanchothan as they learn English, and they're learning from a program that was developed, a teaching method that comes from Hawaii, and it makes us so happy. And as other members have said, when you hear the children speaking the traditional language that skipped a generation because through all kinds of colonialism, oppression, whether it's the 60s scoop, residential schools, the languages were almost lost. And what a tribute to the persistence and resilience of Indigenous peoples that the languages weren't lost. So I turned to this bill. I did provide, and I tried hard, I had 10 amendments that went to committee. They weren't successful, but they were derived from the testimony of many people, Indigenous organizations and groups before committee. I desperately regret that this bill excludes the interests and concerns of Inuktitut-speaking people, the ITK's evidence, and their quite extraordinary leader, Natan Obed, have gone unheard, and that is a tragedy. I was particularly directed by a brief to the Committee on Canadian Heritage on C91 from the First Peoples Cultural Council, because their headquarters is within my riding in Saanich Gulf Islands, and they had many criticisms and they wanted amendments. And just to quote from their brief to the committee, they said, "We support legislation to recognize and revitalize languages. We respectfully ask that you consider our recommendations to strengthen Bill C-91. There is an urgency to pass legislation before the end of this parliamentary session. However, the greater urgency concerns Indigenous languages themselves. The need to act is urgent. Nevertheless, in spite of the current status of Indigenous languages, we know that reclaiming, revitalizing, maintaining, and strengthening them will be possible with adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding that is held and directed by Indigenous peoples." Well, Mr. Speaker, the disappointment is large that we do not have at this point that commitment to sustainable long-term funding. We don't have the amendments. One of my amendments was to ensure that we recognized in C-91 that this is within the context of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It falls short. So I want to explain briefly why I will be voting for this bill while I recognize it falls short. One reason is that I am amazed by the work in Indigenous languages of Chief Dr. Ron Ignace of the Secwepemc First Nation, also Shuswap. And he has asked me to vote for this bill. He's worked hard on it. He said, get this bill through. That weighs on me. He worked hard on this bill, and he's written a book on Indigenous languages and on his own nation's language. Also, I've been asked by the very group whose testimony I just read, in part, and I've been contacted by First Peoples Cultural Council. And they said, you have to vote for C-91. We want to get it through. We want to get it passed. So here's my commitment here in this place, standing here now. And I also agree, and I heard the wonderful speech of my colleague from Markham Stouffville. Voting for this bill is not to say we've accomplished what needs to be done. Voting for this bill does not mean we think this bill meets what is required of us in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. Voting for this bill is a pledge and a promise to do more. On doit faire plus. We must do more. We must protect the Aboriginal languages across the country. Restoring languages is not accomplished by C-91, but if we don't get this passed now, we have less to cling to. So my promise and my pledge is this: as leader of the Green Party of Canada, reconciliation will be central to our electoral campaign. Real justice, real reconciliation will be central. And when we come back in larger numbers after the election, we will come back to provide and to insist on that stable funding, on inclusion of Inuktitut, and on the things that we are honor-bound to provide to ensure the protection of these languages. Miigwech, Haishka.
Questions and comments? Commentaire? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments, and I'd just like to ask her a question. When it comes to voting on this piece of legislation, would she join me and maybe 3 other people join me in standing to force a recorded vote on this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Out of deep respect for the member from Nunavut, who is the only Inuktitut speaker in this place who's able to speak the language without pressure or whips, yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, I will do so. I will stand with the honourable member.
Questions and comments? Commentaire? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her words, and I've learned a lot from her. This has been my first term as a member of Parliament, and I guess I'm just going to give her an opportunity. I've worked in the community a lot. I've worked on the other side with governments, and my concern is always that governments, like not individuals, but governments tend to check boxes off and say we've done something. And that is my concern with a piece of legislation that doesn't go far enough. And, I want to echo her comments to say, regardless of the outcome here today, and I think we understand what the outcome will be, the government has a majority, that I will also continue to work to improve this piece of legislation. And I just give her an opportunity to make more comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Saskatchewan. It's always the question of whether the perfect is the enemy of the good. But this bill is so far from perfect. On the other hand, because of the requests that have been made to me directly from Indigenous peoples, I think we're better off to pass it now. If I had heard nothing from anyone in Indigenous communities, and particularly from my own riding, that they didn't want it passed, I would lean towards voting against it. I voted against the environmental assessment bill that's currently before the Senate. I think, in a word, it's putrid. it falls so far short of promises that to pass it makes things worse, because that's when the box we ticked off for good, with environmental assessment in concrete with the wrong architecture. This is different. This isn't the wrong architecture, it's just not enough. And we can go back after the election and ensure, and I think if enough of us make the pledge who are here who are worried that this isn't good enough, we can insist and we can make it an election issue when we can ensure that when we come back, if we come back, I don't take anything for granted. All of us are up for our interviews with our employers to find out if we are rehired or if our contract is suspended. But if we're back, we fight to make sure this is properly funded.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for committing to stand with me. And I think one thing that I'd like to ask her, we've heard from the government on how important this piece of legislation is. And other members from the opposition are saying the same thing. Does she think that, if it's so important, a piece of legislation, that Canadians deserve to see how their representatives stand up and vote on this, and not by having a recorded vote, and not just agree on division? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To my honourable colleague from Nunavut, it does, procedurally, it only takes 5 members of Parliament to insist on a recorded vote. So I think we can find among our numbers enough who will see the benefit of saying we want to know how people voted and that their constituents will see how they voted. Anyone who votes to support this bill in this place now, I'd like to say, should be honor-bound to take it to the next steps, to the next stages that are so clearly missing in the bill right now. And those who vote against it are, I believe, only voting against it, at least in terms of the New Democratic Party caucus, and I can't speak for them, but I would say from their speeches what I discern is a commitment to the principles, but finding the bill inadequate. So I would hope that all of those members who are re-elected will join anyone else in this place who says, I voted for it on probation, I voted for it in principle, but we have to fight for more.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question?
Oui.
Yes?
Yes.
The question is as follows. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moved that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
Yes?
Yes.
No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I'm not sure if I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, perhaps on a point of interest to the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? No, there is no consent. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Out of due respect for Winnipeg North, I feel like I might be more effective than he was. I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House for the clock to be seen at 5:30.
Okay, we'll ask again. Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.?
Agreed. Agreed.
Yes? Yes. Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration and second reading of Bill C-266, Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, standing in the name of Mr. Bazan.
Okay, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats support progressive crime and justice legislation that seeks to reduce instances of violent crime and offers chances to increase rehabilitation for those convicted, all the while upholding the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Into our 2018 policy paper adopted by Democratic Convention, New Democrats clearly stated absolute support for investment in crime prevention, a focus on at-risk youth and gangs, support for community and not-for-profit organizations active in crime prevention, emphasis on rehabilitation and reintegration wherever possible, particularly for treating addictions, maintenance of a youth criminal justice system that is distinct from adult courts, support for restorative justice initiatives, including redress and restitution whenever possible, safeguards for the rights, health, and dignity of prisoners, adaptation of sentencing rules to allow, under judicial discretion, more severe sentences for violent crimes, strengthening rules for sentencing dangerous offenders, and the prohibition of reinstatement of the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, legislation like Bill C-266 tries to create the appearance of a tough-on-crime stance without addressing the issues at the heart of the matter. And, Speaker, that's the reason we won't be supporting this bill. How could we, when it misses the entire point of protecting the public and does nothing to prevent recidivism? In contrast to conservatives who believe in tough-on-crime policies that please their base and do little to reduce crime, and in fact cost so much more, New Democrats believe that our criminal justice system should be constructed around the principles of restorative justice. Canada's Justice Department defines restorative justice as a strategy that focuses on repairing the harm caused by crime, repairing the harm, while upholding offenders responsible for their actions. A restorative approach is being used in different criminal justice cases across Canada. When effectively used and supported by governments, restorative justice can lead to better outcomes for victims and offenders and reduce the number of cases that go to trial. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives may be able to fundraise by claiming progressives are soft on crime, but restorative justice is not soft on crime. It is effective both in terms of cost and in terms of reducing the potential for traumatizing victims. We know, for instance, that there is empirical evidence to prove that. When a restorative justice framework is applied in a conviction, the victims are more satisfied with the outcome than when restorative justice is not employed. Restorative justice substantially reduces repeat offending for many, many offenders. It helps reduce post-traumatic stress symptoms in victims and the related public and private costs. It often results in a reduced desire for revenge on the part of victims against their offenders, and it helps reduce the cost of administering the criminal justice system. Bill C-266 is not based on the principles of restorative justice, Mr. Speaker. It proposes to increase the period of parole ineligibility from 25 years up to 40 years for those who are convicted of abduction, sexual assault, and murder of an individual in a single event or series of events. While we understand absolutely that this bill is designed to protect victims' loved ones from appearing at parole sentencing, it removes any foreseeable chance of release and therefore reduces the potential for rehabilitation. It's an approach that stubbornly refuses to take into account any and all circumstances regarding the offending individual. There is also the question of whether this bill would stand up to a charter challenge, Mr. Speaker. as life sentences are currently viable only with parole to 25 years, and with the abolishment of the faint hope clause, any longer sentence may fall under inhumane and degrading punishment. The Harper government fulfilled its 2011 election promise to abolish the faint hope clause that allowed prisoners sentenced to life imprisonment with a parole eligibility period of greater than 15 years to apply for early parole once they had served 15 years. To compound this situation, the legislation before us serves to remove good behavior as an incentive in correctional facilities, which of course increases the potential of violence towards other inmates and correctional workers. We should absolutely be concerned about the safety of correctional workers. In Canada, the constitutionality of indefinite detention imposed by life sentences is based on the potential for eventual release on parole. This has resulted in the 25-year maximum before eligibility for parole. In the past, courts have allowed, on a case-by-case basis, sentences where eligibility exceeded 25 years. This gave the courts the needed discretion in the most serious crimes involving dangerous offenders and in situations where the full 25-year sentence was not appropriate. However, this was prior to the abolishment of the faint hope clause. Now that the faint hope clause is no longer in effect to mitigate increases in eligibility periods beyond the 25 years, any increase beyond that would likely be deemed unconstitutional and deemed cruel and unusual punishment. Harper's C-48 passed in 2011 and was used only 4 times to issue 75-year parole ineligibility. Mr. Speaker, all 4 of these cases are currently under appeal. One has been challenged in Alberta's Court of Appeal because of constitutional concerns. Legal experts expect to see the case appear at the Supreme Court of Canada in the coming years due to the length of sentences that could, again, be unconstitutional. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you will recall, the rationale for the faint hope clause was to incentivize offenders to participate in programming and work towards rehabilitation. This, in turn, leads to reduced violence and better behavior towards other inmates and our correctional workers. Inmates with nothing left to lose are more likely to resort to violence and be more difficult to manage in the prison population. In 2010, internal studies by the Justice Department found that this was precisely the case, with lower recidivism rates from faint hope offenders and better behavior in the community. The faint hope clause was not a free pass to parole. Canada is very selective in who is granted parole. It's very rare for those who are convicted of the most serious crimes to ever be granted parole. Those who are granted parole have shown good behavior and are less likely to offend than the general population of Canada. And that's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, that the rates of offense are below the general population. And it's more humane and much cheaper to release those who qualify for parole than to keep them behind bars. Those who were given life sentences, who are paroled, are still supervised until their deaths with regular reporting to parole officers. And it's also worth pointing out, Speaker, that despite opposition by Canada's defense lawyers, the repeal of the faint hope clause was supported unanimously by Conservatives and Liberals alike. NDP and Bloc opposed it, of course. Much like the abolishment of the faint hope clause and the introduction of consecutive periods of parole ineligibility, C-266 removed the incentive for good behavior in correctional facilities, and it thwarts any possibility of rehabilitation. It creates tension in Canada's prisons, and prisoners and correctional officers are endangered. The Canadian Bar Association doesn't believe that Canadians would benefit from a system where individuals are condemned to spend their entire lives behind bars with no hope of being released. Even those convicted of homicide, the most serious of all crimes, should know that there is some possibility, however slim, after serving lengthy periods of their sentences, of being released into the community and contributing to society, provided, of course, their behavior while incarcerated makes them deserving of that privilege. We understand the trauma that victims' loved ones face when an offender is eligible for parole, but we can't support legislation that will do more harm than good. We must take into consideration the fact that this legislation proposes a solution that is likely to be deemed unconstitutional. We believe our justice system should be structured for the best possible outcomes, and this particular bill will not achieve that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to address Bill C-266, an act to amend the Criminal Code increasing parole ineligibility. And I want to begin by thanking the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for introducing this bill, and it's certainly consistent with the great record that he has here in this Parliament. I was very pleased and honored when I served with him as Minister of National Defence, and he was Parliamentary Secretary. And I can tell you that he worked very, very hard to see that justice prevailed in every possible opportunity, whether it be the Iranian human rights and democratic issues. He always stood up for the rights of victims, and I support and laud him in his efforts in Canada and abroad. I should point out to you, Mr. Speaker, he was one of 13 Canadians banned from traveling to Russia. You may remember that under retaliatory sanctions imposed by Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2014. I always loved his retort to that, and here's what he had to say. Sanctions by Russia will not silence me standing up for Ukraine. This is a badge of honor for all critics of the Crimean invasion. This is what this bill is all about, Mr. Speaker, him standing up for what is right. I have to tell you how proud I was. I remember as a defense minister, he went personally to Ukraine to help get the equipment and all the supplies that people in Ukraine needed. And I always remember seeing him on television, and I thought, what a great moment this is for a member of Parliament and for him. Mr. Speaker, under Stephen Harper, I was Justice Minister for 6.5 years, but one thing about the Harper administration was they were completely consistent in standing up for the rights of victims. And, Mr. Speaker, you didn't hear too much from the NDP about victims, but this was certainly a priority for the Harper government, and making sure that people had confidence in our criminal justice system. And I had the opportunity to meet with many victims over the years. And I remember one of the grandparents of one of Clifford Olson's victims. You know what they were telling me? They were saying how awful it was that Clifford Olson wasn't even prosecuted for the murder of their grandchild. Why? Because it was already locked in. He's got 25 years, no parole. So the Crown decided not to proceed on this. And how do you think, Mr. Speaker, that would make the family feel? They told me that they were victimized themselves, that there was no justice at all for their grandchild. We introduced, as a result of that, and in those kind of cases, we introduced the possibility of consecutive sentencing. And again, this is up to the courts. It's not something that's mandatory. It's up to the courts to decide this. And I remember, I think the first case was in New Brunswick when 3 members of the RCMP were murdered, and the person who got convicted of that became ineligible for 75 years of parole. And Mr. Speaker, I didn't get one email, no letters, no phone calls, no demonstrations whatsoever about people that somehow thought that was a bad idea, that this individual would have to spend basically the rest of his life. And it's the same way with the faint hope clause. You heard quite a bit about it, and I have to disagree with the honourable member as to why this bill was put in. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, because I remember the day I introduced that bill into Parliament. I went outside for a scrum just outside the House of Commons chamber, and I remember one reporter asking me a question. She said, Do you think people are not going to commit murder now because they won't be eligible for parole, a possibility of parole after 15 years? And I told her the truth. I said, I'm not sure why anybody would commit murder. That's a mystery to me here. But here's what I do know about this bill. This bill will reduce victimization. The victimization of the people who have suffered because of what that person has done. Because here's what happens, Mr. Speaker. No matter how disgusting the individual is and how unlikely it is that he or she would get parole, many times they would apply after 15 years. And you know what the families would tell me? They were telling me they were victimized again. They were victimized again, how worried they were and upset they were that the possibility of this person who killed a member of their family might be out. And their victimization doesn't stop there. It would go at the age of 17 years, 19 years, 21 years, 23 years. Every single time it came up, they would tell me the same thing, how awful it was that there was a possibility that that person could be released. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we introduced the bill to get rid of the faint hope clause, we were thinking about victims. That's who we were standing up for. And that is what we have wanted to do during our time. And because, Mr. Speaker, here's the other part about this. If people see sentences that doesn't align with the seriousness of the crime, this reduces people's confidence in the criminal justice system. It's absolutely vital that Canadians have complete confidence that the criminal justice system will do the right thing. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if you see people who commit terrible, serious crimes here, and the penalty that they get doesn't align with that, this decreases people's confidence in the criminal justice system, and this is not exactly what we need. One of my constituents, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is a woman by the name of Marcia Pinner. She recently wrote to me concerning the Tory Stafford case. Quote, she says, I'm writing to you today to ask you to fight for the justice of Tory Stafford. The monster, Terry Lynn McClintock, who took this sweet girl's life, needs to be put back behind bars where she belongs. As you may or may not remember, I was best friends with Kristen French. Over 26 years later, we are suffering the adverse effects of the lack of justice. Please don't let this happen for Tori. Let's fight for her and keep her killer locked up where she belongs, behind bars and away from more innocent children. And, Mr. Speaker, this is consistent with what I've heard over the years. You will remember, because it took place down in my area, Mr. Speaker, was the Bernardo case. And again, on the 25th anniversary of the death of Kristen French, Donna French and the mother of Leslie Mahaffey, as you know, both girls were abducted, brutally tortured, raped, and murdered by Bernardo and Carla Homolka. Debbie Mahaffey stated at the hearing, here's what she had to say when this guy was up for possibility of parole after all these crimes. We have had to relive Leslie's pain and horror, our pain and horror as if it happened yesterday, not 27 years ago, said Debbie Mahaffey, the anguished mom of Leslie Mahaffey. Leslie's violent, horrific death changed everything in my psyche and in my life. I don't want to be in the same room as Bernardo, but here I am. And she went on to say, the effects of this parole hearing allows Bernardo to abduct our beautiful memories of Leslie as he had inserted himself and the ugliness of her death into our lives yet again. And added Donna French. She says, it's painfully unthinkable that Paul Bernardo's parole ineligibility did not change by a single second, a single minute as a result of his unspeakable murder of Christian. It so diminishes her life. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the criminal code has now been amended to lengthen the parole eligibility, but unfortunately, in cases like that, it was not retroactive, but going ahead it is. And that's completely why I am supportive, and you can appreciate, I'm sure there are members in the Liberal Party who voted for a bill identical to this in the previous Parliament here, and I know I'm speaking on behalf of my Conservative colleagues that yes, we will continue to stand up and worry about victims. We will continue to make sure that people can have confidence in the criminal justice system. That's what our party was all about in the years years that we governed here, and I'm hoping that people will support our honourable colleague who's brought this forward and do the right thing and support. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Rivière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to speak today to Bill C-266, an act to amend the Criminal Code, increasing parole ineligibility. This bill seeks to protect victims and to reduce the possibility of further victimization. The underlying hypothesis of Bill C-266 seeks to have the proposed reforms spare families of having to relive the horror of the murder of the unspeakable murders of their loved ones. I would like to point out that Bill C-266 is similar to former private members' bills, such as C-478 and C-587. C-478 went through second reading, was sent to the Justice Committee for study, but it did not go further than that. Unlike Bill C-266, this former bill, C-478, did not require that the offenses be committed as part of the same criminal case. I would like to take a moment to thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for the commendable goal of this bill. In my opinion, all the members in this House will agree that the horrible psychological suffering and the re-victimization of these families is an honorable goal that deserves all of our attention. The victims must go through all the proceedings, including the participation in some of these parole hearings. The internal policies of the National Parole Board are now a part of the Canadian Charter's Canadian Bill of Victims' Rights. And I can give some examples. The victims have the right to obtain certain information concerning the criminals from the parole board. They have the right to participate, to attend the parole hearings of the offender, or to listen to an audio recording of the hearings if the victims are unable to attend in person. This also allows victims to submit a victim's statement talking about the impacts that the crime continues to have on them and their concerns for their safety, and a request to impose special conditions on the offender to be examined by the parole board. It also allows victims to obtain a copy of the decision of the parole board, including information that indicates whether the offender has appealed the decision. And I might also add that, actually, I did not give any examples. I'm going to give these examples in English, Mr. Speaker.
It's in English and in French. Sorry, they told me that I'm supposed to be just in French today. So I just note currently a victim who does not attend a parole hearing is entitled to listen to an audio recording to the hearing, but if the victim does attend, they lose their right to listen to the recording. Simply stated, parole hearings can be quite difficult for family members. Despite, I have said that before in French, despite attending the hearing, they may not always remember everything that it was said, and they may, for a variety of reasons, wish to listen to an audio recording at a later date. I am pleased to note that changes proposed in Bill C-83 would give all victims the right to listen to an audio recording, regardless of whether they attend to parole hearing. Ces dispositions législatives.
These provisions and policies were designed to ensure the respect for the privacy of victims who do not wish to be contacted or who do not wish to receive any information on the offender who committed the crime.
The fact that victims are not a homogeneous group and that while some victims may choose not to attend or receive information about parole hearings to avoid emotional trauma, others will attend parole hearings as means of furthering that healing or feel empowered by having their voice heard. Anything we can do better support victims of crime merits serious consideration, and I support sending this bill to committee for further study. I'm also mindful that changes to the laws governing our criminal justice system can sometimes have unintended consequences. So I hope that committee study of this legislation, either in this Parliament or in the future, will include the range of witnesses and perspectives. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, clearly there are different ways to offer victims support. The changes proposed under Bill C-266 could be a way of improving the experience of victims during the criminal justice process that come after the sentence is handed down. As parliamentarians, we should seek to put in place a fair criminal justice system that is humanitarian for everyone affected.
Monitoring closely to the debate on Bill C-266 and look forward to hearing the views of other honourable members on this potential impact. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La prise de débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very honoured to be able to participate in this private members' bill debate on C-266. The member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. His own name is easier to pronounce than the name of his riding, but I'd like to say that for the second time he is presenting this bill because in 2013 he had presented the same bill, which was also a private member's bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is one that is designed for victims of crimes. The principle of justice in Canada is essential. The principle of a fair and balanced justice system is important in our lives as parliamentarians and as citizens in general. The fact that victims must be treated just as well as anyone else must be at the very heart of our debates when we seek to make changes to the criminal code. And that is exactly what this bill seeks to do, Madam Speaker. It's to allow victims to avoid further trauma, to avoid having to relive the crimes committed by witnessing parole hearings. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to we know that it is to serve a sentence of between 25 and 40 years as determined by the presiding judge. And the member brought forward this bill because too often we have seen criminals who commit horrific crimes, because it's not for all criminals, but we're talking about kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder. Now, those people after 25 years can ask for parole, and the victims of those crimes have to bear witness once again before the parole commissioner so that the judge can evaluate whether or not the offender deserves parole. And that's the problem, Madam Speaker. The people who have undergone the crime 25 years ago have to once again relive that crime and bear witness once again with regard to the horrific crimes that were committed in their regard. And so they have to go through this horror again, and they have to make it public before the parole board. So let's think of victims first in that situation, and that is why this bill, Bill C-266, has been brought forward, and it is designed to allow victims to avoid that pain once again. Because for people who are victims of such horrific crimes, it is something that they will never recover from. And that is why this bill is not prescriptive either, because ultimately is the judge who decides whether parole will be granted or not. So it's not automatic. It's the judge who, at the end of the day, after having heard the hearing, decides whether or not the parole shall be granted. So there's no causal link. Madam Speaker, we must also understand that the families who are involved in these crimes suffer just as much as the victims themselves. And those families also have to testify to say why this criminal should not be given parole. And that causes them to relive horror, pain, and it causes them trauma, and it re-victimizes them all over again by having to testify in such a situation. So we have to think of those people, Madam Speaker. And we know that it's not the first time that this bill has been brought forward. The same bill was brought forward in 2013 by the very same member of parliament, and it's impressive because at the time there were people who had supported this bill. And I'm going to quote what was said at the time. I am satisfied with the explanations of the member. I am particularly delighted to know that this bill allows the judge the discretionary power, and therefore I am going to support what the member has proposed in the bill. I couldn't have said it better myself. And who said that, Madam Speaker? And I believe it was said in English, and it was our friend, the incomparable member for Winnipeg North, who at the time had supported this bill. And as I said earlier, I believe that he stated that in English, but I was very happy to be able to read it in French. Madam Speaker, he was not alone to support this bill from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. I'd rather say his name than the name of his riding, but there are a number of people on the government side who supported this bill at the time, including the member for Charlottetown, the member for Cape Breton-Canso. Unfortunately, he's not going to run again. Well, we'll see what happens when his constituents come to vote. The member for Malpeque, and I know him as the chair of the Finance Committee, who does excellent work. The member for Sydney Victoria, the member for Toronto Centre, the member for Vancouver Centre as well, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie, the current Minister of Transport, the member for Wascana, the current Minister of Public Safety, the member for Labrador, the member for Winnipeg North, as I said, and the member for Beauséjour, and we wish him a speedy recovery, the member for Cardigan, who is a Minister of Veterans Affairs in that government, the member for Ottawa South, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, the member for another member who is the chair of the Treasury Board, yes, the member for Vancouver Quadra. And and because I'm the shadow minister for that file, and the member for Halifax West, who is currently the Speaker of this House. Not you, obviously, the Speaker of this House.
The member for Lac Saint Louis, who I had the pleasure of working on the parliamentary committee with on medically assisted dying, the member for Northwest, the member for Bonavista, Windsor, Grand Falls. And we've also sat on parliamentary committees together on a couple of occasions. The member for Trinity Spadina and the member for Papineau. So all of these people are currently in the government, and they have looked and examined this bill, which is a good thing, but in 2013, they vote in favor of a bill that is being taken up again in Bill 261. So, in conclusion, I would like to underscore that I was very impressed by the speech of the member for Niagara, who represents our country so well, since he was elected in 1984 for the first time. He represents his riding with dignity, and he is an inspiration for all those who also plan to be part of our parliament. He was a Minister of National Defense, Minister of Justice, and Attorney General. For 6 years, the member for Niagara was an inspiration for everyone because of his equitable approach on the Justice Committee and as Attorney General. In current times, we know how important of a position this is. It has to be done with exemplary upstanding behavior, and the member for Niagara occupied this position for 6 years as Minister of Justice and as Attorney General, and they will always be an inspiration for all those who occupy this position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
That's all of them. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-266, the Respecting Families of Brutalized and Murdered Persons Act that was tabled by my colleague, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This bill would see the parole ineligibility for Canada's most heinous and degenerate criminals have the possibility of being raised up to 40 years. As it stands currently, the maximum time for parole ineligibility is 25 years, with the first hearing starting at 23 years. So you can imagine being the family of the victims of these heinous crimes, having to return and relive the events that took your loved one away from you. And not only once. If the convict is denied parole, which many times they are because of the brutality they undertook, then new parole hearings happen every 2 years. Now, this, of course, creates the potential to make the family of the victims relive their nightmare over and over again. Madam Speaker, this bill isn't designed for the average criminal committing the average crime. It's designed for the worst of the worst. Offenders that had such disregard for the dignity of the human person that they ought not to see the light of day. Now, this shouldn't be seen as a bill to increase the punishment of these individuals, but to protect the victims' families. This bill would empower the courts to make decisions based on a jury recommendation. And to quote the bill, the judge, having regard to the character of the offender, the nature of the offenses, and the circumstances surrounding their commission, and to the recommendation, if any, made under Section 745.22 by order, substitute for 25 years a number of years of imprisonment being more than 25 but not more than 40, without eligibility for parole as the judge deems fit in the circumstances. Madam Speaker, this is a good piece of legislation, and it will protect the families of the actual victims of a heinous crime. And Madam Speaker, I would just like to draw to the attention of my colleagues on the government side the support of some of their members who support this bill. That includes the member for Charlottetown, the member for Cape Breton-Canso, the member for Bourassa, the member for Malpeque, the member for Sydney Victoria, members for Toronto Centre, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, member for Vancouver Centre, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie, the member for Wascana, another minister, member for Labrador, the member for Winnipeg North, the member for Beausejour, the member for Cardigan, the member for Ottawa South, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, the member for Vancouver Quadra, the member for Halifax West, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis, the member for York West, the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, and Windsor, and the member for Trinity Spadina. Now, most importantly, I would draw to their attention, Madam Speaker, that the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Papineau, also expressed his support during this bill's previous introduction to this House in the last Parliament. And this bill, with the support of all of those members who now sit on the government side, it goes against the standard operating procedure for this government. Because when it comes to the victims of crime, we haven't seen a great track record of them doing the right thing. This Prime Minister, a supporter of this bill in its first incarnation, has long tried to paint criminals and the perpetrators of crime as victims of society. The Prime Minister said in the wake of a horrible terrorist attack in the United States that the terrorists must have been feeling excluded and marginalized by society. That we really need to look at the root causes of these actions. Madam Speaker, these terrorists killed 3 people and maimed hundreds more, but according to the Prime Minister, they're the victims here. The Prime Minister, again, showed how much he cares for victims when he paid a terrorist, a convicted terrorist, $10.5 million after he killed a U.S. medic, Sergeant Chris Spear, leaving behind the wife and children who are still trying to find justice. Now, my honorable colleagues across the way are heckling, obviously in support of that payment of $10.5 million. And let me just check, Madam Speaker. I think here on my list that I have the name of the member.
Order. I just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who should already know. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, already knows that he should not be heckling while someone has the floor. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. That Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Winnipeg North, supported this bill. So we look forward to his vote on it coming up. And so I'm sure it's because of his support for this bill that he didn't need to hear all that I had to say. But that member also serves for a Prime Minister who thinks it wise to treat Canadians who fought for ISIS with poetry classes instead of locking them up where they belong. So we're looking for a stronger standard. Canadians deserve better. The families of victims deserve this bill. Madam Speaker, I'm proud that it was my Conservative colleague who put forward this important bill to stand up for the victims of crime and their families. And I'm proud to stand with my colleagues who will support it. And I look forward to, again, in this Parliament, the members who supported it during the last Parliament standing with us to support the families of victims who have suffered enough and deserve to see true justice done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been enjoying listening to my colleagues in this debate, and I don't have a full 10-minute speech, but I did want to briefly make a couple observations on the record. I hear some of my colleagues speaking in favor of the bill, making, I think, the very important and compelling point, which is that when somebody has committed an offense and they're called before a parole board, that often families are involved in those parole hearings. And the opportunity, their presence in those hearings can be very painful in the context of hearing about and reliving those discussions. Now I hear colleagues from other parties make an observation, which is that if someone has been through a process of rehabilitation, and if a determination is that that person is no longer a risk to society, that it is not in the public interest for them to continue to be incarcerated. Madam Speaker, I wanted to briefly observe that I don't think these points are necessarily incompatible, and there can be a reconciliation of those objectives through perhaps broader reforms to the parole system, reforms that require, for instance, a two-step application or an initial step to be surpassed before family are involved in a hearing. Now, that's not the bill that is currently before us, Madam Speaker, but I do think it's important for us, as much as we can, to look for opportunities to reconcile these dual objectives, which are both part of our criminal justice discussion. I think all members would accept that if somebody has been through a complete rehabilitation program and is no longer a risk to society, that it is not in the public interest for them to continue to be incarcerated. Their continuing incarceration creates costs to society, costs to the system, resources that could be perhaps better spent on programs that prevent crime in the first place. So these decisions do not require a strict binary, and I would encourage members, it sounds like this bill is going to go to committee. I look forward to the process of study that's going to happen at the committee. But I would also encourage members to contemplate legislative alternatives that could potentially bring about reforms to the parole process that would achieve both objectives, that would address the concerns that have been, I think, legitimately raised by members on both sides of the debate on this bill. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The question is as follows. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that Bill C-266, an act to amend the criminal code increasing parole ineligibility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Nays.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 15, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of the House has been seconded, and the question is as follows: that this House now be adjourned.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise again to talk about Ojibwe Shores, a 33-acre parcel of land in Windsor, where we have a significant opportunity to create a urban park area that is important for not only just our area in Windsor and Essex County, but also across this country and also across the globe. There is a UN report that's come out recently showing how many endangered species and biodiversity is being a challenge. Ojibwe Shores is an opportunity for this country to actually reverse some of this trend and contribute to positive improvements for flora, fauna, and other species that require a good habitat. So along the Detroit River, Madam Speaker, is a piece of property the Windsor Port Authority currently is the custodian, and I want to be clear about this. The Port Authority, like other port authorities across Canada, are public entities and are public land and public assets. They respond directly to legislation, the Canadian Marine Act, in this chamber and to the Minister of Transport. And what we've asked, Madam Speaker, is that property, 33 acres, be transferred to Environment Canada or even potentially to the City of Windsor. But it should be done, Madam Speaker, soon, and it should be done for no additional cost. The government is in a process right now requiring Canadians to buy a back piece of their environment. And what's important about this piece of property, Madam Speaker, it was under development or slated for development by the Port Authority itself. For over a decade, myself and others have fought to preserve this piece of property. Most recently, the Port Authority in the last few years tried to bulldoze and clear-cut the property, and thank goodness we were able to halt that. In fact, Madam Speaker, there was going to be a public meeting, and I want to give credit to Dominic Amico of Amico Construction, who I called out of desperation at the last minute, who was part of this group where they were incentivized to actually be part of the Port Authority's objectives to clear-cut and smash down this heritage on this important piece of our environment. And they, despite having, I guess, a financial interest in this, pulled out and did not do that. And we have preserved the forest, we have preserved the species since, and there's been a lot of public pressure thanks to a number of good citizens and groups and organizations. There's too many to mention right now, but we've been able to put that in abeyance. And Madam Speaker, what's important is that this area along the Detroit River, this 33 acres, is connected to other types of environmentally important land, whether it be Black Oak Heritage Park, whether it be the Tallgrass Prairie Park, whether it be Ojibwe Park itself, and also the Spring Garden Annecy, can create an amazing environmental corridor in official capacity, it kind of happens now, but is home to many species at risk. And Madam Speaker, the Port Authority's boldness in this action at certain points has been unreal. The Gordie Howe International Bridge is being built next to this property, and at one point the Port Authority wanted to take the money from the community benefit funds from themselves to lease this property back to the citizens. So this area that has some of the highest poverty rates and challenges in Canada is supposed to get some mild benefit for the border being there, and the port wanted to use that money to be leased. So we've asked the government to transfer this to the Ministry of Environment, to make the Ojibwe Shores part of a national urban park. I've written the Minister of Environment on this, and she has not acted on it, has shown no interest. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister chastised the member from Burnaby South about not, taking action or wanting to take action. And I would suggest that the Prime Minister could take action quite simply on this, and that's all we're asking, a signature process to protect this piece of property.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to respond to the concerns expressed by my honourable colleague on the status of the Ojibwe Shores. I share his belief that the preservation of environmentally sensitive areas is of great importance, and I note he began his remarks citing the recent UN report highlighting that 1 million of the world's 8 million species are facing the threat of extinction. Before I deal specifically with the Ojibwe Shores question, I do want to remind him that in Budget 2018, our government laid out a $1.3 billion investment in nature and conservation, which is unquestionably the largest single investment of its kind in the history of Canada. Our government takes the concerns associated with the management of Ojibwe Shores very seriously. The Minister of Transport was entrusted with the responsibility to ensure that Canada's transportation system functions in the best interests of our national economy while preserving our natural environment through prudent, sustainable management. Achieving an appropriate balance between these two areas is a major priority for our government. Under the Canada Marine Act, the Windsor Port Authority has been given the legal and administrative autonomy to determine its own course of action, taking into consideration economic, social, and environmental factors, as well as the viewpoints and priorities of the port's users, stakeholders, and local communities. The Windsor Port Authority has therefore the responsibility and the legal authority to carry out the day-to-day operations and is entirely responsible for managing the port lands, including federal lands such as the Ojibwe Shores. On January 30th of last year, 2018, the Windsor Port Authority publicly stated that the industrial development of Ojibwe Shores would be placed on hold and that it supports the idea of preserving the 33 acres of environmentally sensitive land and that it would give due consideration to any reasonable land exchange proposal that could achieve this important objective. It's also my understanding that the Windsor Port Authority and the City of Windsor are currently exploring different scenarios that could result in a mutually beneficial exchange of properties that would include the Ojibwe Shores. A balanced exchange of this nature would permit the long-term management and preservation of the Ojibwe Shores while allowing the Port Authority to continue pursuing its objectives for increased economic development and trade benefiting the Windsor-Essex region. Madam Speaker, I want to commit to the member that protecting nature and conservation is a major priority, not just for me personally, but our government. We have made the single largest investment in nature and conservation in the history of Canada, and I look forward to continuing to work towards this important objective. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary. But the reality is what the Port Authority is asking is for Windsor residents to pay for their own environment. So if this government has $1.3 billion for funds available, it would make sense because the port and the minister are going to have to require a process to sign a signature as well, too, to get it to the Minister of Environment. We can do that for no cost or if it's a transfer of funds. So this Trudeau administration, Madam Speaker, this Liberal administration is asking citizens to buy federal property from themselves with their own taxpayer dollars as opposed to putting that money into greater environmental protection. And Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure it's very clear here is that the Minister of Transport can simply transfer it to the Minister of Environment with a signature process and then it can go from there, but it can be protected right away. No excuses, action right away.
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
In the short time I have to respond, I want to reiterate our support for the preservation of our natural environment to ensure that important properties are protected for future generations. As I mentioned earlier, and this is an important point, under the Canada Marine Act, as a matter of law, the Windsor Port Authority has been given the legal and administrative autonomy to determine its own course of action while taking into consideration the priorities of the local community, including the environmental stewardship of the Port of Windsor. We respect the autonomy of the Windsor Port Authority in this regard, which has been granted previously by Parliament. We therefore encourage the parties to continue their discussions in good faith in order to reach this important outcome that could potentially protect the area for future generations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week, I asked the government a question about whether or not they would list the Iranian IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. On June 12th of last year, the government supported my motion to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Up until now, they have totally failed to act. And when asked about this in question period, they've mired the discussion and process and actually failed to answer the direct question. So I want to ask again, is it their intention to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity? I understand they say the process is ongoing, but they had no problem voting for a motion to do it immediately. It's been almost a year. Had they changed their position or not? We would like to know. Madam Speaker, today we had Professor Irwin Cotler, a former Liberal MP and minister, and also other representatives from the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights on the Hill, as well as people who have been victims of the Iranian regime. All of them, all of the victims who were brought to the Hill were very supportive of sanctioning, as one of them put it, sanction all the oppressors, of sanctioning those who are involved in committing atrocities against the Iranian people. And these are sanctions targeting the IRGC, targeting human rights abusers that the people would support. Now, I want to say, if it's just a matter of process for the government, then I wonder why they haven't used Magnitsky sanctions. They've been very reluctant to bring any kind of sanctions against Iran. They've brought, commendably, they've brought Magnitsky sanctions against human rights abusers in other cases. But they have not done so against Iran. And it's very striking if you see other major human rights abusers where there are sanctions imposed against them, but no action on Iran, either Magnitsky sanctions or the sanction of the IRGC, it starts to paint a disturbing picture. It starts to make you wonder if it's not just a matter of process, but a matter of policy. So again, when will they list the IRGC? Is it still their intention to list the IRGC? Now, Irwin Cotler and the Raoul Wallenberg group gave us a list in our meeting of 19 individuals, 19 oppressors who they would like to see listed under Magnitsky sanctions. So I would submit to the government as well. Their failure to sanction any oppressors in Iran is telling, and they should move forward on both of these fronts. Their suggested list of people to sanction under the Magnitsky Act are Mahmoud Alavi, Minister of Intelligence, Hussein Ashtari, Chief of Law Enforcement Force, Syed Alirza Ave, Minister of Justice, Abbas Jafri, Dolatad Badi, Abdul Raza Rami Fazi, who's the Minister of the Interior, Hassan Firuzabadi, who's the Senior Military Advisor to the Supreme Leader, Gholam Hossein Gaib Parvar, Mansour Gholami, Ashgar Jahangir, Mohammed Javed Azari Jaroum, Sadag Amoli Larijani, he's the Chief Justice of Iran, Ashgar Mir Hejazi, Mohammed Mokisa, Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejeh, Mustafa Pour Mohammadi, Ibrahim Raisi, Abu Qasim Salvati, Abbas Salihi, and Sorab Soleimani. I apologize for the mispronunciation of their names, although they're probably more bothered by the fact that I'm proposing that they be sanctioned than by the mispronunciation. So, again, Madam Speaker, calling on the government to clarify their Iran policy. Do they intend to list the IRGC as they voted to on June 12th, yes or no? And why haven't they proceeded with any sanctions against oppressors, be it IRGC or sanctions under the Magnitsky Act? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is committed to ensuring that Canada takes all appropriate actions to counter terrorist threats to our country, our people, our way of life, and our interests around the world. I can assure the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, that officials have been working diligently to assess the possibility of listing Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, under the Criminal Code. Assessing an entity for listing is an iterative process that requires a thorough review. Under the Criminal Code, an entity must meet the legal threshold of reasonable grounds to believe they have knowingly carried out, attempted to carry out, participated in, or facilitated a terrorist activity, or is knowingly acting on behalf of, at the direction of, or in association with a listed entity. This is determined by preparing a criminal or security intelligence report which documents the entity's activities. The report is reviewed by independent counsel at the Department of Justice to ensure that the entity meets the legal threshold for listing. If the Minister of Public Safety agrees that this legal test is met, he may recommend to Cabinet that the entity be listed. When an entity is placed on the list, banks and financial institutions freeze its assets, and Canadians are not allowed to knowingly deal with such assets. Once listed, an entity falls within the definition of a terrorist group in the Criminal Code. This can render certain terrorism-related offences applicable and help to support possible criminal investigations and prosecutions of those offences. This includes offences related to terrorist financing, recruitment, and training and leaving Canada to knowingly participate in a terrorist activity. Listing an entity under the Criminal Code is one of the many tools that Canada uses to combat terrorist financing, operations, and support to terrorist activities. These are restrictive measures already imposed against entities and individuals within the IRGC and against Iran that have a similar effect to a listing. These include the listing of IRGC's Special Forces as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. These forces are the branch of the IRGC responsible for extraterritorial operation and is Iran's primary mechanism for cultivating and supporting terrorist groups and operations abroad. They provide arms, funding, and paramilitary training to other listed groups, including the Taliban, Lebanese Hezbollah, Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command, all of which are also listed under the Criminal Code. Other existing measures against the IRGC include the sanctions imposed under the Special Economic Measures Act. Individuals and entities listed under this legislation are subject to an asset freeze and dealings prohibition. In addition, the regulations explicitly target IRGC organizations such as the IRGC Air Force, Missile Command, and Navy, and several members of its senior leadership. Furthermore, Canada has listed Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. This listing allows victims of terrorism as a means to seek financial compensation from Iran. You can be assured, Madam Speaker, as well as the Honourable Member, that Canada is looking at all possible options to constrain the activities of Iran that threaten national security, and we continue to consider whether and to what extent listing is the appropriate mechanism. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to my friend, I know he's the Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment and Climate Change, and I would think that he has a lot on his plate in terms of those files. It would have been nice if the government showed the importance with which they treat this issue by having somebody involved in foreign affairs or public safety respond to my questions, because the fact is it should be well known to those who work on these files that the IRGC has engaged in all of these activities. And another review of the process for listing, when the government said a year ago that they would immediately list the IRGC, I think is just not up to what Canadians expect. It looks like the government is trying to hide behind long process explanations. Why can't they just answer the question? If they voted to do it a year ago, it's been a year, why can't they get it done? And why, Madam Speaker, have they also failed to sanction people under the Magnitsky Act? They haven't used the Magnitsky Act. They haven't sanctioned the IRGC, and the sanctions that are in place that the member talked about were all sanctions that were put in place by the previous government. So congratulations, they haven't removed many of the sanctions that Conservatives put in place.
Unfortunately, the time is up, and I'll have to allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to respond.
With respect to the opening comment, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to the Honourable Member that I'm capable of answering the question. I have an academic background in public international law and understand the issues at play, and the government does take them seriously. Listing an individual or group as a terrorist entity is a public means of identifying their involvement with terrorism and curtailing their support. Listing is just one component of the international and domestic response to terrorism. With that in mind, I want to reiterate that Canada has already taken action against Iran and the IRGC, specifically such as listing their special forces responsible for extraterritorial activities. These actions are broadly consistent with our international partners who've designated components of the IRGC under their own sanctions regimes. I also want to restate that the assessment process of possible listings is ongoing even as I speak, and before action is taken, the listing process does require the necessary diligence. I want to assure the Honourable Member that we're taking all steps to ensure that Canadians are taken safe and that we are not put an unnecessary threat from terrorist activities abroad. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond is not present to raise the question in the adjournment debate. The notice, therefore, is withdrawn.
Deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.